A party of heroes stands against the colossal dragon Yahello, their world burning around them. Their leader roars with conviction. "Prepare yourself, Yahello. I'll end this attack on the Howard Empire today." But the beast merely scoffs at their courage, sneering, "You insects, you never tire of crawling out." Its rage is fueled by grief, declaring half an empire isn't enough compensation for its dead child. Unleashing a torrent of dark energy, it vows to tear them apart and crush what remains of their world. Suddenly, the art style shifts to something simpler, as the dragon screams, "I'll crush you," at a cartoonish party. Because this epic battle is just a show. Chronicles of a Dragon, Episode 7, playing out for an audience. The entire dramatic confrontation is nothing more than a scene displayed on a large, modern monitor. A lone figure watches intently, the reflection of the screen captured in their cold, unblinking eye. On screen, the heroes are comically defeated, their fate sealed within the confines of a fictional story. The watcher lies paralyzed in a hospital bed, the monitor beside him beginning to flatline. He was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a cruel and incurable disease. It's a slow death sentence that gradually shuts down the entire body. At just 25 years old, the doctor's words had sealed his fate. With no family, his savings and his future were all consumed by the illness. 4 years later, all he had left was a withered body and the amateur webtoon he'd created. That silly, unfinished story was literally the only thing he could call his own. As his life fades, his eyes remain fixed on the screen, reflecting his creation. But just as his heart gives out, the monitor suddenly goes wild with impossible readings. "Ah," he gasps, his eyes snapping open as something inexplicable happens in his final moments. With his last breath, he laments, "I won't be able to see the end." Suddenly, his entire world explodes in a blinding flash of light. He awakens to a blurry, unfamiliar sight, as if peering through a shattered shell. His vision clears on a handsome face he doesn't recognize, whispering, "What?" But when he looks in a mirror, the reflection isn't human at all, it's a tiny white dragon. The creature stares back, utterly bewildered by its new form. What the? The impossible truth hits him, and a silent scream of pure horror rips through his mind. His internal shriek echoes across a vast fantasy kingdom as he realizes, "I became a dragon." He stomps his tiny new foot, trying to make sense of this absurd reality. But overwhelmed by terror, his mind simply spirals into complete and utter denial. After the initial shock, he tries to make sense of his impossible reflection. But once he accepts the truth, he realizes he's been reincarnated as a dragon. In all the stories he's ever read, there has never been a weak dragon, and their average lifespan is a staggering 10,000 years, placing them at the pinnacle of existence. His previous life was short and tragic, cut down by sickness in his prime. So this new, long and healthy life feels like the ultimate gift. He can't help but feel a little smug about his incredible luck. "Yay, I'm a dragon!" he cheers, believing he can now overcome any obstacle. But as he celebrates, a hand suddenly scoops him into the air. The handsome man from before holds him close, asking with a smile, "Why are you so excited?" The handsome noble holds the tiny dragon close, inviting him, "Come on, let's go eat." They arrive in a lavish, candle-lit dining hall, a place of immense wealth. But the little dragon, now wearing a cute bib, looks utterly unimpressed. Before him sits a grotesque, quivering red slime, his very first meal in this new world. "What's wrong?" His guardian smirks, pushing the strange dish forward. "Aren't you hungry?" The dragon stares in disgust, thinking to himself that he'll never get used to this. Yet he reasons that as a dragon, he must follow dragon laws and reluctantly touches the bizarre food. To his utter shock, the slime tastes just like strawberries, and it's actually good. He immediately forgets his hesitation and begins to happily dig in. His guardian watches with a warm smile, remarking, "Your eyes are very expressive." The proud noble suddenly recoils in horror, screaming, "I don't want any more, father." But just moments ago, he was eagerly trying to teach the little dragon its first word, "Dad." He can't believe he's acting like this for a dragon, muttering Jesus Christ under his breath. Yet the little creature, now named Lois, has a far more important question. "What's my dad's name?" His guardian smirks, amused that it's taken an entire month for the dragon to even ask. And so, he reveals the shocking truth. "Your father's name is Yahello." The name freezes Lois in place, the syllables feeling heavy and alien on his tongue. Because that name belongs to the terrifying calamity dragon, a beast of pure destruction vowing to destroy them all. Suddenly, a series of violent crashes echo from the floor above, shaking the entire room. The noble whips around in panic, calling out for Lois, only to find the tiny dragon standing right there. Lois gets his guardian's attention, hesitantly saying hey as he slowly backs away. Suddenly, he bolts, thinking, "This can't be true." While his guardian screams his name in utter confusion, the tiny dragon sprints down the hall, his mind racing with a single, dreadful thought. No way. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief as the horrifying possibility finally begins to sink in. He bursts through a set of doors, driven by a desperate need to confirm his terrifying suspicion. Lois finds himself standing alone in a massive, ornate library, a place that holds the answers he seeks. He grabs a heavy tome, his face contorting in shock and anger at what he's about to discover. The title is unmistakable: The Howard Empire, the name of a webtoon he read before he died. The world-shattering truth hits him. I wasn't reincarnated, I was possessed by that webtoon. Just then, his guardian finds him buried in a pile of books, calling out Lois, in a panic. His guardian approaches with a gentle voice, asking, "My son, are you hurt?" And Lois can only think about how kind and caring this new father is. But that kindness is shattered by a vision of a genocidal dragon roaring, "I'll kill all of you," a monster who vows to dye the entire continent with blood. Suddenly, Lois remembers the plot. Genelicer's rampage began only after its hatchling was killed by a human. He frantically asks if he has an older brother, but his father simply says, "No." Lois is the oldest. Desperate, he stammers, "Then, do you have plans to have other kids?" His father just smiles, promising he and Lois's mother would only ever have one child. The horrifying truth begins to set in: if there were none before, and none will come after, then the hatchling whose death triggers the apocalypse is him. Lois spirals in horror, realizing his death is the trigger for his father's apocalyptic rampage. "Lois!" his guardian cries out as the tiny dragon leaps away, desperate to escape his fate. But he's caught midair, trapped in the arms of the man he's trying to protect while thinking, "I'm just a trigger." He breaks down in tears, a child of a villainous dragon scheduled to die before the story even begins. Later, with a heavy sigh, he enters a vast chamber, his mind clouded with despair. He finds himself in a treasury overflowing with gold, but the wealth means nothing to a dead man. Just like in his past life, he's terminally ill, his new body just another prison. All this power, all this treasure, and he's fated to die again for nothing. But a fire ignites within him as he roars, "No, I can't die like this." Fueled by a new resolve, he begins frantically searching for a way to rewrite his destiny. He pulls a dusty tome from the shelf, frantically searching for an answer. Flipping through ancient texts, he desperately seeks a specific piece of history. He has to remember the exact year his father, Dronzer, went berserk, because if he can find that year, he can find out when he's scheduled to die. And there it is, a single date that seals his fate: 3589 AC. His eyes widen in horrified realization. That's it. With the current year being 3090 AC, he calculates he has just under 500 years left. He's destined to die as a child, just 1 year before achieving adulthood. But his despair turns to rage as he clenches his fist, refusing to accept it. For the next 499 years, he vows with every fiber of his being, "I must survive." With newfound resolve, he declares, "I won't back out, I'll kick life's ass." And his grand plan for survival begins with a surprisingly normal meal. His guardian can only stare in shock as the tiny dragon eats with monstrous fervor. Slamming his bowl down, Lois eagerly shouts, "Another bowl, please." The flustered noble quickly serves another huge portion, happy to see him eat so well. But as he eats, a strange, colorful insect buzzes ominously toward the table. It lands right on his bib, completely unnoticed by the focused little dragon. In the next instant, the bug is squashed flat, and his guardian lets out a horrified scream. "Son!" The entire room descends into chaos as the noble lunges across the table in terror. What was that?" he cries, leaving Lois utterly bewildered by the sudden panic. The noble breathes a sigh of relief, telling the little dragon he almost got into big trouble. He reveals the insect was an artificial creature from his father's lab, potentially dangerous to a young dragon. Lois freezes in terror when he's told the creature was extremely poisonous. Poisonous? His guardian confirms it was a close call, realizing the dangerous specimen must have escaped the lab. A short while later, Lois wanders down a grand hall, his guardian vowing to pay closer attention. With a book in hand, the little dragon continues his determined walk past the silent suits of armor. But his journey is cut short when he clumsily bumps into one of the armored figures. Confused, he looks up from his dropped book, wondering what he hit. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the hall as he sees the impossible. The suit of armor comes to life, swinging its massive halberd down just as his guardian dives in to save him. But his guardian unleashes a terrifying wave of dark energy, obliterating the threat instantly. Rushing to his side, he desperately asks, "Lois, are you okay?" The guardian is confused, certain the armor was safe, while Lois realizes he just escaped death for the second time. A few days later, all of Lois's suspicions have vanished, replaced by a newfound trust. His guardian takes him to a beautiful field, where the little dragon celebrates his freedom and safety. But the true surprise is a breathtaking view of a colossal, snow-capped mountain. His guardian reveals its name with a smile. That's the left fang of the earth. It's one of 2 legendary peaks at the continent's end, a home to countless mysterious races. Lois is starstruck, realizing that no book or memory of Mount Everest could ever compare to this. Just as he's taking it all in, his attention is suddenly captured by a beautiful, glowing butterfly. Lois playfully chases the glowing butterfly, his guardian watching the peaceful moment with a smile. But as he reaches for it, the world suddenly darkens, the sky twisting into an ominous storm. Without warning, a colossal bolt of lightning strikes down, vaporizing the seemingly innocent creature in a blinding flash. The blast throws the little dragon back, leaving him stunned and covered in ash, wondering what just happened. "Lois!" his guardian screams, his face a mask of pure terror as he rushes toward the explosion. The demonic silhouette of the creature crackles violently before being completely annihilated by the immense power. On the ground, a horrifying realization dawns on Lois as he thinks, "Ah, I see. Does the script want me to fucking die?" He realizes, convinced fate itself is trying to kill him again. His guardian finally scoops him up, holding him tight while sobbing his name in sheer, overwhelming relief. Later, back in the safety of his room, the silent trembling is the only sign of his third brush with certain death. Still trembling on his bed, Lois whispers in horror, "I almost died." He can't shake the impossible odds, 3 lightning strikes in the same spot, a statistical anomaly designed for one purpose. Wiping away a tear, he accepts the horrifying truth. The script wants me to die, but his fated death is supposed to be 498 years from now, at the hands of humans, not by some random act of God. A chilling question forms in his mind. No way is it because I'm determined not to die. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Are you saying that the original story only starts when I die? Yet, a new puzzle emerges. How did the webtoon's baby dragon survive for 500 years if the world itself wanted him dead? He stares out the window, lost in thought, the silence heavy with the weight of his impossible situation. Suddenly, his fear hardens into resolve as he clenches his tiny fists. "I have no time for this. I need to do something." He runs with desperate purpose, determined to find something, anything, to save him from this inescapable death mark. Lois bursts into the room, screaming, "Da!" in a desperate panic. His guardian turns, surprised by the sudden entrance, and calling out his name. The young dragon immediately asks, "Dad, don't you have any equipment that can protect me?" But his guardian calmly replies that while they do, it's far too early for him to use them. He explains that wielding these powerful items requires something called attribute power, which takes immense training. Patting the dragon's head, he dismisses the idea, saying he can learn in a few hundred years. But Lois, facing an imminent death mark, explodes with defiance. "No, I want to learn now." The guardian is completely taken aback by this unprecedented outburst, his face a mask of shock. He stammers, trying to reason with the child, insisting that he's still far too young. Sensing hesitation, Lois switches tactics, using his most adorable face to ask, "Can't I learn 'cause I'm little?" The guardian hesitates, explaining that dragons usually learn magic only after infancy. But seeing the desperation in his eyes, he finally relents with a soft smile. "All right, I'll teach you." Lois explodes with joy, ready to start immediately, but his guardian quickly stops him. "There's a place we need to visit first," he says, leaving the little dragon completely confused. He reveals a critical step in a dragon's life. To discover one's attributes, they must first seek the elders. The word elders means nothing to Lois, who can only stare back in bewilderment. But the excitement of a new journey takes over as he runs through the halls shouting, "Papa!" His guardian simply laughs, scooping up the ecstatic child in his arms. Once settled, Lois asks the most important question, "But how do we get to the elder's place?" A smirk crosses his father's face as a terrifying dark energy begins to swirl around him. His guardian's voice drops to a whisper, "We must fly," as a terrifying dark energy erupts around him. The sudden surge of power sends little Lois spinning, completely disoriented by the raw force. A massive vortex of purple mana explodes outwards, warping the very air around them. Lois realizes with dawning shock and excitement that this is a dragon transformation. From the swirling chaos emerges a colossal dragon, its sheer scale and power blotting out the sky. "A real dragon?" Lois gasps, his eyes sparkling with pure, unadulterated awe at the magnificent sight. The massive beast lowers its clawed hand, its voice echoing with ancient power. "Come, climb up." With all his might, the tiny dragon struggles to scale his guardian's immense form. Once Lois is secure, his father gives one last command. Hold on tight. In a flash, they rocket into the heavens, leaving the world far, far below. Lois screams in terror, the dizzying height almost too much to bear. But his colossal guardian continues their ascent, a dark silhouette against the endless sky. How high are we going? The little dragon cries out, watching the world shrink away. His guardian simply laughs, a deep rumble echoing through the clouds. We're still a long way off. They rocket upwards like a comet, leaving a trail as they punch through the atmosphere itself. Clinging on for dear life, Lois wonders if they're actually soaring into the cold vacuum of space. Just as his panic peaks, his guardian's calm voice cuts through the wind. Lois, we're almost there. Suddenly, the blue sky vanishes, replaced by a sea of stars and a breathtaking celestial structure. Lois stares in utter awe as his guardian reveals their destination, the sacred land of dragons. A magnificent fortress of light hangs in the cosmos, a place known only as Silverflower Castle. Touching down at the celestial fortress, the massive dragon folds its wings, its form shifting with a gust of wind. Lois can only gasp in awe. Whoa, it's even bigger when we're close. His guardian reverts to human form, dark energy swirling as he announces, "All right, let's go in." They step into a grand hall, where the ancient dragon elders are already waiting in their true forms. A regal white dragon, Sandra, leader of the 13 elders, acknowledges their arrival with a simple, "You're here." The guardian formally introduces himself as Yahello, son of Pamus, leaving a stunned Lois to stammer a greeting. But another elder, Bardus, scoffs at the child, calling him too gentle for the grandson of Pamus. Yahello turns to an even larger blue dragon, his voice cutting through the tension. "It's been a while, father." His father, Pamus, reveals it's been 623 years, questioning why he's only now meeting his grandson. But Yahello coldly reminds him that Lois was born just a month ago, challenging the elder's impatience. A tiny sneeze from Lois suddenly catches the massive dragon's attention. The little hatchling looks up, his innocent eyes meeting the ancient gaze of his grandfather for the first time. With a sparkle in his eyes, he utters a single heart-melting word, "Glampa?" The powerful elder is struck to his core, his stern demeanor instantly shattering. Pamus erupts with joyous laughter, booming, "Yes, I am your grandpa. What a fine-looking child." The other elders can only watch as the doting grandfather, who has longed for this moment, celebrates his first grandchild. But the leader, Sandra, questions if it's too early for his attribute awakening, though Yahello explains it was Lois's own wish. Pamus proudly declares him a passionate learner just like himself, earning a sharp rebuke to be quiet. With an exasperated sigh, Sandra ignores the commotion and instructs the young dragon, "Step into the center, Louis." Lois looks to his father for reassurance, who calmly tells him, "No need to worry, just stay still." Lois stands alone in the center of the grand chamber, the immense pressure of the dragon elders bearing down on him. With a determined look, he braces himself for the ancient ritual that will decide his fate. The elder leader's voice cuts through the silence, her command echoing through the hall. "Let's begin." Instantly, the dragon statues around the room begin to channel their immense elemental energies. A cascade of light erupts as fire, wind, and water attributes activate, each a display of legendary power. The torrent of raw magic converges, creating a blinding pillar of light that engulfs the small dragon. Bathed in the overwhelming power, Lois can only gasp in awe, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Sandra's voice guides him through the storm. "Child, close your eyes and chant, my lifelong companion." Heeding her words, he calls out, and a cosmic sea of every possible attribute appears before him. Suddenly, an impossibly bright light bursts from the center, signaling that his true power has finally awakened. Sandra recoils as a glowing hourglass materializes before her. Yahello stares in disbelief, shouting, "Abstract attribute, time." Overcome with pride, he clenches his fist, boasting, "My son is a genius." But just then, a second energy forms, catching his grandfather Pamus completely off guard. Pamus erupts in a booming laugh. "Wahahaha, a strength attribute. He has dual attributes." As Sandra notes how rare this is, a third, dark purple cube of energy appears, leaving her speechless. Her voice trembles as she cries out, "A space attribute as well? Three attributes?" In the entire history of the dragon tribe, only 2 legendary beings have ever possessed such power. Surrounded by the symbols of his new abilities, it's clear this child is destined to write a new history. But as the elders stare, a 4th power begins to glow, prompting a panicked shout. "Isn't that a mental attribute?" Just as the elders reel from a 4th attribute, a 5th power manifests the legendary attribute of time itself. The sheer spiritual pressure overwhelms even his father, Yahello, who stumbles back in disbelief. But little Lois is ecstatic. celebrating as the 4 legendary attributes circle around him like toys. He playfully gathers the immense powers, completely unaware of the chaos he's just unleashed. This unprecedented awakening draws the attention of shadowy beings, the very arbiters of fate who watch from the void. Janelisar can only stare in abject horror, realizing his son has become something beyond comprehension. Later, back in his room, Lois calmly contemplates the events that just transpired. He understands his talent is so vast it could completely derail the world's original plot. They might be frustrated because they can't kill me, he muses, realizing he's an anomaly fate wants to erase. But he sighs, knowing the greatest talent is useless if he dies before he can even mature. But there is still hope, he declares, realizing this crisis is also a massive opportunity. He knows that unlike the original Lois, he possesses the knowledge to increase his chances of survival. With memories of his past life, he grabs books on magic and martial arts, determined to utilize both to ensure his survival. He weighs his options: magic skills that manipulate attributes, or martial arts that handle the body and attributes simultaneously. But then a sly grin spreads across his face as he wonders if he should just learn both at the same time. After all, he's a dragon blessed with abundant mana and 4 attributes, making the impossible entirely possible. "All right, let's start right away," he roars, slamming his paws on the desk, ready to begin his intense training. But just as his determination peaks, a tray of exquisite food is wheeled into the room, completely derailing his focus. His guardian Janelisar enters with a warm smile, announcing, "You've waited long enough, haven't you, Louis? Time to eat." The meal consists of potent attribute potions, so powerful they would cause any ordinary being to explode upon consumption. This feast is possible only because of the dragon heart, a permanent organ that converts nature's mana into their own attributes. With a new resolve, Lois declares he must eat and grow rapidly to survive his fated death. He devours the potent meal with gusto, only to suddenly pass out from the sheer exhaustion of processing so much power. Janelisar watches over him with a gentle smile, understanding the immense strain his son is under. Tucked safely into bed, the little dragon sleeps deeply, completely unaware of the changes happening within him. But as he sleeps, a mysterious orb of dark purple energy begins to form above his bed. The energy swirls with an ominous power, a silent manifestation of one of his newly awakened attributes. Suddenly, a nearby fork begins to float, controlled by this unconscious power, before clattering to the ground. The sound echoes in the silent room, a testament to the raw, untamed magic now leaking from the sleeping dragon, and from his sleeping form, a shadowy figure detaches itself, hinting that his mental power has taken on a life of its own. The night passes silently, hiding the chaos that unfolded while the little dragon slept. As dawn breaks over the Silverflower Castle, a new day begins, completely oblivious to the latent power within its walls. Lois finally awakens, confused and groggy, wondering, "When did I fall asleep? I think I was eating a snack." A gentle voice calls out, "Louis, time to get up and eat," pulling him from his daze. Eager for breakfast, he leaps from his bed only to trip and crash hard onto the floor. But what he finds isn't the floor, but a fork standing perfectly upright, a hair's breadth from his face. A cold sweat runs down his back as he realizes the horrifying truth. Did I just almost die from a fork? Pondering this absurd death flag, he suddenly feels a strange weight and notices something tied to his tail. He turns in horror to find his beloved bunny doll, Toto, completely destroyed, its head ripped clean off. Heartbroken, he drags the remains towards the door, vowing, "I will ask father to fix it." My Louis must have been sad, Janelisar thinks, carefully stitching his son's broken doll. With a gentle smile, he promises, "Don't worry, your papa will fix it up nicely, okay?" But suddenly, Lois gasps, jolting awake in his bed as if from a dream. He looks around in a daze, completely disoriented and wondering, "When did I end up here?" As a voice calls him to eat, he's stunned to see his beloved Toto perfectly repaired beside him. Peeking out of his room, his concerned father instantly panics. "What? Where is my son hurt?" Lois explains that he's not in pain, just that his memory is spotty and he feels overwhelmingly sleepy. His father simply smiles, cryptically stating, "I think it's about time." He reveals this isn't an illness, but the approach of a dragon's sleeping phase, a critical period for growth. Terrified, Lois asks how long he'll be asleep, but his father admits there's no exact time. Lois is struck with pure terror at the thought of sleeping for 100 years. He realizes this isn't just sleep, it's a death sentence, leaving him completely vulnerable to his fated demise. "This can't continue," he screams, his desperate cry echoing through the hall as his father watches in shock. With a fire burning in his eyes, he immediately begins drafting a desperate plan to defy his own biology. His strategy is simple but brutal. Avoid food, showers, movement, and even the sight of his own bed. Determined, he vows to stay awake for as long as dragonly possible, but the overwhelming fatigue begins to take its toll, and he stumbles through the halls like a zombie. Suddenly, his greatest enemy appears, his own father, bursting in with food and yelling, "Louis, you need nourishment!" His father force-feeds him a single spoonful, pleading for him to just eat something while Lois struggles helplessly. And with that one bite, his consciousness fades, and he collapses to the floor as his father cries out his name in panic. Waking up, Lois is relieved he narrowly avoided being force-fed into a deep slumber. He immediately dives into research, convinced he can't let his guard down for a second. He finds a simple list of methods, a desperate plan to fight his own biology. He starts with the second method, pinching his own cheeks with all his might. But the overwhelming fatigue is a force of nature, and his eyelids begin to droop. No, he screams, fighting the inevitable pull of the dragon's deep sleep. His consciousness fades as the words on the page blur into nothingness. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the darkness, shouting his name and jolting him awake. He opens his eyes to find his father looming over him with a gentle smile, asking, "Did you sleep well?" Panicked, Lois immediately denies it, insisting, "I didn't sleep. I just dozed off for a bit." "Congratulations, my son," Janelisar says with a knowing smile, leaving the young dragon completely baffled. The shocking reveal comes, "We're celebrating your 100th birthday, Louis," a statement that absolutely terrifies him. But the story flashes back, showing what truly happened just a short while ago as a voice calls out his name. It's his father, who came offering a snack but is met with a puzzling silence. He then spots him, completely passed out on a book, after his desperate attempt to stay awake failed. A soft smile graces his father's lips, amused that Lois fell asleep reading his adorable book. With incredible gentleness, he lifts the tiny, unconscious dragon into his arms. He carries him to bed, wishing only that his son had eaten more before the deep sleep took him. Resigned, he simply hopes his son wakes up safely from this essential, deep slumber. Gently stroking his head, he whispers a final farewell for the night. "I'll see you tomorrow." As Janelisar sits in quiet contemplation, a sudden sound breaks the silence. An instant later, a violent jolt throws him forward in a state of pure shock. "What the hell was that?" he screams, completely caught off guard by the sudden chaos. His eyes widen in terror as he sees his son falling, screaming out Louis in desperation. He rushes to his side, asking if he's hurt, only to find the tiny dragon completely oblivious and sleep-talking. With a grim expression, Janelisar scans the room, realizing there's no sign of an intruder or a breach. He stares at the wreckage, questioning how a bed made of noble wood could simply shatter on its own. Kneeling beside his sleeping son, he realizes this was no mere accident. This was just the beginning. As for decades, mysterious incidents relentlessly targeted the boy, like someone was trying to kill him. Time and time again, Lois was brought to the brink of death, sleeping peacefully through the attempts on his life. To protect his son, he's created countless magical safeguards, even sacrificing his own life force. Though his lifespan has been shortened, he declares that it doesn't matter to him. For 20 years, he has counted 4,120 separate incidents threatening the boy's life, desperately wondering who the assassin could be. He reasons that the world has forgotten dragons, so how could any being harm Lois without him realizing it? Only another dragon could possess such power, but he dismisses the idea, questioning if it's all just a twisted coincidence. Lost in thought, he admits he has no answers while standing in the silent, empty hall. But then, a massive explosion of dark energy rips through the doors right behind him. He turns, finding himself enveloped in a sinister, swirling aura that is not his own. His eyes glow with absolute fury as he realizes the source, snarling, "How dare those mindless creatures!" Before him stands a squadron of heavily armed knights, their weapons raised and ready for battle. As the knights charge, a wave of dark purple energy surges from the enraged father. With a single gesture, he unleashes his power, instantly crushing the armored soldiers under an immense, unseen force. The entire squadron is frozen in place, completely helpless against the suffocating dark aura. Their armor begins to buckle and shatter as the pressure intensifies into a violent storm of purple energy. The sound of twisting metal echoes through the hall as the massacre concludes in an instant. His face remains cold and unforgiving, his duty to protect his son overriding any mercy. He stands before the pile of mangled armor, the immediate threat neutralized but the greater danger still looming. This reminds him of a past conversation with his father, who warned, "Geniuses will always need to overcome lots of obstacles." Janelisar had listened intently as his father foretold that many trials would befall Lois in the future. His father's final, chilling words echoed in his mind. Like what happened with the first king dragon. Standing over the wreckage, Janelisar wonders if his son's talent is so great that others are trying to remove him. But he rejects this cruel fate, clenching his fist and vowing, "I'll protect Lewis from anything." Back in the present, a long time has passed while Lois sleeps peacefully in his room. The young dragon finally awakens, looking a bit grumpy after his long slumber. He immediately checks his reflection, striking a pose as if to admire his own growth. Stretching proudly, he wonders aloud, "Did I grow up a bit?" But a horrifying realization suddenly dawns on him. 100 years have passed? He recalls the constant danger before his sleep, remembering how he was almost dying every single day. This leads to a confusing thought. "You mean I'm safe while sleeping?" But he quickly shakes off the confusion, deciding that what truly matters is that he's still alive. "Lois, it's almost dinner time," his father calls, and the little dragon happily agrees to come down. But as he looks closer, he notices a subtle exhaustion in his father's eyes, wondering if he's getting older. The thought triggers a dark memory of his cursed fate, making him feel like a walking tragedy. Shaking off the gloom, he cheerfully calls out, "Papa, wait for me," and chases after him. It's a peaceful moment as he tells his father he's hungry, a simple joy he's rarely known. Still, he can't ignore how tired his father looks, a quiet concern shadowing their walk. Meanwhile, in a serene landscape far away, a mysterious white-haired boy stands alone before a massive tree. A powerful energy begins to hum, gathering around the ancient trunk with an ominous presence. He draws a simple wooden sword, his grip steady, and his focus absolute. Then with a single, effortless swing, he unleashes an impossible power that splits a waterfall in two. The sheer force of his swing kicks up a storm of wind and debris. His wooden sword glides silently through the tall grass, a simple movement hiding terrifying power. Meanwhile, a voice cries out, "Master Lewis," as the young dragon is revealed in his new human form. A frantic servant rushes forward, desperately offering him a towel. Lois accepts it with a gentle "oh," still adjusting to this strange new life after a century of sleep. The servant is a tiny, flustered fairy maid who seems completely overwhelmed by her duties. She excitedly praises him, noting how well he's adapted to his human body. But Lois sighs in frustration. "It's been a damn 100 years. Can you stop calling me your master, Finn?" The fairy looks aghast, her devotion unwavering as she insists he truly is her master. Honoring the superior dragons, she declares with pride, "is a great pleasure for us fairies." Lois ponders the meaning of honor, a concept he'd never truly considered. His mind flashes back to a time long ago, just after his first hibernation, when he was still a small dragon. While he was reading, a sudden rustling sound from across the room startled him. The strange noise seemed to be coming from a large gift box sitting on the couch. He cautiously listens, wondering if he's just imagining things. But then, the box begins to shake as muffled struggles echo from within. Suddenly, the lid bursts open as a tiny fairy maid gasps, "No oxygen." Lois is completely stunned by the absurd sight of his future servant emerging from a box. In his shock, an unconscious burst of power sends the poor fairy flying through the air. She slams hard into the wall as the young dragon can only flinch at their chaotic first meeting. The tiny fairy maid trembles uncontrollably after the impact, leaving the young dragon utterly bewildered. As she collapses to the floor, he can only stare in confusion, wondering, What is that giant fly?" Caught in his lingering power, the dazed fairy floats helplessly, completely disoriented by the strange force. Her senses suddenly return in a rush of pure shock as she finally realizes her situation. She quickly composes herself, formally introducing herself as Finn, a royal fairy sent to bring him pleasure. Completely unfazed, he just picks her up by the head before she awkwardly asks to be put down. He immediately questions her strange choice of words, but she just giggles and prepares a grand reveal. With a dramatic flourish and a loud tata, she unveils her special gift for the baby dragon. It's a massive, almost absurd collection of outfits called the Disguise Playset, with options for every race imaginable. But she insists the best part is yet to come, turning to show him the set's ultimate secret. Finn proudly declares herself the ultimate model, a noble fairy who can pull off any outfit. Lois smirks, menacingly asking if he should use her as a living toy, making her freeze in terror. She immediately backpedals, praising him as a holy, great, and wise dragon and enthusiastically agreeing with his idea. But he rejects her with a furious hell nah, slamming the box shut on the tiny fairy. Lois recalls telling his father that while it's the #1 gift for hatchlings, he found the concept of a living doll creepy. As he prepared to send her back, she desperately begged him to stay, promising to do anything for him. She clung to his tail, wailing, "Please don't throw me out," leaving him completely exasperated by her pleas. After all, it's a great honor, as the very first fairy king was the first dragon king's childhood companion. Years later, Finn asks what he's thinking, and he reflects on how the 800-year-old fairy is surprisingly useful. Now in his human form, he simply says, "It's nothing," noting her natural talent for spatial magic as they head off to study. Straining, Finn pulls a massive textbook from her subspace, announcing, "There it is." Lois thanks her, ready for his advanced course on the separation and manifestation of mana. But she doesn't stop there, magically setting up an entire lavish tea party in midair. As they sit outside, he sighs, thinking he'll just have to get used to her antics. Suddenly, their peaceful study is interrupted as the sky darkens and lightning begins to crackle. A few days later, he looks at his tea and mutters, "Here we go again." A massive bolt of energy then descends from the heavens, aimed directly at him. "Master Louis!" Finn screams in terror as he calmly raises a hand to meet the blast. The raw power converges on his wrist as a confident, almost predatory smirk appears on his face. Unharmed, he declares to the storm, "I've been struck by lightning hundreds of times now, this is it." Finn explains he's using an unstable, low-grade thunderstone that's quickly absorbing the lightning. It's already full, Lois realizes, knowing he needs to change it. But before he can act, a massive bolt strikes down as Finn screams in terror. "Master!" she cries out, watching him get caught in the overwhelming blast. He instinctively throws up a hand, unleashing a powerful purple energy field that completely nullifies the attack. Finn stares in utter disbelief, shouting, "A spatial distortion field?" She realizes he just cast an advanced spell, almost Tier 1 magic, in a single instant. Even for a mana-blessed dragon, she thinks with excitement, his growth is just too fast. She begins dreaming of the epic history she'll write for her clan, as he watches her with suspicion. Lois smirks, confident that his studies on spatial shields mean those death-threatening incidents can now be avoided easily. Lois assesses his power, seeing his spatial attributes near Tier 1, while his mind lags dangerously behind at Tier 5. He realizes his desperate focus on survival has caused him to forget his other incredible abilities. But with renewed hope, he clenches his fist, vowing he will definitely survive this time. "Finn, get me the next book," he yells, ready to dive back into his relentless training. Later, while eating, he looks up confused as his father prepares to leave, asking where he's going. Loser calmly explains they are heading to the Silverflower Castle for an elder's retirement. Lois remembers the old man, but his father seems annoyed, calling the grandpa a bit too much. As his father mutters about him doing as you please, Lois simply thinks that his grandpa's friends are his grandpa too. He then asks the critical question, why does his powerful father need to attend a simple retirement ceremony? With a confident smile, Loser drops a bombshell, revealing, "Your papa was assigned to Elder Kurdocker's position." Lois cheers. Wow, Papa is so powerful, making his father blush with pride. But Lois knows his father has also grown, finally achieving the legendary Tier 0 inches dark attributes. This is a power even average dragons can't reach, and he did it at the young age of 4,000. With that kind of strength, Lois muses, his father is basically the final boss of any story. He remembers the original timeline's berserker, a monster known as the Second Coming of the Devil. But Lois clenches his fist, vowing that dark future won't happen after 150 years of relentless training. Suddenly, his father gets unusually nervous, struggling to find the right words to say something important. Lois looks on, completely puzzled by his father's strange behavior, asking what's wrong. Then Loser drops another bombshell. "I don't think I'm going to be home for a while." He explains that while parents aren't usually chosen for this role, there's simply no one else capable enough for the position. Lois processes the news, thinking to himself in disbelief. 10 full years? His father watches on, his expression filled with worry for his son's reaction. But instead of tears, Lois suddenly beams, exclaiming that the time will pass in a flash. Loser is left completely stunned. As Lois explains, a decade is nothing compared to the centuries he'd imagined. With newfound determination, Lois vows to simply speed up his studies during his father's absence. He then notices his all-powerful father slumped in a corner, looking completely dejected. It slowly dawns on him that his father expected a completely different, more childish reaction. Flustered, Loser avoids the question, awkwardly asking if he wants anything else to eat. He even offers to get more snacks, desperately trying to salvage the emotional moment. Lois sighs. "I'm not a child." But a quiet voice reminds him that he, indeed, is. The day of departure finally arrives as Loser stands before the Grand Tower, ready to leave for his new post. But he can't bring himself to go, instead fussing over Lois with last-minute instructions about pills and first aid kits. Lois finally snaps, shouting for his father to just leave already after an hour of the same nagging. "I'm not a kid anymore," he cries, but his father's deep voice calmly refutes him. "You are a kid." With a sigh, Loser offers a final gift, a small pouch containing a natural communication stone. He explains that when energized, The paired stones allow them to speak no matter how far apart they are. Lois's eyes immediately light up with dollar signs, thinking only of how expensive the rare artifact must be. He excitedly asks if this means they can talk even when his father is at the distant Silverflower Castle. The question gives Geneloser pause, a sudden, dreadful silence filling the room as he realizes a critical flaw. Defeated, the all-powerful dragon admits, "Now that I think about it, it doesn't reach that far." Lois sighs, thinking to himself that even the smartest people make mistakes. He puts on a mature face, telling his father, "Don't worry about me and work on your projects." His father, now in dragon form, finally prepares to leave, offering Lois anything from his room. But as he takes flight, he can't stop shouting last-minute warnings about eating well. His final, fading cry warns Lois to never leave the city because it's too dangerous. Watching him go, Lois can only smile and mutter about how stubborn his father is. Yet he understands the worry, recalling how his father protected him from countless threats for a century. Suddenly, a sly grin spreads across his face as he realizes, "I'm on my own for a while, huh?" His excitement erupts as he joyfully declares the entire massive castle is now his alone. But later, while reading, his face drains of color as a dreadful memory suddenly resurfaces. Finn's terrified scream for help echoes through the halls as a sinister voice laughs. "There you are, huh?" She turns in horror to see two menacing shadows with glowing eyes looming over her. Paralyzed with fear, she desperately begs them not to come closer, but her pleas are ignored. A hand suddenly clamps over her face as a triumphant voice yells, "Got you!" Trapped by the laughing figures, she can only whimper for her master to save her. But just then, another hand snatches her away from her captors in a flash. It's Lois, holding her with an annoyed expression as he asks, "What are you doing here?" He glares down at the two shadowy figures, who now seem far less intimidating. The darkness suddenly dissipates, revealing two small children who cheerfully call out his name. They immediately start bickering, blaming their parents for their arrival and leaving Finn utterly bewildered. Lois tries to calm the situation, already getting a headache from the unexpected guests. The older twin, Connie, announces her papa has gone to Silverflower Castle, leaving them all alone. Her brother Khan adds he'll be gone for 10 years, assuming Lois must be just as worried as they are. They cheerfully declare they came to cure his boredom, but Lois can only mutter bastards under his breath. Fed up, he bluntly tells them to get the hell out, shocking the twins with his harsh words. They immediately call him a meanie, revealing these troublemakers are fraternal twin dragons born 10,000 years apart. Lois recalls when his father introduced them, hoping to cheer him up when he was depressed about not growing. At first, he thought they were cute and even played with them a few times, but soon they started showing up uninvited, constantly harassing him while he just wanted to practice alone. Now, with his freedom stolen, he can only scream in despair, "Father, why did you put me through this?" The twins call Lois a meanie, completely oblivious to his frustration over his stolen freedom. To cheer him up, Khan excitedly reveals a toy he brought, a magnificent, glowing purple sword. But as it's offered to him, Lois's eyes widen in shock, sensing something deeply wrong. He instinctively tries to push it away, a jolt of energy passing between them. Now holding the weapon, he stares down at it, realizing this is no ordinary plaything. His entire demeanor shifts as he demands with chilling seriousness, "Where did you get this?" The twins just tilt their heads in confusion, unaware of the sudden, terrifying change in atmosphere. Suddenly, the sword's pommel erupts with immense magical energy, revealing an intricate, powerful seal. "That?" they answer cheerfully. "We took it from Papa's storage." Lois's expression hardens as he asks if they got permission from their father, the elder dragon Carlos. But before they can answer, Finn appears with a furious glare. "You bastards, you sneaked in." Lois ignores her, sensing the sword contains a spatial attribute stone with power far beyond his own. His eyes lock onto the pommel, which glows with an intricate, unfamiliar seal. This a magic circle?" he mutters, feeling the ancient power thrumming within. Turning to his maid, he asks her opinion. But Finn can only guess. "I think it's broken and has lost its function." She admits it's a very high-level spell, something far beyond her knowledge. However, she explains that the complex circle means its hidden subspace must be incredibly large. A wicked smile slowly spreads across Lois's face as a greedy plan begins to form. "Okay," he declares, raising the sword with newfound determination. "I'll test this out myself." He grins, convinced a dragon's treasure trove is hidden inside, vowing, "I'll claim all of it." A few hours later, the dragon twins are completely passed out from boredom while Lois works tirelessly on the sword. Groaning about how long it's taking, they're completely oblivious to the surging energy Lois is manipulating. But then, a sudden pulse of power makes them both jolt awake as Lois finally succeeds. "I've fixed it!" he roars triumphantly, holding the activated weapon high as the others cheer him on. He decides to carefully channel his own elemental power into the blade first, feeling out its immense energy. With intense focus, he pours more and more of his essence into the weapon, causing it to glow ominously. The energy required is far greater than he imagined, making him wonder, what the hell is being kept here? Suddenly, a chaotic storm of dark energy explodes from the sword, completely overwhelming him with its raw, untamed force. The violent energy stabilizes, forming a swirling vortex of pure power right before his very eyes. As he's dragged towards the portal, he realizes with horror, this isn't the subspace, is it? The vortex drags Lois and the twins helplessly towards its dark, swirling center. No, he cries out, completely powerless against the strange dimension's overwhelming pull. A blinding flash of purple light engulfs them, tearing them from their reality. In an instant, the room is left eerily silent and empty. The children vanished without a trace. They awaken in a desolate, frozen cave, a world of nothing but ice and shadow. A strange orb of power materializes in the frigid air, pulsing with the same energy as the sword. The orb suddenly explodes, violently spitting the three of them out onto the icy ground. Lois groans, his head spinning as he tries to understand where they are, muttering, huh? His eyes snap open in pure shock as he takes in the impossible, frozen landscape. What? Before they can even react, the ground beneath them gives way, plunging them all into a bottomless icy abyss. They crash hard into the icy ground with a deafening thud. The group groans in pain from the brutal landing as Finn frantically asks, "Is everyone okay?" Lois slowly rises, his mind reeling as he desperately tries to figure out where he is. A chilling wind howls through the vast, frozen cavern around them. He clutches the sword, realizing they've been trapped inside some kind of ancient ice cave. Suddenly, the gem on the artifact begins to pulse with an ominous purple light, startling him. With a deafening crack, the powerful weapon shatters in his hands, unleashing a wave of dark energy. "Hey, Louis broke my sword!" Khan immediately wails, bursting into tears. He then corrects himself, screaming that it wasn't just a sword, but his precious attribute stone. Ignoring the tantrum, Lois turns to a stunned Kani, demanding to know the sword's true origin. Kani reveals the sword belonged to her great-grandmother, a potential spatial mage, but she nervously admits that's all she knows, leaving them with no real answers. Lois feels cornered, realizing he must understand the artifact's original purpose to survive. Suddenly, Finn cries out, "Master Louis, there's something here." She points deeper into the cavern, where another sword is embedded in the ice. Lois examines the broken hilt, wondering what it could possibly be now. Finn theorizes it's not a treasure trove, but an interdimensional gate connecting two worlds. "Damn it," he curses, realizing his greed and complacency led them into this trap. Ignoring the twins' questions, Lois begins to walk away with a determined look. "I need to know where we are," he declares, "so we can get home." "Come with me," Lois shouts, running deeper into the mysterious ice cave as the twins watch. They venture forward, dwarfed by the immense, shimmering walls of the frozen labyrinth, but their path is suddenly blocked by a massive, intimidating wall of ice. "I'll get us out," Lois declares, refusing to be trapped and summoning his latent power. He concentrates the chaotic energy into a solid cube, preparing to shatter the obstacle. With a powerful strike, he unleashes the full force of his magic against the frozen barrier. The wall explodes into 1,000 shards, the raw power of the blast knocking him back. A blinding light erupts from the newly opened path, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. As the light fades, they find themselves in a strange, snowy landscape, a sight that leaves Lois utterly bewildered. Ignoring the twins' calls, he steps into the unknown, determined to find a way home. The twins stare into the abyss, utterly confused by the sudden change in scenery. "Master, what the hell happened?" Finn cries out, sensing the gravity of the situation. Her eyes widen in horror as she recognizes the impossible peak before them. That? Earth's right fang? Khan questions the name, only for Connie to snap back. "I think he meant left fang, you dummy." Finn confirms their worst fears, explaining this mountain is at the far eastern edge of the winter continent. A dark smile spreads across Lois's face as the horrifying truth sinks in. It means we're fucked. They are just 4 tiny figures dwarfed by a hostile, frozen landscape, hopelessly lost. You see, their world is divided into 4 massive continents, each with its own unchanging climate. There's the spring, summer, and autumn continents, and finally the winter continent where they are now trapped. But their home, the Nakshi mountain range, is on the complete opposite side of the world, in the spring continent. With a chilling smile, Lois confirms they are at the exact opposite end of the winter continent. But his composure shatters as he and his dragon form break down into hysterical laughter, leaving everyone stunned. "Shit!" he screams, wondering if he can possibly overcome a fate this cruel. He's constantly threatened and surrounded by danger. He never even wanted to leave the safety of his home. Then, a far more terrifying thought hits him, causing him to freeze in place. If his father finds out he's disappeared, he'll go berserk and tear the world apart to find him. But suddenly, he remembers the communication stone he keeps in his pocket, a final lifeline. He pulls out the glowing orb, only for it to remain completely silent and unresponsive. Defeated, he collapses to the snow, admitting they can't reach space for help. With his last hope fading, he turns to Finn, desperately asking if it's possible to cross the East Sea. Finn screams in denial. No, that's not possible. She knows the East Sea is a demonic place left behind by evil dragons, a place even adults fear. Even if you are chosen by the 4 elements, she cries, it'll be impossible to cross that sea. Lois sighs, defeated, admitting she's right and that he was just asking. He then asks how long it would take to cross the continent, and Finn guesses about 10 years on foot. The number is staggering, but he realizes he might make it back before his father even returns. Turning to the twins, he shouts, "Listen up, you brats," to get their attention. With a grave expression, he declares that they are in great trouble. He explains they're at the end of the continent, a 10-year journey from home. Connie, however, simply asks if they're just going to fly instead. "So, you really want to get kidnapped, huh?" Lois snaps, but the clueless twins just stare back blankly. He crushes their hopes of flying, declaring they'll have to walk for 10 agonizing years. But a far more chilling realization hits him. In 10 years, his own father will be back. And if they're not there to greet him, their parents will set the entire continent on fire just to find them. The twins' innocent confusion forces Lois to remember he's dealing with powerful, non-human dragons. He tries to explain the gravity of the situation, shouting that their fathers will beat them senseless. But the twins imagine a far worse fate, being denied snacks and toys for 100 years. Lois watches their meltdown in utter disbelief, realizing their priorities are dangerously skewed. Taking command, he announces his simple plan. Get home before their dad's return, and he's in charge. His authority immediately crumbles as the twins erupt into a fight over who gets to be the leader. The twins immediately protest, pointing out that Lois is far younger than them. He desperately retorts that he's taller, but the ancient dragons are completely unimpressed by his logic. Finally, he resorts to a childish tantrum, screaming, "I'm the boss because I said it first." Watching the chaos unfold, Finn sighs in exhaustion, realizing they have a long way to go. They are stranded in a vast, unforgiving wasteland of snow and ice, with no clear path forward. With the roles now unofficially set, Lois stands as the leader, Finn as support, and the twins as the burdens. Having asserted his authority, Lois rallies his new crew, and the twins begrudgingly salute their captain. But just as they're about to set off, a strange sound from the sky makes Lois pause. He pulls out a familiar, glowing artifact, remarking, "It's been a while," as the twins stare in awe at its brilliance. The twins excitedly grab onto Lois, asking if he's getting struck by lightning again and eagerly wanting to join in the experience. He suddenly realizes the 2 ancient dragons have no idea that getting hit by lightning is actually a bad thing. Resigned to his fate, he sighs and tells them, "Just be sure to not let go of me," as they cling to him with glee. They stand before a colossal ice peak, as Lois observes that whatever is coming seems much bigger this time. With newfound determination, Lois rallies his companions, shouting, "All right, let's see what's coming," as they brace themselves. A blinding flash of energy descends upon them, and they brace for the inevitable, earth-shattering impact. But then nothing happens. The world goes silent, leaving the entire group utterly confused in the aftermath. Did the lightning bolt miss? Lois wonders aloud, a sense of unease growing as this has never happened before. Suddenly, a strange new noise cuts through the silence, and his eyes widen in shock as he realizes the real threat wasn't from the sky at all. The mountain itself begins to collapse, sending a colossal avalanche hurtling straight towards them. "So that's where you were aiming at?" Lois screams, grabbing the twins and desperately trying to run for their lives. But the ancient dragons are completely oblivious, cheering at all the snow as if it's a winter festival. Frustrated, Lois yells at his 2 burdens, "Transform quickly," but it's already far too late. The unstoppable wall of snow and ice closes in, threatening to swallow them whole in an instant. Finn can only watch in horror, screaming out for her master as the disaster strikes. "Damn it!" Lois roars, attempting to unleash his own power to counter the overwhelming force. But something is terribly wrong. A strange energy surrounds him as a system message flashes. Disconnection. In a flash, they are all frozen inside a mysterious purple crystal, helplessly swept away by the tide of destruction. Lois and Finn are sent tumbling violently inside the protective crystal, powerless against the force. But the oblivious dragon twins are laughing, enjoying the ride as if it's an amusement park. Their crystal prison finally crashes down with immense force, shattering against a remote, snowy mountain. For a moment, an eerie silence falls over the snow-covered forest as the aftermath settles. Suddenly, Lois bursts from the snow, gasping for air after the terrifying ordeal. "Damn," he pants, collapsing to his knees. "I thought I was gonna die this time." But the twins pop up behind him, cheering. "Louis, that was fun. Let's do it again." Their complete lack of awareness finally makes something inside the young dragon snap. "Arg!" he roars, grabbing the two clueless dragons by the neck in a fit of pure rage. After shaking them senseless, Lois begs the twins to finally grow up as Finn watches in horror. But his anger fades as he realizes the terrifying truth. They're completely lost in an unknown mountain range. Every path is buried, every landmark erased by the endless white snow, leaving them utterly stranded. "No wonder we can't recognize where we are," he mutters, a grim realization dawning on him. But the twins, completely oblivious to their dire situation, start playing in the snow like it's a swimming pool. Khan shouts diving, and plunges headfirst into a massive snowdrift without a second thought. He gets completely stuck, his legs kicking uselessly in the air as his sister watches in amusement. Instead of helping, Connie's eyes light up with excitement, declaring she wants to dive too. With a joyful yee, she leaps into the snow, leaving Lois to deal with two overgrown, idiotic children. Connie immediately gets stuck just like her brother, her arms flailing uselessly in the snow. An exhausted Lois sighs, completely done with the 10,000-year-old children he's stuck with. "Take it easy and get out," he scolds them, reminding them they have a long way to go. He stomps closer, demanding they stop their prank, but gets no response from the buried twins. But as he takes another step, the ground suddenly gives way beneath him, and Finn screams his name in terror. Plummeting into an icy chasm, he desperately grabs his fairy and yells, "Finn, fly me up!" They are just tiny specks, falling into a seemingly bottomless blue abyss. Lois lets out a terrified scream as they accelerate into the darkness below. "When will it stop?" he cries, tumbling uncontrollably through the frozen depths. Lois and Finn plummet into the abyss, their screams swallowed by the icy darkness. The chasm seems endless, a vortex of blue pulling them deeper into despair. Suddenly, Finn screams a desperate warning. "Master Louis! Luku out!" His eyes widen in horror as a jagged cliff of ice rushes up to meet them. He slams into the frozen spire with a sickening crunch, the impact echoing through the chasm. Tumbling off the edge, his only thought is to transform, but something is terribly wrong. A wave of shock hits him, his powers won't activate, leaving him completely helpless. Just as all hope seems lost, two small dragons appear from nowhere, casually greeting him as they catch him midair. But their rescue is just as chaotic, holding him upside down by his ankles with blank, emotionless stares. While Lois is still reeling, the dragon twins land beside him, cheering that their near-death plunge was incredibly fun. Utterly defeated, he and Finn can only admit a twisted respect for the twins' absolute lack of fear. As the shock wears off, Lois finally questions where they are, finding themselves in a vast, frozen corridor. Finn examines the smooth walls, realizing this isn't a natural cave but an ancient, man-made structure. He agrees with her, but a strange and unsettling feeling of familiarity begins to creep into his mind. His eyes lock onto a glowing crystal, and a chilling wave of déjà vu hits him. He knows this place, but he doesn't know how. As Finn asks what to do, Lois urges caution, worried that rushing forward will only lead them further from any escape. But the twins completely ignore him, instantly splitting up and shouting about finding the exit, forcing Lois to scream at them to wait. Suddenly, their playful smiles vanish, replaced by cold, serious glares as they deliver a cryptic warning about ignoring their captain. Lois nervously asks why they're just standing there, completely unaware of the danger. The twins turn to him with an eerie silence, simply saying his name as they stare down the empty hall. "What are those things?" Connie asks, pointing into the darkness ahead. Utterly baffled, Lois asks what she means, seeing nothing but a vacant, frozen corridor. She gestures again, her gaze fixed on something only she and her brother can perceive. Suddenly, the illusion shatters, revealing a legion of armored, shadowy figures blocking their path. At their head stands a monstrous, frostbitten warrior, its single eye glowing with malevolent red light. The horrifying sight sends a jolt of pure terror through Lois, who can only gasp in shock. Before they can react, the creature raises its hand, dark energy swirling as it prepares to strike. Lois stares in disbelief, asking, "What are those?" Trembling behind him, Finn stammers that there's more than one of them. "Master." An entire legion of shadowy soldiers with glowing red eyes fills the dark corridor. One of the armored figures takes a heavy, menacing step forward. Its foot stomps down, cracking the very ice beneath it with sheer pressure. The illusion fades completely, revealing them to be a horrifying army of the undead. Khan scoffs at their disguise. Dumbass. Humans don't have red lights in their eyes. But Lois is frozen in terror, unable to comprehend the monstrous being leading them. The leader is revealed a frostbitten horror they call the Winter General. A tragic legend unfolds. He was once a heroic king who saved the world, only to be corrupted into this nightmare. They've stumbled into the legendary ice tomb of the great hero king. Lois, however, seems strangely calm, musing that it's a coincidence to find the tomb so far from home. But a sudden realization hits him: if this is the tomb, then the legendary item from the webtoon must be here too. Finn cries out Master Lewis as the undead army approaches, but Lois is lost in his strategic thoughts. The monstrous soldiers advance with clear aggression, their glowing red eyes fixed on the intruders. Snapping out of it, Lois calls for the twins, who eagerly agree to fight. A wicked grin spreads across his face as his fear turns to resolve. Let's get rid of them. The dragon twins draw their swords, shouting in unison, "Okay, let's fight." Without a moment's hesitation, Khan leaps over the front line, soaring directly towards the heart of the undead legion. His blade crackles with immense power, ready to unleash a devastating strike upon the army below. "I'll go first," Khan roars, charging headfirst into the undead legion. His sword clashes against the monster's axe, erupting in a brilliant flash of energy. The impact shatters the air itself, but just as he's about to overpower his foe, a new attack appears. A piercing beam of light suddenly lances through the soldier from behind, completely stealing the kill. The undead warrior's head is instantly vaporized by the overwhelming power. Its entire body explodes in a blinding flash, leaving absolutely nothing behind. "Ouch, that sucks," Connie complains from the back. "I wanted to go first." But as another enemy turns on her, a dangerous glint fills her eyes. She effortlessly deflects its massive axe, her own draconic power crackling to life. With a smug grin, she unleashes her own devastating blast, proving she's not to be underestimated. As the battle rages, Lois watches with a critical eye, admitting, "Not bad for those two, huh?" The dragon twins tear through the undead, their strength now comparable to second-tier samurai. Seeing their worth, Lois finally accepts them, but a massive horde still stands in their way. But to speed things up, he smirks, deciding to reveal a fraction of his own hidden power. He invokes a temporal law, weaving ethereal chains to cast a spell that slows time itself. The glowing shackles instantly bind the charging soldiers, stopping them dead in their tracks. A warrior roars in fury as its movements crawl to a near standstill. Its massive axe becomes impossibly heavy, completely neutralized by the time-distorting magic. "They're getting slower," Connie exclaims, wrongly assuming Lois just enchanted their weapons. But Khan sees the perfect opening, grinning as he prepares to capitalize on their helpless foes. "And finish all of them," Khan roars, as the twins surge forward with lightning-wreathed blades. Connie is the first to strike, her electrified sword tearing through the undead warrior with absolute ease. She lets out a crazed, ecstatic laugh, completely lost in the thrill of the slaughter. Her brother Khan mirrors her ferocity, cutting down another helpless soldier in a flash of blue light. Their combined power unleashes a devastating wave of pure energy that washes over the battlefield. "They're exploding, popping like popcorns." Khan grins, watching the bodies detonate from the overload. The dragon twins move in perfect unison, leaping over a stunned foe to continue their relentless assault. "That was the last one," Kaney cheers, delivering the final, decisive strike with a triumphant smile. The last soldier screams in agony, its body crackling as it's overloaded with raw power. It finally erupts in a massive explosion, completely erasing the last trace of the enemy horde. As the dust settles, only shattered weapons remain where the undead army once stood. Khan looks on in utter disbelief, muttering, "Is it over already?" His sister Connie sighs in agreement, finding the one-sided slaughter completely boring. Lois calmly praises them for their work, a small, knowing smile on his face. But with a sly grin, he asks them, "Why don't we try something more fun?" The scene suddenly shifts to a peaceful tea time, where Lois casually sips his drink and declares it delicious. His fairy-maid Finn blushes with joy, happily thanking her master for the compliment. Moments later, the fun he promised is revealed as the twins leap into battle against a new horde in a chained dungeon. Khan's boredom is replaced with pure ecstasy as he laughs maniacally. "Ha ha ha, this is fun." Connie mirrors his excitement, shouting to Lois that this is the thrill they were truly looking for. From his safe position, Lois acts as commander, shouting, "Khan, there are arrows coming from the right." With a casual, "Yep," Khan effortlessly weaves through the deadly volley of projectiles. Lois then warns Connie about a blade from the left, which she parries with a cheerful cry. Suddenly, a giant boulder thunders down the corridor, threatening to crush them all. but the twins simply leap forward, shouting in unison as they slice the massive trap in two. Standing over the rubble, they proudly report to Lois that nothing else is moving. Finn watches in utter awe, realizing that even young dragons possess an overwhelming level of power. Lois, however, remains completely unfazed, calmly stating, "Looks like we're pretty much done here." Finally processing the chaos, a nervous Finn approaches him, asking, "Master, but where is this place?" He calmly reveals their location is the legendary Hero King's tomb, a name that sends his fairy maid into a state of pure shock. Lois explains that this tomb is a dungeon, filled with traps and monsters designed to ward off intruders. But at its heart lies a sweet reward, starter equipment for any party brave enough to reach it. With a knowing smirk, he dismisses the entire legendary tomb as nothing more than a beginner's dungeon, and he's certain they are the very first to ever set foot inside its untouched corridors. "Good, we're almost there," he declares, rallying the eager twins who snap to attention. With a final cry of "All right, let's go," the small party charges deeper into the icy tomb. Suddenly, they come to a halt, the narrow passage opening into a vast, crystalline cavern. The entire group can only stare in silent awe at the breathtaking, colossal chamber before them. "It's so big," Finn whispers, her eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and disbelief. But Connie shatters the moment, screaming, "Louis, there's something big and ugly up ahead." "Yeah, I know," Lois says with unnerving calm. "I saw it." Before them stand the tomb's final guardians, 10 colossal, soul-crushing giants. But this sight only confirms his theory, as he realizes it's just like the original legend. He knows that if they can defeat them, the real treasure is just behind that door. With a plan already in motion, he turns to his powerful companions. "Now, twins." In an instant, their eyes ignite with a terrifying blue aura, their dragon instincts unleashed. A confident smirk spreads across Lois's face, impressed by their complete lack of fear. For dragons are born to rule from above, baring their teeth at those far below them. The twins stare down the horde of giants, not with fear, but with pure contempt. Suddenly, they burst out laughing, finding the so-called bosses hilarious and cheering, "Louis the best." Lois smirks, gathering a ball of pure energy in his hand and declaring, "Okay, let's end this." Without hesitation, the dragon twins charge forward with a battle cry. "Let's go," ready to tear the giant guardians apart. One of the giants lets out a furious roar, swinging its massive axe down to crush the tiny dragons. But Kaney and Khan are a blur of motion, weaving through the attacks and slicing the beast with their energy blades. Watching the chaos unfold, Lois calmly raises his hand, a familiar blue aura beginning to swirl around his palm. He clenches his fist, concentrating all of his immense power into a single, decisive point. A shockwave erupts as the energy bursts forth, striking the giant and freezing it in place. The attack detonates in a blinding flash, a testament to the overwhelming power gap between them. Suddenly, all the giants are trapped, their movements slowing to a crawl as Lois's time magic takes hold of the entire room. Finn can only watch in utter disbelief, whispering with a laugh, "You're amazing." The dragon twins celebrate their effortless victory, exclaiming, "Whoa, that was fun." But Lois is already focused on the next step, chuckling. "Now, let's check out our reward." The party approaches a massive, sealed door, the final obstacle between them and their prize. Connie and Khan can barely contain their excitement, pleading, "Open it, Louis. Come on." With a confident smile, Lois agrees, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he declares, "Okay, I'm opening it." The ancient stone doors grind open, bathing the dark corridor in a brilliant, golden light. The group freezes in the doorway, their expressions shifting from excitement to pure, unadulterated shock. Before them lies a cavernous hall overflowing with mountains of gold and legendary artifacts. Khan is the first to break the silence, shouting, "There's more treasure than in my dad's storage room," as he sprints forward. But his mad dash ends abruptly as he trips over a stray pot, face-planting into the endless riches with a yelp. As Canny and Finn stare in disbelief at the endless riches, their excitement turns to pure shock. But Lois ignores the treasure, walking deeper into the chamber as Finn calls out his name in confusion. He stops in the center of the room, his eyes fixed on something far more important than gold. Before them, encased in a massive crystal, is the perfectly preserved body of the legendary hero King Valencia. A faint glow emanates from the crystal, and the king's eyes seem to open with an ancient power. Finn gasps in terror, realizing the impossible truth. So many years have passed, and yet he's still alive. Lois seems completely unfazed by this revelation, his attention drawn elsewhere. He's focused on the strange, glowing runes carved into the crystal prison itself. "An ancient winter language?" he murmurs, somehow able to read the forgotten script. The runes then project a vision, telling a story of creation where light and darkness were born as good and evil. The vision reveals a world born from chaos, where a distinct boundary separated the very concepts of good and evil. These good and evil beings, unaware of the world below, fought endlessly, causing immense suffering to all earthly life. Finally, the dragons led a rebellion of all races against these celestial tyrants, scattering across the world after a long and brutal war. But as time passed, the memory of this ancient war faded, and the sacrifice of the dragons who stood as guardians was forgotten. However, the hero King Valencia left a chilling prophecy, warning that the dragons who sacrificed themselves for peace would one day return, and so too would the original forces of good and evil, reigniting the cosmic conflict that started it all. The king's spirit then speaks directly to Lois, entrusting him with this forgotten history, saying, "I'll leave you to it." Lois is stunned, realizing this demonic war is a piece of history that never existed in the world he remembers from his past life. Shaking off his confusion, he turns his attention to the final gift left behind by the legendary hero. Before him lies a mysterious tome, its cover proclaiming it to be the Book of Lawlessness of the hero King Valencia. This book contains the life's work of Valencia, a genius who reached the impossible zero tier as a human. Lois triumphantly holds the tome, declaring, "Compared to this book, all other treasures are pure shit." After securing the ultimate prize, he decides it would be a shame to leave the other treasures behind. Humming a tune, he happily begins gathering the glowing blue crystals scattered around the tomb, but as he collects the loot, he fails to notice a strange stirring from the crystal throne in the background. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoes through the chamber as the crystal encasing the Hero King begins to shatter. Startled by the noise, Lois whips around, his eyes wide with confusion and alarm. He stares in disbelief as the cracks spread rapidly across the Hero King's frozen prison. The fractures intensify, glowing with an ominous light as the ancient seal finally gives way. With a final, explosive burst, the crystal prison shatters, sending a wave of energy and sharp fragments flying right at him. That's ridiculous." Lois stammers, trembling before the impossible sight. A massive sword slams into the ground, shaking the entire chamber with its raw power. The legendary warrior slowly rises, his presence radiating an ancient, overwhelming pressure. Lois stares in utter disbelief, realizing the Hero King is truly awake. The king's eyes snap open, glowing with a piercing light that has slumbered for eons. He stumbles back, groaning as the situation spirals completely out of his control. This wasn't in the original story. He panics, facing a variable he never predicted. The king points accusingly, his voice booming with dark energy. "It's not your property." The twins arrive in a panic, Connie screaming, "Louis, what the hell is that?" Lois grimly confirms their fears. "It's Valencia, the Hero King." The twins recoil in shock. "What? That's him?" Lois grimly confirms the legend is a Tier 0 warrior, a power level they can't possibly fight. Desperate, he suggests their only hope is to transform into their true dragon forms. But before they can act, a terrifying pressure suddenly freezes them in their tracks. The Hero King's voice echoes with ancient malice, promising that for the greedy, only death awaits. He gathers an impossible amount of energy, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. A cataclysmic beam of pure power erupts, aimed directly at the helpless children. Lois can only watch in horror, a choked, no escaping his lips as the attack descends. He tries to flee, but his legs are completely frozen, refusing to obey his commands. Is this the crushing presence of a Tier 0 being, an aura so powerful it paralyzes its victims? Connie trembles, completely overwhelmed by the Hero King's terrifying aura. But Lois roars in defiance. "Damn it, don't be ridiculous." Yodi refuses to accept this fate, screaming that he trained too hard just to die like this. A vortex of raw, untamed power erupts from his small frame in a desperate gamble for survival. With a look of pure determination, he channels every ounce of his being into a single point. He unleashes his own attack, a furious blast of energy aimed directly at the legendary hero. As the two cataclysmic powers collide, Lois screams his one true desire. "I want to live." The Hero King's overwhelming force seems to swallow his desperate counterattack in an instant. Yet, through the blinding light, Lois emerges, a triumphant yes, confirming he survived the impossible. He stares in awe as a colossal pillar of light descends, a sign that the battle has changed everything. The clash of two immense powers shatters the very air, and Finn is sent flying by the shockwave, screaming as she's tossed aside like a rag doll. When the dust settles, only a landscape of pure destruction remains. Dazed and confused, the little fairy struggles to her feet amidst the rubble, but her eyes widen in horror as she witnesses the true scale of the devastation. A wave of pure terror washes over her, realizing what this power means, and she screams, "My Master Louis," staring into a chasm that has torn the world apart. Yet at the center of it all, Lois stands within a blinding pillar of divine light. A single, horrifying word escapes his lips as he stares into the abyss. Death! His body begins to crumble into dust, his final scream echoing as he is erased from existence. Just moments from being erased, Lois finds himself completely unharmed, questioning what just happened. Master, thank God you're okay, Finn cries, clinging to him in pure relief. But the young dragon can only wonder, by the way, how am I alive? His gaze then widens in utter disbelief at the impossible sight before him. Even the legendary Hero King is brought to his knees, staring in horror at the chasm that has torn the tomb apart. Louis, look at that, Connie stammers, pointing towards the ceiling with a look of terror. A colossal fissure splits the very roof of the cavern, a scar left by an unimaginable power. He can only whisper in awe. A blade that could split the ceiling of a cave. He turns, searching for his savior, but sees only the stunned Hero King in the distance. And the ancient hero, humbled by this display, wonders in absolute terror. A single human can do this? The Hero King stares in disbelief, realizing his own attack was impossibly redirected at the last second. Before he can comprehend what's happening, a powerful hand seizes his blade, stopping him cold. The legendary hero is instantly disarmed, his sword clattering uselessly to the ground. Lois and Finn can only watch in shock as the very man who tried to kill them now stands as their shield. With a newfound resolve, the ancient hero declares his new purpose. Young dragons protect. Lois is utterly bewildered, unable to understand this sudden, impossible change of heart. Then, the Hero King begins to crumble into dust, offering a final, cryptic warning. Go and be careful. What did you just say? Lois cries out, his mind reeling from the sacrifice. But there's no time for answers as the massive crystal structure behind them begins to shatter violently. Master, we must leave. Finn screams, her voice filled with panic as the entire tomb starts to collapse. Lois whips around in shock, realizing the true danger has just begun. Before him, the very ground where the hero sacrificed himself erupts in a cataclysmic explosion. He can only stare in disbelief as the entire ancient tomb begins to fall apart around him. Suddenly, massive crystal shards rain down, threatening to crush them all in an instant. The dragon twins cling to him in terror, screaming, Lois, we're gonna die! But with a surge of resolve, Lois grits his teeth, declaring this is not the time to give up. In a flash of brilliant energy, he unleashes his true form, transforming into a small white dragon. He roars at the cowering twins, his voice booming with authority. Get up, now! The twins quickly follow suit, transforming and taking flight as he commands them not to get left behind. Panicked, his loyal fairy Finn struggles to keep up, desperately crying out for her master. As a colossal crystal plummets towards them, Lois and Finn can only stare up in horror. But with a defiant roar, he channels a massive surge of energy, refusing to be crushed. He unleashes a terrifying new ability, screaming its name into the chaos. Reality split. A blinding explosion of purple light instantly vaporizes the impossible obstacle. The once massive threat is reduced to nothing but harmless, shimmering fragments falling around them. Staring up at the path he just carved, Lois sees their one chance at survival. He lets out a triumphant roar, a signal to his companions that the way out is clear. Together, the three young dragons burst through the crumbling ceiling into the open sky. Far away, a snowy mountain trembles as the ancient tomb finally collapses deep within the earth. And then silence, as snow gently falls on the now peaceful landscape, hiding all traces of their escape. They crash into the snowy landscape with the force of a massive explosion. Lois and the twins are violently thrown from the impact, gasping for air after their narrow escape. Staring at the crater they left behind, Lois pants, I thought I was gonna die, but the escape doesn't make sense. He remembers the Hero King was definitely trying to kill them. Yet at the last moment, Valencia stopped his own attack, a decision that saved them from certain death. Lois is haunted by the hero's final, unspoken words and the mystery of his sacrifice. For now, though, he can only feel relief that they somehow survived the impossible. He then reveals the ancient tome, proudly declaring, "And I got what I wanted." His fairy Finn suddenly speaks up, her voice laced with worry for their companions. She points to the dragon twins, who are still trembling from the terrifying ordeal. Exhausted from their impossible escape, Lois decides they must find a place to rest. They find themselves in a desolate, snowy mountain range under a starry sky. Transforming back to his human form, he collapses in relief, shouting, "I think we're gonna survive." But a strange sound suddenly cuts through the silence, leaving him confused. He turns to find the dragon twins, Canny and Khan, weeping uncontrollably from the trauma. He admits he was just as shocked, but realizes their youth makes the terror far worse for them. Seeing their distress, Lois approaches the still crying Connie to offer help. "Don't cry," he says, offering them mana pills to recover their depleted energy. He then takes one himself, admitting he's also completely drained after pushing himself to the absolute limit. With a final cry of exhaustion, the entire party finally collapses into the snow, desperate for rest. Exhausted from their ordeal, Lois and the Dragon Twins finally fall into a deep, peaceful sleep together. As Finn watches over them, she whispers, "Get some rest," while the party lies vulnerable under the vast, cold night sky. But with the new day comes a renewed energy, the morning sun glinting off the pristine, untouched snow. The twins, Connie and Khan, are the first to recover, their trauma forgotten as they begin to run through the winter landscape. They laugh and play with childlike glee, shouting so much snow, completely forgetting the horrors they just escaped. While they have a snowball fight, Lois watches on, wondering how they aren't bored of the endless snow. He surveys their surroundings, realizing with a grim expression that they've reached a deserted area with no village in sight. This land is infamous for its food shortages, where terrifying monsters are known to hunt humans to survive. Then why haven't we seen any? He asks, only for Finn to confidently explain it's because of him. She reveals that with 3 powerful dragons present, no monster is foolish enough to even dare approach them. Finn excitedly calls out to a skeptical Lois, "Lois, look!" Connie points to the horizon where a thin wisp of smoke signals civilization, shouting, "There's smoke!" Full of hope, the entire party rushes forward, eager to finally find shelter. But what they find is not a sanctuary, but a scene of utter devastation that leaves Lois speechless. "Oh my God," Finn whispers in horror. "The village must have been attacked." She turns to Lois, her voice trembling as she asks what they should do now. Lois's expression hardens with resolve as he declares, "Let's go down there. There might be survivors." They descend into a nightmare of fire, blood, and the corpses of villagers and beasts alike. He walks alone through the silent, corpse-strewn streets, the scale of the tragedy sinking in. The mangled body of a massive white beast confirms his worst fears. It's a monster attack. "Master Lewis!" Finn cries, flying back to him as he asks if she found anything. She confirms the worst. "No, I don't think there are any survivors," while the exhausted twins complain of hunger. "Let's take a pill and get out of here," Lois decides, ready to leave the tragic scene behind. But the sudden sound of approaching hoofbeats stops him cold. A patrol of heavily armed knights thunders down the street, their presence an unexpected and dangerous variable. Reacting in a flash, Lois grabs the unsuspecting twins just as they're about to take their pills. He violently yanks them to the ground, forcing them into hiding before they can be seen. They duck behind a ruined wall, narrowly avoiding the patrol's line of sight. "Louis? Why are we hiding?" Connie whispers, confused by his sudden fear of humans. "I'm not afraid of them," he answers grimly. "But my deadly situations can mix with random events." The twins question his sudden caution, but Lois urgently whispers, "Shh, here they come. Hide your aura." From their hiding spot, Lois prays the knights will just pass by without noticing them. But the patrol halts as a soldier rides up to his commander, shouting a report. He delivers the grim news. Monsters have attacked the village, and there are no survivors. The commander takes in the horror, deciding he must report this directly to the Archduke. Later, he informs His Highness, who resolves to see the devastation for himself. The powerful Archduke of Canberg emerges from his carriage, his authority undeniable. His man tries to dissuade him, warning of the gruesome scene that awaits. But a firm voice declares, "I am the Archduke's wife. It is my duty to comfort their souls." The Archduke relents to her will as the Archduchess steps out to face the tragedy. The Archduchess of Canberg stands beside her husband, ready to face the grim reality of their domain. They step into a scene of utter devastation, a village consumed by fire and littered with the bodies of monsters and men. The sight is too much to bear, especially the image of a mother shielding her child even in their final moments. The horror overwhelms the Archduchess, and she nearly collapses as her husband cries out, "Madam!" He begs her to return to safety, but she pushes his hand away, refusing to leave. With a sharp glare, she challenges him, "Are you going to make me feel uncomfortable?" Leaving him at a loss for words. He sighs, admitting that even after 10 years together, he can never win against her stubborn will. She smiles softly, teasing that in love, the one who loves more usually loses. Turning back to the grim task, the Archduke confirms the worst. There are absolutely no survivors. But a chilling mystery remains, as he notes monsters shouldn't be this active, hinting that something far more sinister is at play. The Archduke's eyes narrow as he realizes the truth of the massacre. The monsters weren't the predators, but were being hunted by a far superior being. He blames himself for the tragedy, but his wife quickly reassures him, "It's not your fault." Hiding nearby, Lois overhears their conversation and realizes with dawning horror that this is all because of him. His conscience is pierced by the weight of his actions, leaving him stunned with guilt. But suddenly, a loud burp echoes through the silent village, alerting the guards. Lois freezes in terror as the dragon twins, Connie and Khan, pass out from overeating. "Who are you?" the Archduke roars, drawing his blade. "Come out now or we'll cut you down." Panicking, Lois screams back the only words he can think of. "Come out now." Taking the boy's shout as a direct challenge, the Archduke prepares to strike. The Archduke roars, "If you don't come out right now, I'll cut this place down," as he prepares to unleash his power. Hiding inside, Lois panics, realizing he can't just keep hiding from this overwhelming threat. "I clearly warned you," the Archduke declares, his glowing blade ready to strike down whatever is in his path. With a furious battle cry, he swings his sword, unleashing a devastating wave of energy. The attack slams into the building, shattering wood and stone in a massive explosion. Lois is thrown back by the shockwave, shielding his face from the flying debris. Even his fairy companion Finn is sent tumbling helplessly through the air from the sheer force of the blow. As the dust settles, Lois and the twins are revealed, standing amidst the wreckage of their hiding spot. The Archduke freezes in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with confusion at what he sees. "Children," he stammers, staring at the three small figures who were supposed to be his enemies. The Archduchess gasps. There were surviving children. As Lois realizes this is his only way out, thinking fast, he lets out a massive wail, catching the dragon twins completely off guard. He frantically whispers to the others, "You guys cry too, hurry!" A light bulb goes off as the twins finally understand the plan. They immediately join in, crying for their mommy with all their might. The Archduchess's heart breaks at the sight, murmuring, "Oh, how pitiful." The twins rush to her, sobbing about how scary it was, and she instinctively embraces them. The Archduke approaches Lois, his suspicion lingering as he asks, "Are you the only ones who survived?" Wiping away a fake tear, Lois meekly answers, "Yes." The Archduke sighs, patting the boy's head with a surprising gentleness. "You've been through a lot." The Archduke stammers, caught off guard by his wife's emotional plea. Embracing the twins, she begs him, "These children, can't we take them to the castle?" With a heavy sigh, the powerful ruler relents, deciding it can't be helped. He immediately turns and commands his men, "Take these kids and go back to the castle." Lois is genuinely shocked, as his simple survival plan escalates beyond his wildest dreams. Before he can process it, guards are already dragging him away. A grand carriage appears, and the sheer scale of this unexpected rescue finally hits him. But from the shadows of the ruined village, a tiny figure watches them leave. It's Finn, left behind and utterly bewildered, calling out, "Master Louis?" Meanwhile, the children are brought to a place of unbelievable luxury, a world away from the massacre. Lois finds himself in a luxurious bath, his simple survival plan having spiraled completely out of control. How did it come to this, he wonders, realizing his act of being a pitiful survivor worked far too well. He underestimated just how kind the Archduke and his wife were. And now what's done is done. He resolves to bide his time and find an opportunity. But his thoughts are shattered by a sudden shout of his name. It's the dragon twins, Connie and Khan, who gleefully splash water right in his face. The sudden splash completely messes up his hair, leaving him momentarily stunned. Louis's hair looks so funny, they laugh, completely oblivious to his internal crisis. Despite his annoyance, a small smile forms as he thinks, "I'm glad they seem so carefree." But as he brushes his hair back, his striking appearance immediately catches the eye of the castle maids. They begin to swarm the children with compliments, and Lois can't take it anymore, screaming internally, "Ugh, it's so freaking noisy." After their bath, the kids happily agree it's time to change and finally get something to eat. A servant announces their arrival to the Archduchess, who is waiting for them in the dining hall. She's stunned by their transformation, exclaiming she almost didn't recognize them in their new, noble attire. With a kind smile, she gestures to a grand feast, urging the hungry children to eat quickly. The twins' eyes light up with pure joy as they rush towards the mountain of food. They all dig in without hesitation, devouring the meal while the Archduchess watches with a fond heart. But Lois remains wary, questioning how the twins adapt so easily while he plots their eventual escape. His thoughts drift to the one person he can't account for, wondering, where the heck is Finn right now? Meanwhile, deep in a snowy forest, a tiny streak of light desperately cuts through the darkness. It's Finn, racing against time and vowing, "I must return to Master Louis quickly." Finn recalls being captured by giant snow eagles, realizing it's why she lost her master. With renewed determination, she promises, "Please wait a little longer, Master Louis." She then becomes a streak of pure energy, rocketing through the mountains with a desperate cry. Meanwhile, Lois wanders alone through the dark, silent halls of the Archduke's mansion. He freezes outside a door, overhearing a hushed conversation that was never meant for his ears. The Archduchess confesses that looking at the children makes her hear the voice of her deceased son, Renu. Her husband tries to reason with her, insisting that projecting their loss onto the children isn't right. But his words only bring more pain as she cries, "How can you ask a mother to forget her child?" Lois finally understands her overwhelming kindness stems from a mother's inconsolable grief. Suddenly, the Archduchess grabs her husband, desperately pleading, "Please accept those children as your son and daughter." Lois is left completely stunned by the Archduchess's desperate plea. Back in his room, he sits alone, grappling with this sudden turn of events. He wonders why they would consider adopting them as heirs after such a short time. After all, the Grand Duke of Canberg is a ruler of the most powerful country on the continent. Becoming his son would grant Lois unimaginable status and influence overnight. He realizes their offer must stem from the unbearable pain of losing their own child. While leaving seems like the safest option, seeing their grief makes him hesitate. He looks out the window, wishing his fairy companion Finn was there to guide him. But suddenly, a strange noise from the window breaks the silence, making him jump. It's Finn, desperately banging on the glass. Having finally found him, Finn bursts through the window shouting for her master as Lois cries out her name in pure relief. "You dummy! Where have you been all this time?" he scolds, pulling her into a tight, emotional hug. He makes her promise to never leave his side again, and she tearfully agrees. Just then, the dragon twins rush in, overjoyed to see that Finn has finally returned. The entire group shares a moment of pure happiness, laughing together now that their party is whole. But later that night, the joyful mood shifts as they discuss what to do next. "Now that we're together," Finn says confidently, "we can finally leave this place." Lois, however, looks conflicted, admitting he was actually thinking of staying a bit longer. A completely baffled Finn asks why they can't just go now that they have the chance. He explains his guilt, revealing it would feel wrong to abandon the grieving Duke and Duchess so suddenly. Finn listens silently as Lois explains his reasoning for staying, arguing they can gather information while here. But she privately notes how vulnerable her master seems. However, seeing his compassionate side only deepens her resolve to serve him. "If you feel uneasy," she suddenly suggests, catching Lois completely off guard. She reminds him that for dragons, first encounters are sacred, and the Duke and Duchess were his first, so just leave them a simple gift, and go, she declares, hinting at a very specific solution to their childless problem. Her shocking proposal to simply create a child for them leaves Lois flustered until a horrifying thought crosses his mind. But then, a grin spreads across his face as he exclaims, "That's a good idea, Finn." With a newfound resolve, he asks if they should prepare for the next step. Meanwhile, the grieving Archduchess sits alone on her balcony, completely unaware of the bizarre plan being hatched to solve her sorrow. The Archduchess sits alone, her heart heavy with sorrow. Suddenly, her lonely silence is broken as someone calls out her name. The dragon twins burst onto the balcony, exclaiming, "Let's play with us." Surprised but delighted, she offers them cookies, and their cheerful laughter fills the air. From the shadows, Lois watches his plan unfold perfectly as the three of them bond. "I trust you, twins," he whispers, knowing they are the key to mending her broken heart. Meanwhile, the Archduke is buried in his duties, discussing the soldiers' training schedules, but his important meeting is suddenly interrupted by the small, white-haired boy standing before him. "What about your friends?" the Archduke asks, only for Lois to calmly reply, "They're playing with Madam." The powerful Duke stares down at the child, asking, "Are you not afraid of me?" To which Lois simply says, "No, not really." The Archduke muses that this child is unusual, completely unafraid of his intimidating presence. He sees a painful yet familiar innocence in the boy, reminding him of the son he tragically lost. With a sudden smile, the powerful Duke sweeps the small child into his arms. "Would you like to play with me?" he asks, and Lois joyfully accepts the unexpected invitation. The Archduke leads him away to his private study, leaving his stunned subordinates far behind. His men can only whisper in disbelief, wondering how long it's been since their lord truly smiled. Meanwhile, the Archduchess finds herself thinking the children are like precious gems, her sorrow finally lifting. Later, Lois gathers his small team, his expression turning serious as he begins the debrief. "Did you successfully complete the mission?" he asks, his voice that of a commander, not a child. The twins snap to attention, saluting their captain and reporting they had a wonderful time with the Duchess. Lois nods approvingly at the twins' report, then turns his sharp gaze to Finn, asking, "And you?" Finn meticulously details the Archduke's rigid schedule, from his 5 a.m. duties to his late-night training. She concludes her perfect report, and Lois praises her work with a satisfied smile. But Caney interrupts, only to be sharply silenced by Lois, who barks, "Shh! Captain, the twins are completely lost. asking what playing with the Duchess has to do with their real mission. Lois sighs in exasperation, muttering how he can't deal with kids, forgetting he's the youngest one there. Listen up, he commands, explaining that the Duke and Duchess are emotionally distant after losing their child. By having the twins around, the couple's sadness will fade, allowing them to grow comfortable with each other again. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he hints that a history might be written at night. But the twins' innocence shatters the mood, forcing a flustered Lois to snap. Kids don't need to know. So, now, Lois declares, slamming down a forbidden book of alchemical formulas. With a sinister grin, he asks, "Shall we get started for real?" A confused Finn questions the book of elixirs, completely unaware of his master's true intentions. Lois explains he found it in his father's library while researching ways to enhance elixirs in his past life. He recalls being caught experimenting by his father, who scolded him and sealed the dangerous research away. But who would have thought that his desperate struggle against a time-limited life would come in handy like this? He triumphantly flips to the perfect page, finding a one-shot solution elixir for couples wanting a child. "If someone is looking for me, tell them you don't know," he orders the twins before hiding in a wardrobe. Inside the darkness, he gathers his power, a brilliant purple energy enveloping the three of them. With a flash of light, he activates his spatial magic, unleashing its true power with a single word: expansion. A brilliant purple light reveals the secret space Lois has created inside the wardrobe. He surveys his new hidden workshop, deeming the expanded dimension sufficient for his plan. With a sly grin, he declares it's time to begin crafting the elixirs in earnest. Later that night, in the quiet darkness of the Archduke's kitchen, a new phase of the plan begins. A sudden clatter breaks the silence as something is knocked over. A nervous Finn peeks into the room, cautiously asking if anyone is there. Lois's voice instructs her from the shadows as she holds two mysterious pink potions. He gives her a critical mission: sprinkle them only on the ingredients the Archduke and Archduchess will eat tomorrow. But Finn is immediately stumped, wondering how she could possibly know which specific ingredients they will consume. Overwhelmed and panicking, she makes a rash decision, screaming, "I'll just sprinkle on everything." In the dead of night, Finn darts into the mansion's vast food storage, ready to execute her master's plan. Realizing they'll be making bread, she decides to sprinkle the potion on the grains as well. She pours the mysterious pink elixir, her fairy magic beginning to glow intensely. With a powerful shout, she unleashes a massive wave of energy, commanding it to spread. The magical dust settles over every last sack, contaminating the entire supply with the unknown substance. Posing triumphantly, she proudly declares her reckless mission a complete success. With a mischievous giggle, she transforms into a streak of light to report back to Lois. The scene shifts to the next evening, where a tense silence hangs in the mansion's halls. Lois peeks from behind a door, a calculating smirk on his face as he watches from the shadows. He knows that if Finn did as instructed, the grieving couple has already consumed the mysterious elixir. Lois is stunned by the maid's gossip, his eyes widening in shock. They giggle about a sudden love confession, completely unaware they're being watched. Chattering about their plans for the night, they happily walk down the corridor. As their voices fade, the hallway falls into an eerie silence. "Phew, that was close," Lois whispers, relieved he wasn't discovered. He slips back into the shadows, his expression hardening as he resumes his watch. Meanwhile, the Archduke and Archduchess sit by the fire, trapped in a suffocating silence. The Archduke finally clears his throat, the sound echoing in the quiet room. His face is a mask of weary sorrow, the weight of his grief still heavy. The Archduchess remains still, her head bowed, lost in her own painful memories. The Archduchess feels a strange warmth as her heart pounds uncontrollably. Suddenly, a hand grips her shoulder, startling her from her thoughts. It's the Archduke, his presence overwhelming as he pulls her close for the first time in ages. "Honey," he whispers, his voice full of renewed passion, "you look exceptionally beautiful today." He takes her hand, the spark between the grieving couple finally reigniting. Outside their door, Lois hums a triumphant tune, pleased his secret plan worked. But his celebration is cut short when the twins appear, asking innocently, "What's holy?" "You don't need to know about such things," he yells, dragging them away before they ruin the moment. He glances back with a satisfied smirk, knowing he's done what needed to be done. And as a new day dawns on the castle, a broken family finally begins to heal. The Archduchess enjoys a rare moment of peace, commenting on the beautiful sunny weather. But her tranquility is shattered by the sight of her maids frantically rushing through the halls. She demands to know what's causing the commotion, but her staff can only stammer in shock. A sudden, dreadful realization hits her, and she lunges forward in a panic. Bursting into their room, she screams in horror, "What nonsense is this? Why are the children missing?" The terrified maid can only explain that they were gone this morning, and a search is underway. Suddenly, another maid bursts in, shouting that she's found a letter left on the desk. She rips the envelope open, her face hardening as she reads the first few words. The letter coldly states they knew she'd be surprised by their sudden disappearance. It ends with a chilling farewell. We are now leaving for our own path. The letter thanks them for their kindness, wishing them peace from their sorrow. But it also contains a cryptic prophecy. A new fate will soon come to the Duke and Duchess. It asks them to shower this new life with all the love they were given. With a final farewell, Lois and the others walk away, leaving their old life behind. Reading the words, the Archduchess realizes with a pang of guilt that the children knew everything and felt burdened by her desires. But one phrase sticks in her mind, a confusing prophecy about a new life. A few weeks pass, the mystery of the letter still hanging in the air. Then, a servant bursts into the room shouting, "It's good news." The announcement is stunning. The Grand Duchess is expecting a child, a new life just as the letter foretold. Lying in bed, she can only whisper in disbelief as the impossible truth sinks in. The Archduke rushes to his wife's side, grabbing her hand with a joyous cry. Suddenly, the Archduchess remembers the letter, her eyes widening as the pieces click into place. "The new life in that letter," she exclaims, realizing the children had prophesied her pregnancy. She whispers in awe, believing those children were nothing less than fairies sent by the gods. Overcome with gratitude, the Archduke roars an order to open the warehouses and distribute bread to all commoners. Immediately, the vast storerooms of the duchy are thrown open for the people. Ovens blaze as bakers work tirelessly to prepare for the unprecedented celebration. The streets erupt in cheers as the people celebrate the miraculous news. That year, the Duchy of Canberg recorded the highest birth rate in its history. But this unintentional gift would trigger a massive butterfly effect, a story for a distant future. Lois and his companions finally leave the duchy, venturing into the vast, snowy wilderness. The dragon twins are ecstatic, shouting, "I love traveling so much," as they begin their new adventure. While Lois grimly plans for a decade-long journey, his companion's absurd enthusiasm for a 100-year trip already drains him. He inwardly fumes, realizing he wasted far too much time in the duchy. Unexpected delays will only prolong their journey across the continent, forcing him to find a faster way. Connie breaks the silence, innocently asking, "Louis, why aren't there any monsters now?" Khan immediately puffs out his chest, proudly declaring his confidence in catching them, but Lois dryly explains the real reason. What kind of crazy monster would approach 3 dragons emitting a strong smell? The twins comically sniff themselves in confusion before Connie wonders if they'll at least encounter bandits. Lois just sighs, knowing that in this endless, open snowfield, there's absolutely nowhere for anyone to hide. Lois scoffs that bandits won't just sprout from the ground, just as 3 men burst from the snow. The clumsy leader stammers, "Don't move, hand over everything you've got." But instead of fear, the twins are absolutely thrilled that bandits have actually appeared. Lois is left utterly speechless by the absurd timing, while the bandits are just confused. Realizing they're just kids, the leader angrily smacks his subordinate for the foolish attempt. He fumes that he wasted all day in the cold just to catch a few brats. But his man suggests a new plan. How about taking them hostage and demanding money? The leader pauses, a glint of greed in his eye as he considers the idea. "All right," he declares, ordering his men to tie the children up immediately. Just as they lunge forward, a sharp voice suddenly cries out, "Hold on." Lois smirks at the bandits, asking with a chilling calm, "Hey, don't you feel something strange here?" The thugs are visibly shaken, one of them stammering in confusion about what the child could possibly mean. He points out the obvious absurdity of their situation, 3 unguarded children alone in a desolate forest. The bandit leader panics, thinking it's a trap, but Lois casually confirms, "No, there aren't any," only deepening the mystery. With an unnervingly sweet smile, he simply tells them to think about the implications of their predicament. As Finn whispers for a plan, Lois repeats her question, a new idea beginning to form in his mind. Suddenly, his demeanor shifts to pure greed as he realizes the bandits must have a stash of treasure, vowing to plunder everything. The twins, completely misreading the situation, excitedly suggest they go play at the bandits' hideout. Lois sighs in exasperation at their childish nonsense, dismissing the idea of playing with criminals. But then a brilliant, sinister thought strikes him. Raiding their base would be far more profitable than just dealing with them here. The bandit leader explodes at his men, screaming, "I told you to seize them immediately." But his rage instantly turns to confusion at what he sees next. Instead of fighting back, Lois and the twins simply raise their hands in the air. "We surrender," Lois declares with shocking enthusiasm, promising to follow them quietly. He pleads, "Just please don't hurt us." Yet a cold, calculating glint remains in his eyes. And so, the 3 children are calmly led away by their captors into the snowy woods. The twins, however, seem to be enjoying themselves, humming a cheerful tune as they walk. This bizarre behavior doesn't go unnoticed, as one bandit whispers to another, "Aren't they a bit suspicious?" He points out that kidnapped kids shouldn't be so relaxed, acting like they're on a casual stroll. But the leader scoffs, blinded by greed and focused only on the profit from their ransom or slavery. The bandit proudly announces their arrival, leading a stoic Lois into the snowy mountains. Suddenly, a massive, imposing stone gate looms before them, revealing a structure far too grand for mere bandits. The twins gasp in awe, exclaiming, "So cool!" Their complete lack of fear continuing to be unsettling. But Lois's eyes narrow, recognizing the intricate craftsmanship as something far beyond a simple hideout. "Our boss made all this," the bandit boasts, prompting Lois to calmly ask about this mysterious leader. Before he can answer, another bandit with an eye patch brutally smacks him from behind. "Why are you running your mouth carelessly?" The eye patch bandit snarls, terrified of leaking information. He then barks a furious order to throw the children into the prison immediately. With a heavy thud, a wooden lock seals the prison cell, trapping Lois and the others inside the cold darkness. But once the guards are gone, Lois's demeanor shifts, calmly calling out, "Finn, you can come out now." With a puff, the tiny fairy Finn appears from her subspace dimension, ready for orders. Lois calmly commands her to search for anything worth plundering, and she eagerly accepts. Transforming into a speck of light, she slips through the locked door to begin her reconnaissance. Meanwhile, the dragon twins complain about being bored, wanting to join the action, but Lois silences them with a calm promise. "Let's wait quietly, we can have fun later." His innocent facade drops, revealing a greedy grin as he realizes this is the bandit's main base, filled with treasure. Elsewhere in the hideout, the clang of a hammer echoes as a bandit forges a new weapon. He relentlessly pounds the glowing steel, crafting a tool for bloodshed and plunder. The result is a brutally sharp axe head, gleaming with deadly potential in the firelight. Suddenly, a bandit reports back to his leader, revealing the imposing boss of the Blood Axe bandits, Pablo. The bandit leader Pablo asks his subordinate, "Was there much loot?" The man shakes his head, explaining that monsters have been scaring off all the travelers lately. "But we still got something," he grins, revealing they kidnapped 3 wealthy-looking kids off the street. Pablo erupts in a greedy laugh, thrilled at the prospect of a huge ransom or selling them into slavery. "Let's go and see them ourselves," he declares, marching off to inspect his new prizes. Meanwhile, Lois and the twins are feigning unconsciousness in a dirty cell, their plan perfectly in motion. Lois's eyes snap open as he senses their approach, his calm facade unwavering. The bandits arrive, with Pablo looking down on the children and remarking, "They do look quite decent." But as Lois looks back, he's shocked to realize, this guy looks kinda strong. He senses an immense power radiating from the bandit boss, a strength of at least tier 3 that simply doesn't belong here. The bandit boss looks down, but a strange feeling makes him pause. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure fills the room, its source a pair of glowing purple eyes staring from the darkness. The tier 3 warrior freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as he's overwhelmed by an aura he can't comprehend. Lois rises, a knowing smirk spreading across his face as he realizes the truth about this so-called strong bandit. "Hey, you there, chunky uncle," he calls out, his voice echoing with an unnerving confidence that stuns the boss. The child continues his mockery, leaving the powerful bandit leader utterly speechless and confused. With a disarming smile, Lois calmly asks the man for his name, completely flipping the power dynamic. An underling explodes with rage, shouting, "How dare you? This is Pablo." But the man is ignored, as his subordinate stares in disbelief at his terrified, trembling boss. Pablo clutches his head, suddenly feeling chills as his subordinate questions how the boss could possibly get sick. But Lois knows the truth, celebrating internally as his psychological attack lands perfectly. The terrified bandit leader makes an excuse to leave, telling his underling to handle the prisoners while he goes to rest. But a calm voice stops him in his tracks. "Leaving already?" From his cell, Lois waves goodbye with a cheerful smile, utterly unnerving the fleeing bandits. His expression then shifts to a chilling smirk as he promises, "See you later." This is the final straw, sending the boss and his man scrambling down the hallway in a full-blown panic. Just as they flee, the fairy Finn flies into the corridor, confused by the commotion. She quickly reports back to her master, who calmly asks about the results of her scouting mission. Finn reports with a sigh that the bandits' warehouse is completely empty, suggesting they're on the brink of starvation. Lois clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing their targets were penniless and that he'd stepped on a landmine. But a dark idea forms as he murmurs that from ancient times, humans themselves have been the real wealth. His fairy subordinate is completely lost, questioning what his ominous words could possibly mean. "I'll be out for a moment," he declares, ordering a panicked Finn to stay behind and take care of the kids. He insists she's needed here to prevent trouble, promising he'll return soon before turning away with cold resolve. With his decision made, he calmly approaches the thick iron bars meant to imprison him. Then, with a grunt of contempt, he effortlessly bends the metal apart, revealing his monstrous hidden strength. Stepping out of the ruined cell, a chilling smirk spreads across his face as he asks, "So now, shall we go catch some suckers?" The heavy door to the bandit leader's room slams shut. Inside, the bandit leader Pablo collapses into his chair, trying to catch his breath. But he can't shake the memory, wondering just who that kid was, a feeling he's never known. He recalls the paralyzing fear of facing an unbeatable monster right in front of him. "No," he shouts, refusing to believe the great Pablo could be scared by a mere kid. He desperately tries to convince himself he's just lost his touch from resting too long. Suddenly, a chilling voice appears behind one of his men, asking, "What's so funny?" As the man screams in terror, Lois casually greets the stunned bandit leader. "We meet again, huh? How did you get out?" Pablo demands, to which the boy simply replies, "I just walked out." The towering bandit can only stare in disbelief at the impossible child standing before him. Pablo trembles, gripping his axe and screaming at the boy not to come any closer. But Lois just calmly observes the room, completely unimpressed by the bandit's empty threats. The terrified man tries to bargain, offering to let him go if he just leaves immediately. "What if I don't?" Lois challenges, his calm demeanor completely shattering Pablo's confidence. Cornered, Pablo desperately threatens to beat the boy until he's forced to leave. The child only mocks him further, floating in the air and daring the bandit to even try. Finally snapping, Pablo unleashes a furious swing, shouting, "You brat!" But a split second later, he realizes his fatal mistake, having swung with all his might. It's too late to stop the attack, and he can only blame the child for provoking him. Yet the full force swing is stopped dead by just two of the boy's fingers, leaving the bandit utterly speechless. The bandit leader trembles in confusion, wondering why his own hand suddenly stopped moving. "What's wrong?" Lois taunts with a smirk. "Weren't you going to hit me?" The child's mockery pushes the brute past his breaking point, his face contorting with rage. With a furious roar, Pablo swings his massive weapon down, intending to crush the boy completely. But Lois dodges the devastating blow with a simple, almost lazy sidestep. The bandit screams in frustration, swinging wildly in a desperate and pathetic tantrum. His weapon only smashes uselessly against the stone furniture, missing its target every time. Finally, Pablo collapses in exhaustion while Lois simply lets out a bored yawn. "What? Already done?" the child asks, looking down on the defeated man. Broken and terrified, the bandit can only ask the one question that matters. Who are you exactly? You already know the answer, don't you?" Lois says calmly, leaving the bandit leader utterly confused. Suddenly, a desperate voice cries out for Master Lois, breaking the tense standoff. It's Finn, his fairy subordinate, frantically reporting that the twins are bored and causing chaos she can't control. The bandit leader stares in utter disbelief, his mind reeling at the sight of a real fairy. She completely ignores the brute, zipping past him as if he's nothing more than an obstacle. But then she stops, hovering beside the giant man with a thoughtful and curious expression. That's odd," she murmurs, circling him while he grows increasingly nervous under her gaze. She notes that while he definitely smells like a dwarf, his massive size is more like that of an orc. Lois casually explains that the man is a half-dwarf, likely born from a human and a dwarf. When she questions his impossible size, Lois simply shrugs, finding the whole situation merely fascinating. Lois poses a question not for himself, but for the terrified man before him. "I bet you already know who I am," he says with a chilling smirk, urging the brute to remember his true nature. The bandit's confusion shatters into pure horror as a long-buried memory erupts from his subconscious. Suddenly, his mind is thrown back to the ringing sound of a hammer striking hot metal on an anvil. He sees himself as a young boy, watching his dwarven father work tirelessly at the forge. His father's grave voice echoes from the past. "Son, there is something we dwarves must always keep in mind." He was warned of a being whose presence would cause his body to shiver with an uncontrollable urge to obey. The only command to follow in that moment was to run away without ever looking back. Confused, the young boy could only ask his father what he meant by such a terrifying warning. His father explained that while his mixed blood offered a chance, the ancient dwarven instinct to submit could never be fully escaped. The young boy asks his father, "But what if I can't run away?" The dwarven blacksmith's voice turns grim. "If you're in a situation where you can't run away," he slams his fist down, roaring in frustration. "Then you do as they say." He grips his son's shoulders, pleading with him to never forget this warning. But the child is confused, asking what kind of beings his father is talking about. His father quickly covers his mouth, whispering frantically, "Their ears are always open." With a grave expression, he begins to explain that the beings they fear are, the memory shatters. And back in the present, the bandit leader's face twists in pure, unadulterated horror. His mind screams the impossible answer as he stares at the child before him. Dragon? And Lois simply smirks, his gut feeling about the half-dwarf's instinctual fear now completely confirmed. In a flashback, Lois recalls a strange sense of déjà vu while watching dwarves work with his father. As a young dragon, he questioned his father about exploiting them for free. But his father simply smiled, explaining, "This is their comeuppance for what they did to us for generations." He revealed a dark history of betrayal, where the entire dragon race was nearly wiped out by the dwarves. Back in the present, Lois faces the bandit leader, deciding a race that made such a mistake deserves no sympathy. The half-dwarf trembles in pure instinctual terror, screaming, "Don't come any closer." Lois smirks, confirming his theory about the fear instilled in their blood. "So, Pablo, from now on, you'll be my lackey," he declares, as the bandit leader breaks down completely. The once feared boss now kneels and weeps before the small child, utterly defeated. All that's left of the mighty bandit is the pathetic sound of his sniffling. Lois casually pats the defeated bandit leader, asking, "So, Pablo, how old are you this year?" He then winks, boasting that he's about 250 years old himself. But Pablo blurts out that 250 years old makes him a mere hatchling, enraging the mighty and dignified dragon. Shaking off the insult, Lois gets straight to the point with a smug grin. "You'll work under me for just 10 years, he declares, holding up a single finger. The bandit leader erupts in disbelief, but Lois calmly explains that once the job is done, he'll be free. With no power to refuse, Pablo hesitantly asks what kind of work he has to do. Lois strikes a pose, proclaiming their grand mission is bringing us home for world peace. The half-dwarf is completely baffled, wondering what world peace has to do with bringing them home. When Lois clarifies he means the dragons, Pablo can only mutter back, "A hatchling?" "That's right, a hatchling," Lois admits, his tone shifting as he begins a chilling story. He speaks of a naive knight who kills a young dragon, foolishly calling himself a dragon slayer. But the grieving father, a beast of pure rage, furiously destroyed the entire kingdom in retaliation. A terrified Pablo asks if the tale is real, only for Lois to counter, "Do you think dragons will just stay still?" His gaze hardens as he raises the stakes, especially if those parents were two zero-class dragons who have reached ascension. The words hang in the air, leaving Pablo speechless. The implication is clear. Their wrath would unleash an unprecedented catastrophe upon the entire world. Shaken to his core, Pablo finally asks why he's being entrusted with such a monumental task. Lois pauses, a slight, almost cruel smirk forming on his face. Why, indeed, he muses, before bluntly stating Pablo was just the first person he saw who seemed easy to handle. "Because you're the chosen one," Lois declares, leaving the bandit leader utterly baffled. He begins to flatter Pablo, praising his robust physique that looks sturdy enough to withstand anything. He continues, lauding a fearless spirit so intimidating that challengers simply disappear on their own. And with his dwarf blood, Lois adds, "There's no need to ever worry about betrayal. Aren't you truly worthy of being chosen by the dragon?" he proclaims, anointing Pablo as the ultimate servant. But the flattery quickly turns into a proposition, as Lois calls this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Think about it," he tempts. "If you can safely bring these 3 young hatchlings home, incredible rewards beyond your imagination await you," Lois promises, and the bandit's eyes light up with greed. Convinced he's the chosen one, Pablo eagerly agrees while Finn can only watch in awe at her master's manipulation. "So, you're coming with us, right?" Lois asks with a knowing smile, securing the bandit's unwavering loyalty without a fight. With a chilling smile, Lois reveals the true nature of his proposition. Suddenly, a golden aura envelops the confused bandit leader, who can only ask, "Huh?" The energy binds his hands as he shouts in panic, What's this about?" "It means you're putting on the leash yourself," Lois explains with a condescending smirk. But the bandit still doesn't understand the terrifying reality of his situation. Lois reveals the inescapable bonds of blood that force his kind to unconditionally keep any promise made to a dragon. When asked what happens if the promise is broken, Lois casually replies, "Oh, that? Nothing much." He continues with a wicked grin. "Just." The scene then cuts to an empty, ominous jail cell, and Pablo is left broken, lamenting, I can't believe I can't carry on the lineage." Lois stands over the defeated Pablo, coolly stating, "As long as you keep the promise, there won't be any problems." Pablo, still shaken, insists he's trustworthy, telling Lois to just ask any other dwarf about their unbreakable promises. Lois then introduces his new lackey to the twins, formally presenting the subdued giant as their temporary guardian, Pablo. The twins are immediately fascinated, exclaiming, "Wow, he's a giant dwarf. I've never seen such a tall dwarf before." This sparks Lois's curiosity, who asks how Pablo became so tall despite being of mixed blood. Pablo explains that around age 20, he ate a strange fruit, fell ill for 10 days, and woke up stronger and taller. Lois's eyes widen with a sudden realization as he urgently asks, "How did that fruit look?" When Pablo mentions it was shaped like a bone, Lois gasps in shock as a new possibility dawns on him. He immediately rushes away, leaving a confused Pablo behind as he frantically flips through a book. The book reveals the truth. Pablo consumed a grow fruit, a high-rarity, water-based elixir that promotes growth without side effects. "Is this it?" Lois demands, and Pablo's eyes widen in recognition, confirming the legendary fruit's appearance. A sinister aura erupts around Lois as he clutches the book, his eyes glowing with a terrifying new ambition. He laughs maniacally, fantasizing about finally overpowering the twin dragons who mock his small stature. But as Pablo tries to leave, Lois's voice rings out with cold authority, stopping the giant in his tracks. "Returning home will have to wait," Lois states coldly, revealing their new mission is far more important. His power surges once more as he declares their one and only goal, the grow fruit. The curious twins immediately pester him for answers, but he jealously guards his discovery, shouting, "This is mine." Just then, Pablo nervously interrupts, admitting there's a small problem with their new plan. He reveals the dangerous truth. The tree is located in a territory occupied by a horde of snow orcs. Unfazed by the threat, Lois coldly dismisses the warning, commanding him, "Stop the nonsense and just guide us." Despite Pablo's terror, Lois smirks with chilling confidence, promising, "I'll take care of the rest." Their journey takes them across desolate, windswept cliffs into the frozen wastes. Finally, their boots crunch into the deep snow of the hostile territory. Perched high on a ridge, the small group surveys the dangerous landscape below. Pablo confirms their target is just ahead, identifying the sprawling snow orc campsite. He nervously explains that the once small settlement has grown to house hundreds of the brutes. But Lois ignores the threat, impatiently asking where the prize is hidden. "Where's my grow fruit?" he demands, as the giant half-dwarf stammers, trying to remember. Pablo finally admits the tree is right in the middle of the enemy camp, shocking Lois. As Pablo panics that it's been destroyed, Lois grabs him, revealing the tree is safely hidden in an underground cave. Pablo boasts that the stupid orcs will never find the hidden location, which Lois finds fortunate. With the prize confirmed, Lois turns and excitedly calls for the twins to get ready for action. Without a moment's hesitation, the three children leap down the cliffside, eager to begin the assault. A panicked Pablo screams for them to wait, warning that these snow orcs are several times stronger than normal ones. But the fairy Finn simply appears beside him, telling the terrified half-dwarf, "Don't worry, surely you don't think of them as mere children, do you?" She scolds, reminding him of their true nature. She explains that this overwhelming power is why dragons are both praised as the strongest beings on Earth and feared. The snow orcs are left utterly baffled as the three tiny figures charge directly into their heavily fortified camp. Their confusion quickly turns to primal terror as they sense an unbelievable pressure emanating from the children. Before they can even react, the twins leap into the air, delivering devastating kicks that shatter the brute skulls. Khan moves like a blur, his attack sending a snow orc flying with a blood-curdling scream. The remaining brutes can only cry out in confusion, as their ranks immediately start to break. "You guys come over here too," Caney taunts, descending like a bolt of lightning upon them. As the orcs flee in terror, Finn calmly asks the stunned Pablo, "See that? That's dragons right there." But Pablo remains unconvinced, knowing these powerful snow orcs shouldn't be the type to flee so easily. Finn just smiles, explaining the old saying about a rat before a snake, noting the orcs are exactly that. She asks if creatures driven by instinct could ever withstand the noble aura of their top predator. Suddenly, it all clicks for Pablo as a forgotten memory surfaces. He remembers the primal dragon fear, an absolute terror that shatters all willpower just by facing it. Finn confirms it, adding with a chilling smile that they're still young and will only grow stronger. Pablo trembles, realizing the sheer overwhelming power of dragon fear could crush the orcs' will to fight. Just then, one of his men rushes towards him, shouting for his boss. "Ugh, what a bother," Pablo grumbles, as Finn watches silently from his shoulder. His subordinate asks if he's okay, pointing out that the entire canyon is shaking violently. He turns back in horror, witnessing the orc camp erupting into chaos and destruction. "The entire camp, it's being wiped out," he stammers, unable to comprehend the scene. Pablo simply points towards the source of the devastation, his expression grim. There, amidst the carnage, are the three children, unleashing devastating power as Lois stands untouched. Lois calmly gathers a terrifying amount of energy in his hands, his eyes glowing with purpose. With a single command, he unleashes a massive explosion that completely annihilates everything around him. The dragon twins gleefully unleash a devastating combo attack, shouting, "Take this!" Lightning whirl. Their attack rips through the orc ranks in a storm of electricity, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies. One of Pablo's men stares in disbelief, stammering, "Are those kids slaughtering the snow orcs?" He turns to his boss, completely bewildered, asking if Pablo knew about their terrifying power all along. Misinterpreting Pablo's stunned silence, the subordinate's face lights up, convinced his boss saw their potential from the start. As his man praises his foresight, Pablo stammers, completely at a loss for words at the carnage these children are causing. But just as he's about to crack, the fairy Finn whispers into his ear, "Just follow what I say." Following her lead, Pablo puffs out his chest and confidently takes all the credit, leaving his subordinate in awe. He boldly declares, "I asked them to deal with the snow orcs," simply repeating the words Finn fed him. Though impressed, his subordinate can't help but wonder what kind of monsters these children truly are. Following Finn's instructions, Pablo furiously yells at his subordinate, "How dare you call them monsters?" But the tiny fairy immediately smacks him for copying her words too literally, forcing a quick apology. Trying to regain his composure, Pablo orders his man to treat the children carefully, since they are not to be underestimated. His subordinate is left utterly baffled by the command, wondering what he could possibly mean. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a hulking snow orc chieftain lets out a furious roar, ready to crush its opponent. But Lois stands before the behemoth, a child against a monster, showing absolutely no fear. The chieftain unleashes a devastating ground-shattering blow, expecting to obliterate the boy instantly. Yet, the creature can only stare in utter shock, as its attack proves completely useless. Emerging from the dust with a confident smirk, Lois calmly asks the stunned beast, "Are you done?" His hand begins to glow with an immense blue power as he declares, "It's my turn now, right?" Lois unleashes a devastating twin-headed beast of pure energy, completely engulfing the chieftain. The sheer force of the blow sends the monstrous creature flying backward through the snowy landscape. Its body shatters under the immense pressure, utterly destroyed by the overwhelming attack. The once mighty beast collapses onto the snow, defeated in a single, effortless strike. Lois looks on with utter disdain, muttering to himself, "It's boring." Meanwhile, screams echo across the battlefield as the other orcs are systematically slaughtered. The dragon twins move like a whirlwind of steel, cutting down every enemy in their path. After the battle, they collapse in exhaustion, admitting, "Oh, this is tough." Lois praises their hard work, telling them to rest while he heads off for a moment. But as he turns, he spots a familiar, bearded face peeking over a distant cliff, watching his every move. Lois grows impatient, wondering why the hulking brute is just standing there. Pablo finally notices the small boy beckoning him from the desolate battlefield. "I'll go check him out," he tells his subordinate, trying to hide his own fear. He approaches with a forced laugh, stammering, "Did you call me?" But Lois simply turns his back, coldly demanding, "Where is it?" Suddenly, his aura explodes with terrifying pressure as he screams, "I said, where's my grow fruit?" The two stand alone amidst the ruins of the orc encampment. Pablo confirms they've reached their destination, a secluded spot among the rocks. Now on his knees, the giant points towards a cave, explaining the prize is just inside. But as he speaks, a strange noise makes him look up in utter confusion. Lois struggles to enter the cave, muttering, "That's strange, it used to be easy to enter." "You just stay here," he dismisses the giant, deciding to retrieve the prize himself. Without another word, he sprints into the darkness of the mysterious cave. He ventures deeper, his small frame swallowed by the cavern's shadows. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminates the path ahead as he wonders if he's found it. His eyes widen in pure amazement as he takes in the breathtaking sight. The source is revealed a pulsating, ethereal plant, and he screams in triumph, "Hooray, I found it! There it is, the legendary grow fruit, glowing with an otherworldly light. My grow fruit," he cheers, already dreaming of his future height and power. But his celebration is cut short, as a sudden realization makes him freeze in confusion. He stares at the tiny fruit in his hand, utterly baffled. Why is it so small? It's not even half the size shown in the book. A heavy sigh escapes him as he realizes its growth is incomplete, and it would take at least 200 years to fully mature. Knowing an immature fruit means a diminished effect, he's left wondering what he should even do with this prize. Back outside, Lois dejectedly confirms the tree was there, but explains that the fruit hasn't fully ripened yet. "What can I do?" he snaps back. "I have to wait until it's fully ripe before eating it." But Pablo raises a terrifying point. If he just leaves it there, won't someone steal it? The word steal triggers something dark inside him, his eyes glowing with a terrifying possessiveness that makes the giant bandit flinch. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he grabs Pablo's head, declaring, "Let them try if they can." In an instant, a massive, impenetrable purple barrier erupts, sealing the cave off from the entire world. To add a final touch, Lois plants a warning sign at the now sealed cave entrance, which carries a childish yet terrifying curse, promising misfortune for 9 generations to anyone who dares touch his property. Turning to Pablo, he reveals his next move. "You have subordinates, right? Let's use them." The moment Pablo questions him, Lois's glare is enough to make the giant bandit break into a cold sweat, begging to be used as he wishes. Despite the powerful barrier and traps, Lois admits he's still uneasy and needs someone to guard the fruit until it's perfectly ripe. He ponders for a moment, trying to figure out the best way to secure his prize. So, he inspects Pablo's motley crew of bandits, searching for a suitable guard. But the men are a pathetic sight, a collection of slack-jawed goons who look completely unreliable. Annoyed, Lois snaps at Pablo. "How come there isn't a single decent person here?" Still, determined to get taller, he smirks, deciding it's worth the effort and resolves to handle it with some quick, decisive action. The Blood Axe bandits gather in confusion, wondering if they've been summoned for a battle. But their murmurs turn to cold dread when they spot the little monster who crushed their boss, asking why is he here. Suddenly, Lois's cheerful greeting cuts through the tension, startling the entire group. With a confident smirk, he announces he has gathered them to deliver some very important news. As of today, he declares with absolute finality, the Blood Axe Bandits is disbanded. As the men erupt in protest, he casually cleans his ear, completely unfazed by their outrage. Desperate, they turn to their boss for answers, only to be met with Pablo's grim, defeated silence. Lois then calls for his own backup, and the twin dragons appear behind him, ready for action. "Let's begin," he commands, and the twins eagerly raise their wooden staves with a smile. The bandits back away in pure terror, realizing this isn't a negotiation, it's a hostile takeover. The negotiation begins with a brutal blow to the face, sending one bandit reeling. Another 2 are instantly taken down before they can even react to the overwhelming speed. Lois calmly directs the assault, shouting, "Well done, my twins. Aim for their heads." All Pablo can do is scream in anguish, apologizing to his men for his powerlessness. And just like that, the once feared bandit hideout falls completely silent. Inside, the entire gang lies broken and defeated, begging for their lives. Lois simply pats the twins on the head, praising them for a job well done. He then turns to the survivors, mocking them. "See, this is your reality. You can't even handle 2 kids." The remaining bandits look on in confusion, wondering what comes next after this absolute humiliation. But Lois just gives them a chilling smile, promising, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to thoroughly reshape you all." Deep in the snowy mountains, a brutal training regimen has begun for the former bandits. The exercises are so sudden and violent that even the local wildlife is caught in the crossfire. They're forced to dodge attacks faster than the eye can see, slicing clean through thick tree branches. Lois screams in frustration, "Are your eyes just for decoration? Why can't you avoid what's visible?" The defeated bandits can only collapse and beg for mercy, completely overwhelmed by the impossible speed. "TSK, you all are so weak," he scoffs, granting them a pitiful 10-minute break. The men lie broken on the ground, wishing they had fainted just to escape the relentless beatings. One even whispers about running away, but the memory of the punishment for that is a terrifying deterrent. "We're not even soldiers," another cries out, questioning why they must endure this hellish training. But a grim silence falls as they begin to wonder if their lives are even worth living anymore. One of the bandits declares he's given up on thinking, deciding to just endure the daily beatings until they're over. Another screams in confusion, questioning the unnatural mystery of how their bodies recover perfectly every single night. But from afar, Lois watches with a sinister smile, pleased that his recruits are growing up so well. The secret lies in his father's finest potions, which he secretly mixes into their dinner to supercharge their recovery. During their exercises, he uses his mental powers to inject them with willpower, preventing any thoughts of laziness or escape. He even teaches them martial techniques from the books he brought from his father's study, ensuring their constant growth. This isn't just any knowledge, it's basic martial law from the legendary Dragon's Library, a treasure wasted on them. He closes the book, acknowledging this extreme method is the only way to quickly forge them into the soldiers he needs. Suddenly, he turns and declares to the empty air, "You guys are really lucky." Just then, the hulking Pablo appears, and Lois immediately asks how the tasks he assigned have been progressing. Pablo reports that he finished the strange construction, though he seems deeply concerned about its purpose. But Lois simply praises his work, telling him to prepare while he handles the rest. A wicked grin spreads across the boy's face as he mutters, "The lion throws its cubs off the cliffs to make them stronger." Pablo can only watch in confusion, wondering what twisted plan his master is hatching now. Meanwhile, high in the desolate, snowy mountains, the stage for this brutal training is set. The former bandits gather, completely unaware of their purpose and complaining about their heavy packs. "Why are we even here?" one asks, questioning the strange bags they were ordered to carry. Suddenly, a sharp command to move aside cuts through their chatter as the crowd is parted. Their eyes widen in horror at the sight of a massive, menacing catapult aimed at the sky. The machine clicks into place, ready to fire, and the bandits realize they aren't just training, they're the ammunition. Pablo wipes away a nervous sweat, a terrible feeling washing over him. "Boss? Why a catapult all of a sudden?" one of his men asks, completely oblivious to the danger. But before he can answer, a sharp voice cuts through the crowd, demanding their attention. Lois steps forward, explaining that, instead of words, it's better for them to see for themselves. "Now, to the experienced assistant, come forward," he calls out, and Canny cheerfully responds, "Coming." The small girl, burdened by a heavy pack, runs straight towards the massive siege weapon. With a happy heave-ho, she plops herself right into the catapult's launch bucket. The bandits' faces drain of all color as they stammer in disbelief. "No way, it can't be, right?" But Connie simply gives a thumbs up, shouting, "Preparation complete," as Lois raises his hand. With a wicked grin, the young dragon points towards the sky and screams the final command, "Fire!" The catapult fires, launching a tiny figure into the sky as the bandits scream in utter disbelief. But Connie isn't scared. She's cackling with pure, unadulterated joy as she soars through the air. "Crazy!" the bandits shriek, their minds unable to process the sheer insanity of their new leader. Even Pablo is stunned, wondering if this is some twisted form of Spartan training, like throwing a cub from a cliff. She becomes a tiny speck against the vast, snowy mountains, leaving the men below in a state of silent shock. Suddenly, her trajectory changes as she begins to plummet back towards the earth, and the bandits gasp, "It's falling?" Just then, a parachute deploys from her pack, ensuring a safe and controlled descent. The bandits can only tremble in place, their fear palpable as they realize this was a successful demonstration. Lois turns to them with a satisfied smile, calmly stating, all right, that's how you do it." Seeing their terrified faces, he offers a chilling proposition. "What's wrong? Shall I demonstrate it once more?" Lois calls for his second assistant, and Khan eagerly rushes forward for his turn on the catapult. With a joyful scream, Khan is launched high into the sky, soaring over the desolate mountains. Lois watches the parachute deploy, realizing the kid's light weight sent them a bit too far, but he smirks, deciding the distance is perfect for a rapid mobilization before his prize is stolen. He then turns to the stunned bandits, casually asking how easy it was to just fly, whoosh, and pop. The men can only stammer and tremble, their minds completely broken by the insane training method. Finally, one of them snaps, screaming, "Save me. I don't want to die in a place like this." Annoyed by the outburst, Lois simply snaps his fingers with a cold, indifferent expression. Instantly, a powerful purple barrier materializes around the screaming man, trapping him completely. The barrier then violently constricts, crushing him with overwhelming force to make an example of him. The man is crushed flat against the purple barrier, leaving his comrades speechless with terror. Lois calmly tells them, "I know it must be scary, but with a little courage, you can do it too." But they erupt in protest, screaming that no sane person would ever agree to such a crazy thing. Standing beside a silent Pablo, Lois sighs in annoyance, having already told them it was possible. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he suggests that perhaps another demonstration is in order. His gaze falls upon Pablo, who immediately recoils in pure, unadulterated terror, letting out a shriek. Lois pats the giant's back, but Pablo can only stammer, I don't have the courage." Seizing the opportunity, Lois cheerfully announces to the bandits that their boss will be the next to train. Suddenly, the bandits' fear turns to pure rage, blaming their leader for bringing this nightmare upon them. They swarm their former boss, dragging him towards the machine as he screams, "Let go of me, you punks." The bandits turn on their leader, screaming, "It's the boss's fault," as Pablo can only stare in disbelief. His pleas are ignored as his own men drag him kicking and screaming towards the catapult. With a final, desperate cry, the former bandit king is launched into the winter sky. Lois watches him become a speck in the distance, casually noting that he flew better than expected. He then turns to the terrified crowd with a chilling smile, asking, "All right, now, who wants to try next?" For the next few moments, The mountains echo with the screams of men being flung through the air. 4 weeks later, the brutal physical training is over, and Lois sits at his desk, deep in thought. He wonders if his new plan will be enough to forge them into a real fighting force. The basic technique book is excellent, but it's just a foundation, not enough to stop skilled thieves from stealing his grow fruit. To truly prepare them, he needs to teach them something far more advanced, and the only book he has is one he's been hesitant to use. He holds the legendary Hero King's Book of Martial Arts, the only advanced text he has. But the problem is the ancient theory is so impossibly complex he can't understand a word. Frustrated and out of time, he desperately needs to find a suitable, advanced technique book. Suddenly, the twins sneak up behind him, startling him by asking what he's doing. Khan points at the tome with a bored expression, saying martial books are no fun. But when Lois asks if they've seen one like it, they cheerfully exclaim their dad's study is full of them. A brilliant idea strikes him as he asks if they happen to have any memorized. Connie proudly boasts she's memorized 5, but Khan immediately retorts that he's memorized 10. Their childish rivalry escalates, with their numbers jumping from 20 to 100 in a flash. Lois smirks, realizing that among the countless books these immature dragons have memorized, there must be a perfect one. Lois calmly steps in. Instead of arguing like this, why don't we just write them down and compare? He masterfully turns their rivalry into a bet on who can produce the most valuable techniques. The bait is taken instantly as the twins roar with excitement. A bet? Okay, let's do it. Smirking to himself, he watches them work, thinking how easily the ancient dragons fell for his simple trap. As the candle flickers and goes out, an impossible amount of work is completed in mere moments. Just as he finishes his own preparations, a sudden declaration of done startles him. The twins burst in carrying impossibly large stacks of paper, already arguing over who won. He can only stare in disbelief at the mountain of knowledge they produced, asking, "You're done already?" Taking the pages, he wonders if it's all just sloppy nonsense written in a childish rush to win. But as his eyes scan the first page, his expression shifts to pure shock at what he's just uncovered. The twins proudly present their impossible stacks of transcribed knowledge, surrounding Lois with their monumental effort. His shock is palpable, as he realizes they've perfectly transcribed the contents of more than 11 martial books from memory. The twins press him for a verdict, Connie certain of her victory as she asks, "Who won?" "No, Khan won," he yells, their argument instantly escalating into a chaotic brawl. Lois silences their squabble with a single, booming declaration. "This round is a tie." He explains that while Connie wrote more, producing an extra 6 books, the martial technique Khan wrote is vastly more superior, giving him the edge in quality. At that moment, Finn flies in to report, "Master Louis, I've completed all the tasks you assigned." With the advanced martial technique in hand, a smirk forms as he thinks, "Now, shall we start preparing for the grand finale?" 2 weeks later, the stage is set in a desolate wasteland, a grim omen for what's to come. A commander's voice roars "Attention" across the desolate training ground. The once unruly Blood-Axe bandits instantly snap into perfect formation, their transformation complete. Their one-eyed leader then bellows the next command for all to hear. "Everyone salute." With a unified battle cry, the entire troop turns to face the small boy watching from above. Lois observes them with a cold, satisfied smirk, his grand plan falling perfectly into place. Just weeks ago, these men were nothing more than a sullen, undisciplined mob. They were a disorganized rabble, completely unaware of the brutal fate that awaited them. "I'm very satisfied," Lois declares, commending them for surviving 6 weeks of hell without a single dropout. In response, the newly forged soldiers let out a thunderous roar of absolute loyalty. Now, he finally poses the question they've all been dying to ask. Why did they have to undergo such hellish training? That is, Lois begins, a chilling smirk spreading across his face as he prepares to reveal their true purpose. Suddenly, a blinding flash of golden light erupts from the sky, engulfing the entire training ground. What? The men cry out, completely stunned by the overwhelming surge of divine energy. Their shock turns to pure terror as they stare up at the impossible figure materializing before them. A colossal, angelic being clad in radiant white and gold armor descends from the heavens, its presence dwarfing everything. "My goodness," the one-eyed leader stammers, his face pale with dread. "What in the world is that?" The armored entity looks down upon them, its gaze filled with an ancient and terrifying authority. It towers over the newly forged army, an entity of unimaginable power, ready to pass judgment. Then, a voice echoes directly into their minds. "You have been chosen by me, God of War Kalos." The soldiers can only stare in utter disbelief, the name of a literal god hanging in the air. The bandits stare in utter disbelief, asking, "Are you saying we're chosen by the God of War Kalos?" This was a being from ancient legends, a god who built mountains from the corpses of demons. Faced with such an overwhelming divine presence, the notorious Blood Axe bandits are completely shaken. But at that very moment, the truth behind this glorious being begins to unravel. Inside the construct, Lois is frantically maintaining a massive spell, screaming, "Busy! I'm busy! This entire god is just a grand illusion, a trick of light refraction and spatial magic." Suddenly, the complex spell begins to glitch and fall apart as he cries out, "Damn it!" As a hole appears, he yells for backup, and the twins shout, "We'll cover it with lightning!" Khan immediately unleashes a torrent of crackling electrical energy to seal the breach. The lightning surges into the illusion, desperately patching the hole in their divine puppet. "Good job, twins," Lois shouts, as they patch the illusion with crackling lightning. He then focuses his own immense power, preparing to expand the illusion's atmospheric presence with a new attribute. Suddenly, the divine puppet speaks directly to him, a booming voice declaring, "Indeed, you have been chosen." The god figure delivers a grand prophecy, warning of a future disaster and anointing them as the light against the darkness. The bandits are completely captivated, their eyes gleaming with awe as the god calls them to become the sword that condemns evil. But behind the scenes, Lois smirks, weaving a mental technique to permanently engrave this divine message into their minds. The illusion reaches out, unleashing a pulse of raw power, as Lois shouts the command, "Engrave." Glowing runes instantly envelop the bandits, the mental magic seizing control of their very will. They fall to their knees in absolute devotion, crying out, "We believe in you, O God of War Kalos." With his new army secured, Lois turns to his final accomplice, yelling, "Finn, now!" As the fairy readies herself for the next phase. Finn darts towards a tiny, barren sapling, ready to enact the final part of the plan. She pours out every last drop of a special growth accelerator that Master Lois personally created. Instantly, the sapling surges with vibrant energy as Finn gasps, "Oh, it works!" In a flash of light, the tiny plant explodes into a colossal, magnificent tree. The newly converted bandits stare in utter disbelief, screaming that it's a miracle from their god. The divine illusion of Kalos gestures to the tree, his voice booming, "This is a proof of my promise to you." He then turns to the men, declaring that this will also be a trial to prove their worth. The bandits are left completely bewildered, wondering what this divine test could possibly be. But from the shadows, Lois gives the real command, "Pablo, now!" And the half-dwarf grimly accepts his role. With a thunderous roar, Pablo unleashes his immense strength, ready to complete the impossible trial. Pablo smashes his hammer into the rock face with earth-shattering force. Again and again, he strikes, determined to carve a path through the mountain itself. The stone gives way, revealing a dark opening within the cliffside. He has forged the entrance to the Cave of Trial, a test of their newfound faith. The illusory god promises blessings and rewards to any who can conquer the trial. His words ignite a fire in the hearts of the bandits, who roar his name in worship. But behind the scenes, Lois reveals the true prize, powerful, martial, and spiritual books he personally selected. However, the path to this power is lined with deadly traps designed by Pablo himself. The god gives his final command, promising to return as long as the miracle tree stands. With a final, chilling instruction to believe and wait, the divine illusion begins to fade. As the divine light fades, the bandits stand in stunned silence, witnessing the departure of their new god. Confusion gives way to a dawning realization for one man, who mutters, "I see." But another's eyes burn with fanaticism, declaring, "We are the chosen beings. All our hardships were a test for this moment." His words ignite the crowd, their voices roaring in a unified chant, hailing the great god of war, Kalos. From a cliff above, Lois watches the scene with cold satisfaction, the puppet master observing his perfectly manipulated army. A smug grin spreads across his face as he thinks to himself, it was a perfect finale. Meanwhile, his companions celebrate the successful deception, with the twins begging Lois to perform the grand illusion again. Only Pablo remains silent and unimpressed, disturbed by the childish glee of the powerful beings beside him. He understands the terrifying truth. The bandits must now believe they are holy warriors chosen by a god, and they will willingly die to protect the sacred tree, turning this entire land into their fanatical holy ground. Pablo pities the brainwashed bandits, realizing they're now just guard dogs. But a horrifying thought strikes him. If they're the dogs, then he's the one being dragged on the leash. Overwhelmed by his cruel fate, he collapses until Lois impatiently yells, "Pablo, we're leaving now." Dejectedly, the giant man shuffles forward, completely subservient to the small child's command. As the twins ask about their destination, Lois simply promises them a journey to a more fun place. Their next stop is revealed to be the ethereal Silver Flower Castle, a fortress floating amongst the stars. Meanwhile, inside the castle, Lois's father Genelliser stares out into the void, lost in thought. He can't help but worry, wondering to himself if his son is even eating properly. A wave of regret washes over him as he admits, I shouldn't have left Lois alone. But his solemn moment is shattered by his own father, as Genelliser fumes about being stuck with these duties. Genelliser stands in silence, his back turned to the world as he contemplates his next move. Suddenly, his resolve hardens as he decides, let's just go. He storms away from a mountain of tasks, believing one day away won't matter. But his escape is cut short when a voice questions, why are you in such a hurry? A mysterious man with a sinister grin taunts him, you aren't planning on running away from your sacred duty, are you? Genelliser freezes, caught completely off guard by the unexpected interruption. He tries to play it cool, stammering, running away? What are you doing here? The man is revealed to be Carlos, a zero-level dragon with the lighting attribute and the twins' father. Carlos just laughs it off, casually remarking, oh, nothing much, I was just watching. Annoyed, Genelliser glares back at him and demands, stop bothering me and go. Annoyed, Genelliser demands to know why Carlos is still here, but the silver-haired dragon just hums nonchalantly. You looked bored, so I thought I'd entertain you, Carlos teases. But Genelliser snaps back that Carlos is the one who's truly bored. Carlos then reveals a crystal ball showing Lois, asking with a knowing smirk, were you worried about Louis again? Genelliser falls completely silent, his troubled expression confirming everything. You were planning to sneak off to see Louis, weren't you? Carlos accuses, catching the dark-haired dragon completely off guard. Flustered, Genelliser stammers a denial, but Carlos just laughs at his pathetic attempt to lie. His tone turns serious as he reminds him that leaving during the succession is forbidden, asking what he'd do if caught. With a heavy sigh, Genelliser admits the elders would notice, resigning himself to the inevitable consequences. You're so hopeless, Carlos sighs, prompting Genelliser to deflect. Aren't you worried about your kids too? But Carlos looks genuinely confused, stating he isn't worried about Khan and Connie at all, leaving Genelliser utterly baffled. Carlos reveals he told his kids they could visit Lois anytime, since they adore him so much. Louis isn't just an ordinary dragon, is he? Carlos taunts, making Genelliser flinch in annoyance. He calmly points out Genelliser's overprotective nature, knowing full well that Lois is anything but ordinary. He's a remarkable child born with 4 attributes, Carlos explains. A prodigy almost like a holy dragon. You're blessed, you punk, he yells, leaving the worried father stammering that it's true. With a grin, he tells Genelliser to stop worrying and focus on the succession, suggesting Lois is enjoying his freedom. He then adds not to worry about the twins, as he's already told them to listen to Lois well. The twins' personalities are just like yours, Genelliser groans, knowing they'll be a handful as Carlos just laughs. It's obvious they'll cause trouble, so he gave them a simple order. Leave everything for Lois to handle. With a final burst of laughter, he declares that while his kids might manage, Lois will handle everything perfectly, driving Genelliser mad. Carlos smirks, confident that Lois is the perfect training for his troublemaking kids. But just as he speaks, a massive explosion suddenly rocks the distant castle walls. Meanwhile, far away on the surface, Lois's party journeys through the snow as his name is called out. Stop calling me, you two! Lois snaps, completely fed up with the constant pestering. The twins pout, knowing he'll ignore them otherwise, and he reluctantly gives in with a sigh. Giggling victoriously, they immediately swarm him in a tight hug, much to his annoyance. Can you guys give me some space? He pleads, struggling against their overwhelming affection. The sudden commotion startles their horse, which rears back with a loud, panicked neigh. Pablo quickly grabs the reins, expertly calming the powerful steed with a firm command. He then turns to his master, proudly announcing, I have prepared the carriage as you requested. Lois praises the horse, relieved they can finally travel comfortably on their long journey. He immediately asks his guide, Pablo, where is the closest port to the west from here? Pablo points to their destination on the map, the bustling port city of Lufthagen. Is that so? How long will it take to get there? Lois asks, expecting a simple answer. But Pablo's estimate is grim, warning that with frequent snowstorms, the journey could take an entire year. A year, Lois is stunned by the massive delay, realizing any unforeseen problem could make it even longer. Is there any way to get there faster? He presses, but his loyal servant seems hesitant. In the unforgiving winter continent, Pablo explains, there are no shortcuts. Horse-drawn carriages are the absolute fastest way. Stuck in this frozen wasteland for a year with no other options. Lois realizes this is a troublesome situation. Just as he's lost in thought, Pablo interrupts him. Master Louis? Catching his attention with a new thought. Pablo hesitantly asks his master a critical question. Is it possible for you to contact the other dragons? Lois flinches in surprise as Pablo quickly backpedals, certain his master must have already considered it. He awkwardly suggests that if Lois knows any dragons on this continent, perhaps he could ask them for a ride home. The simple idea hits Lois like a lightning bolt, a sudden spark of hope in his eyes. Surely there must be other dragons hiding somewhere in this vast, frozen wasteland who could help. But Lois crushes that hope with a quiet murmur. But there are no dragons leaving, Pablo utterly confused. I said there are no dragons I know of, he clarifies, his own frustration growing. Desperate, he turns to his last resort, shouting, Finn, do you happen to know someone? The fairy can only look away, admitting she also knows nothing about the dragons in this region. And just as he expected, the twins shout in unison, We don't know either, leaving their party completely stranded. Lois realizes that finding another dragon is the only way to shorten their grueling return schedule. But the problem remains. Where in this vast, frozen wasteland could one possibly be hiding? A spark of hope ignites as he turns to Pablo, desperately asking if the former bandit knows any local legends. The half-dwarf recalls a few tales, suggesting they head west to a city where they can gather more information. Great, Lois grins, his determination renewed. Let's leave right away. And so their new quest begins, a frantic search for the dragons of the continent. They travel for hours, the setting sun casting long shadows across the endless snow. As dusk finally settles, Pablo skillfully brings their speeding carriage to a halt. He warns them that with the city still far off, it's safer to make camp for the night. Soon, the warmth of a crackling fire pushes back the biting cold of the lonely mountain pass. The party gathers around the fire as Pablo roasts some meat for dinner. The sound of it sizzling fills the cold night air, promising a warm meal. Whoa, looks delicious, the twins exclaim, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Khan impatiently asks when it will be ready, but Pablo calmly tells him to wait a little longer. The half-dwarf adds a final dash of seasoning with a practiced hand. There, it's ready, he announces, presenting the perfectly cooked meal to the delighted twins. Pablo then offers a piece to his master, urging Lois to try some as well. Lois takes a bite, his eyes widening in genuine surprise at the unexpected flavor. He can't help but praise the cooking, admitting the meat is seasoned perfectly. But with the meal enjoyed, Lois's focus snaps back to their mission. You mentioned a dragon appeared at Cash Tower? Pablo begins telling a story he heard from a hunter about a monster believed to be a dragon that appeared 20 years ago. But before he can continue, he's suddenly smacked hard on the head with a sickening crack. Lois angrily grabs his beard, scolding him for speaking of a dragon so casually. He then kicks the half-dwarf's leg, demanding a proper apology for his sloppy report. Unleashing a terrifying aura, Lois commands him, Say it again properly. Terrified, Pablo quickly corrects his story, describing a noble creature that was sighted in a village. It was a terrifying beast, the size of a house whose roar alone struck fear into the hearts of the villagers. Lois remains unimpressed, dismissing the information as just another weak rumor. But Pablo adds a crucial detail. A lord dispatched a large force with specialized mercenaries to investigate. The half-dwarf nervously admits that since the troops were sent out, none of them ever returned. The entire dispatched force was presumed to be wiped out, leaving only a field of blood and shattered steel. Pablo continues, explaining that people kept disappearing near the mountain, turning it into a forbidden, feared territory. Lois considers the facts. A creature thought to be a dragon was seen, and the large investigation force vanished without a trace. Since their path leads west anyway, he concludes there must be something worth investigating in that direction. He wonders if it's truly a dragon, or some other monster powerful enough to annihilate an army, questioning if the risk is worth it. But his thoughts are suddenly interrupted as he senses an unexpected presence nearby. What's wrong? Pablo asks, but Lois calmly states, Someone's coming. Pablo tenses, asking if it's a monster, but Lois clarifies it's a single person approaching them. Stepping forward with his axe, the half-dwarf declares, Leave it to me, I'll handle it. He then roars into the blizzard, demanding the stranger show themselves immediately. The silent, snowy forest holds its breath as a presence draws near. But Lois stops his guardian, calmly stating, You don't have to be so guarded. Out of the blizzard, a lone figure in a green cloak emerges from the trees. He walks directly towards them, his intentions completely unknown. The man reveals himself. My name is Jacob Truegun, explaining he was simply drawn by their light. That name freezes Lois in place, a flicker of dangerous recognition in his eyes. Unaware, Pablo gruffly rejects the man's request for warmth, citing the children's safety. Jacob glances at the twins by the fire, seemingly understanding the rejection without protest. With a polite apology, he turns to leave, disappearing back into the darkness. While Pablo seeks praise, Lois can only mutter the name, realizing they may have just met someone they absolutely shouldn't have. Lois shouts the name in utter disbelief, the single word echoing with a terrifying significance. "Bring him back here right away," he commands a completely bewildered Pablo. Shoving the giant forward with all his might, Lois's sheer panic forces his guardian to obey, because if this man is the true gun he fears, then letting him disappear into the night is an unthinkable mistake. He recalls a chilling prophecy. The genius druid Ravina, the warrior fated to kill his father, shares that very name. Moments later, a flustered Pablo awkwardly welcomes the stranger back to their fire, who gratefully accepts the warmth. Lois stares intently at their guest, prompting Jacob to innocently ask if there's something on his face. With a disarming smile, Lois probes him. "Seeing you traveling alone in such a remote place, it seems you have a great skill." But Jacob just laughs, cryptically replying that while he is alone, he's not really alone. He then leans in with a chilling smile, locking eyes with the young dragon and asking, "Are you curious?" Jacob plays a haunting melody, unleashing a strange power that ripples through the camp. Lois immediately recognizes the energy signature, realizing it's the faint but unmistakable mana of the mind attribute. Pablo looks to the sky, confused by a strange flapping sound growing louder from the darkness above. His confusion instantly turns to sheer terror as he recognizes the approaching silhouette. "A six-winged bloodbird?" he screams, his voice trembling as the legendary monster descends upon them. The creature's massive talons slam into the ground, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. It looms over them, a terrifying predator whose glowing eyes promise only death. The bird unleashes a deafening, soul-shattering screech that echoes through the frozen forest. The sonic blast throws Pablo backward, the sheer force of it nearly knocking him unconscious. But Jacob calmly places a hand on his shoulder, smiling as he says, "It's all right," revealing he is the master of this beast. Jacob casually reveals the terrifying creature is his summon, Minky, leaving Lois stunned by the name. Pablo is in disbelief, questioning how anyone could tame a legendary beast that rivals even fully grown wyverns. "This little one has been under my care since it was a hatchling," Jacob explains, petting the monster's beak. When asked if he's a druid, Jacob humbly confirms it, claiming he's still inexperienced. But Lois freezes, realizing the terrifying implication of a druid with the surname Truegun. He wonders if this smiling man could truly be the ancestor of Ravina, his father's future killer. Lois immediately begins his interrogation, asking Jacob if he's married, much to the man's confusion. He presses further, desperately asking about any siblings or cousins who might carry the family name. But Jacob crushes that hope, revealing he's an only child and only he and his father carry the Truegun name. With a flash of determination, Lois realizes he's found him the ancestor of his father's fated enemy. Lois plays innocent, telling the confused druid he's just curious with a chilling smile. But a dark thought crosses his mind. Rather than killing him, he'll just ensure he never has descendants. Unaware of this cold calculation, Pablo kindly invites the man to sit by their fire. The druid is left completely bewildered by the sudden hospitality after such a strange interrogation. Suddenly, the twins marvel at the massive bird Jacob has summoned, completely oblivious to the tension. "Don't get too close." Jacob panics, desperately warning them away from the dangerous creature. But the dragon twins completely ignore him, delighting in how fluffy the monster's feathers are. Lois sternly pulls them back, scolding them for touching a stranger's pet without permission. Then, turning to the beast, an immense and terrifying purple aura erupts from his eyes. The giant creature shrieks in absolute terror, instantly recognizing the overwhelming presence of a true dragon. "Watch out!" Jacob screams, completely powerless as his monster is brought to its knees. The six-winged bloodbird crashes to the ground, paralyzed by an instinctual, primal fear. Yet Lois simply pets the whimpering beast, cooing, "Ah, good boy," leaving its master speechless. While Jacob is frozen in shock, Caney joyfully burrows into the monster's feathers, wanting it as a pillow. The twins begin playing on the creature, forcing Jacob to ask Pablo, "What in the world are these kids?" Pablo can only offer a weak lie under the starry sky, claiming they're his nephews. After a tense night, the sun finally rises, casting a new light on their strange party. As the group prepares to leave, Pablo stretches, ready for the day's travel. Jacob gratefully accepts their offer to travel together, feeling he can never repay their kindness. But Lois whispers a chilling command to Pablo. "Make him join us, no matter what." Jacob assures them his massive summon will follow on its own, no leash required. A tiny voice from the carriage snaps Pablo to attention. "Uncle, it's time to depart." With a sharp cry, the giant bird takes to the skies, shadowing their path from above. Pablo cracks the reins, urging the horses forward into the snowy wilderness. Their small carriage cuts a lonely path through the vast, silent forest. Inside, the strange new party travels onward, The ancient dragons disguised as mere children. Lois breaks the quiet, his innocent question hiding a much deeper motive. By the way, where are you going? The druid reveals his destination is a mountain called Cash Tower, and Lois's eyes gleam with interest. Even Pablo seems curious, asking why he would travel to such a remote place. Jacob simply smiles, a hint of destiny in his voice as he begins to explain. Because on that mountain, there might exist something that will fulfill my dream. Lois's eyes narrow with suspicion, sensing the druid's true, dangerous ambition. With a nervous tremor, Jacob prepares to reveal his lifelong goal. My dream, he shouts, is to tame a dragon. The absurd declaration sends a jolt of fury through the carriage, enraging the hidden dragons. He passionately explains that dragons are legendary beings, the ultimate goal for any druid. If I can tame one, he proclaims, I'll have nothing to fear in this world. But Pablo gives him a chilling warning, telling him he's dreaming of something impossible that could get him killed. Unfazed, Jacob just smiles, full of naive confidence in his quest. As he vows to succeed, Lois thinks to himself with cold fury, I could just kill him right now. Lois coldly reasons that the creature on Cash Tower Mountain can't possibly be a dragon. If it were, this foolish druid would be dead, and his fated descendant, Ravina, would never have been born. Then, a chilling realization dawns on him as he connects the dots. The beast must be the legendary Thunder Tiger, a creature of immense electrical power. He knows that if Jacob tames it, the beast will evolve through generations into the blazing tiger his future enemy commands. I can't just let that happen, he resolves with a dark glint in his eyes. I must take the lead, but in an instant, his murderous intent vanishes behind a perfect smile as he claps. Wow, your dream is really amazing. As Jacob excitedly promises a ride on his future dragon, Pablo can only stare in silent disbelief. The half-dwarf shakes his head, pitying the poor fool who has no idea who he's talking to. Offering condolences in advance, the party's carriage continues on, leaving the naive dreamer to his fate. Suddenly, a monstrous green drake crashes through the forest, its eyes glowing with malice. Damn it, Lois curses, shocked by the sudden appearance of a creature that shouldn't be here. He desperately turns to his fairy companion. Finn, is there any way to deal with that thing? Finn explains it's a creature cultivated from the very blood of a demon dragon. Because of this, it's completely immune to the paralyzing effects of dragon fear. Fighting it would require at least 3 Tier 1 fighters, meaning certain annihilation for their party. But the beast isn't attacking. It seems to be searching for something specific. His eyes widen in realization it's hunting the Thunder Tiger cub he's carrying. The drake's head whips around, its gaze locking onto its tiny prey. Without a moment's hesitation, the monster begins its relentless charge. Lois sighs in relief as the charging drake seems to halt, thinking, it looks like it's giving up. But a sudden rumble shakes the sky, as a storm gathers out of nowhere. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes this isn't a storm, gasping, wait, is that? A torrent of brilliant blue lightning crackles through the air, a power far beyond nature. The bolt slams directly into the drake, stopping the unstoppable monster dead in its tracks. The lightning converges on a single point, revealing this is no random act of God. Gritting his teeth, Lois struggles to control the immense power flowing from an item in his hand. An overwhelming aura erupts from his small frame, engulfing the entire forest in its light. The true source is revealed a glowing blue gem set within a golden bracer on his arm. As the light fades, he lowers his arm, exhausted but victorious. The drake recovers from the lightning blast, looming over a terrified Lois with pure rage in its eyes. I'm screwed, Lois mutters, realizing the artifact's power has completely run out. With a unified scream, the entire party turns and flees for their lives from the rampaging beast. The twins cry out in terror as the monster gains on them, but Lois can only yell back, shut up and run. Even the mighty Pablo struggles to keep pace, urging the others to run faster before they're all caught. The druid, Jacob, is stunned, wondering how these small children can possibly be so fast. As they pull ahead, he finally understands. I knew it, they must not be ordinary kids. But his moment of realization is cut short by a sudden, desperate warning. Watch out. The drake's massive jaws close in, ready to swallow him whole in a single bite. In a final, desperate move, Jacob pulls out a strange whistle, blowing with all his might. The drake recoils with a pained roar as Jacob's whistle echoes through the valley. A massive 6-winged bird answers the call, descending from the sky with a piercing shriek. The summoned beast immediately attacks, clawing at the drake's face and creating a desperate opening. Good, Lois thinks, seizing the momentary advantage. This should be enough to buy me some time. But Finn knows it won't be enough, urgently yelling, run towards the trees. Its stiff joints can't handle a zigzag. Lois immediately relays the order, commanding the entire party to run for the dense mountain forest. They plunge into the snowy woods, hoping the treacherous terrain will finally grant them escape. Their hope is shattered as the drake, having already swatted the bird aside, resumes its relentless pursuit. Its eyes burn with pure, focused rage, a low growl promising a gruesome end for them all. Suddenly, the monster unleashes a terrifying roar, blasting the entire area with a wave of destructive energy. The summoned bird shrieks as it's instantly swatted from the sky. Jacob watches in horror as his trusted companion plummets toward the ground. "No!" he screams, his heart shattering in a single moment of despair. Ignoring all warnings, he recklessly charges back towards the monster that just defeated his beast. Lois can only stare in disbelief, wondering why anyone would run towards a drake. He knows their only chance of survival is to flee into the mountains, but a sudden hesitation stops him cold. In that silent, frozen moment, a heavy decision falls upon the young dragon's shoulders. Ugh, damn it. Lois curses, his frustration boiling over as he makes his impossible choice. He sprints after the druid, vowing to make him pay if they somehow survive this. But as the party watches in shock, the twins shout, "Louis, we're coming too." As the party flees for their lives, Jacob's summoned tiger lies defeated in the snow. The terrified creature can only whimper, dazed and left behind by its fleeing master. But with a desperate roar, the loyal beast forces itself up, trying to follow its friends. "Minky, get up!" Jacob screams, his heart breaking as he sprints back into the jaws of death. He arrives just in time to see his other summoned beast, the mighty bird, falling helplessly from the sky. The drake's jaws clamp down in a sickening crunch, a brutal, one-sided slaughter. But as the monster turns on the druid, a furious voice roars, "Hey, you fucking lizard!" Lois unleashes a massive sphere of pure destructive energy right at the creature's face. The world explodes in a flash of purple light as the attack connects with devastating force. Staggering back, the colossal drake is left stunned, a gaping wound now burned into its side. The drake's eye snaps open, its gaze burning with pure, unbridled fury. A deafening roar of agony erupts from its maw, shaking the very foundations of the mountain. Jacob freezes in absolute terror, realizing the monster's murderous intent is now locked squarely on him. But before the beast can strike, a small hand forcefully yanks him backward. "Get out of the way, idiot!" Lois screams, shoving the druid aside with all his might. He drags Jacob away just as the drake's massive head crashes down where he just stood. Realizing they can't outrun it, Lois grits his teeth and summons a powerful new ability, the spatial crystal. Dark purple energy condenses into a razor-sharp projectile, humming with destructive power. With a sharp command for rotation, the crystal begins to spin at an impossible speed, warping the air around it. Then, aiming directly at the charging beast, he unleashes the devastating attack with one final word: fire. The spatial crystal slams into the drake's chest, erupting in a blast of purple energy as the beast roars in pain. Nearby, Jacob desperately tries to rouse his own beast, screaming, "Minky, wake up!" But incredibly, the drake simply opens its mouth and begins to chew on the swirling vortex of magic. Lois stares in disbelief, shouting, "Did it just chew up and destroy the spell with its mouth?" Realizing his ultimate attack was useless, he prepares a different kind of magic. In that case, he unleashes a powerful mental spell, commanding the beast to simply fall over. The drake stumbles, its mind momentarily overwhelmed by the psychic assault as runes appear around its head. A smirk crosses Lois's face as he clenches his fist, confident he's finally caught it. "Now fall over!" But with a defiant roar, the drake shatters the mental chains, its eyes blazing with fury. "What?" Lois cries out, his confidence shattering as he realizes even his mental spell didn't work. Finn frantically explains that mental spells are useless because the drake lacks any real intelligence. "Damn, how dumb can it be?" Lois mutters, his plan completely falling apart. As the beast roars and charges, it seems all hope is lost for the young dragon. But suddenly, the twins, Khan and Connie, leap forward, positioning themselves between Lois and certain death. Their blades, crackling with lightning, slam into the drake's impenetrable hide. "Ack, it's too tough," Khan cries out, the impact jarring his entire body. Connie also winces in pain, her hands stinging from the sheer force of the blow. Yet the drake shrieks as electricity arcs across its scales, their attacks finally drawing blood. Lois stares in disbelief, a new strategy forming in his mind. The twins' lightning attacks are working? Connie, keep attacking, he commands, seeing a sudden, unexpected path to victory. It's vulnerable to lightning attributes. Lois roars, commanding them to increase their power and keep attacking. With a determined cry, the twins shout, "Here we go," and surge forward, crackling with raw energy. They slam into the drake again, their lightning attacks causing the beast to shriek in agony. A grin spreads across Lois's face as he realizes its magic resistance doesn't protect its internal organs. He gathers his own dark power, declaring that even though they're young, they are still dragons. Lois then charges into the fray himself, vowing to turn the monster into a lightning-grilled snack. From the sidelines, Pablo and Jacob can only stare in disbelief, muttering, "Good heaven." The druid is completely stunned, wondering who in the world are these children, as they fight a monster far beyond their level. Pablo just laughs nervously, trying to play it off by saying his nephews are a bit strong. But when pressed, he gives a chilling warning to Jacob, telling him not to delve too deeply, or he might get hurt. With a final cry, Lois unleashes a devastating volley of dark energy. The attack slams into the drake, which shrieks in agony amidst a blinding flash of power. Wounded and smoking, the beast staggers back with a pained, guttural growl. A triumphant grin spreads across Lois's face as he declares, "We got it. Almost there." But his allies are at their limit, the twins crying out, "Louis, I'm tired, my arms hurt." He tries to rally them, insisting, "Hang in there, if we push it just one more time." But a sudden, earth-shaking roar freezes them in place, their faces filled with shock. Crashing through the forest, a second, even larger drake appears, letting out a furious roar. His confidence shatters in an instant, his mind screaming, "Damn it, there was another drake?" The first drake collapses with a final, weak whimper, revealing its dying cry was a call for help. Connie looks to Lois in despair, asking, "What do we do now?" as he grits his teeth in frustration. With no other options, he mutters to himself, "It can't be helped." Jacob realizes their only hope is for Lois to reveal his true form and fly them to safety. But Lois has another idea, shouting to his siblings, "Twins, right now!" Before he can finish, a blinding flash of light stuns the entire party into silence. Suddenly, two colossal thunder tigers crash into the battlefield, their presence shaking the very ground. The massive drake can only let out a confused growl, caught completely off guard by these new challengers. In a blur of motion, the tigers overwhelm the beast, tearing it apart in a brutal, one-sided attack. One of the tigers even lets out a playful yelp, treating the monster like a chew toy. Jacob stares in utter shock, his mind reeling as he screams, "Good heaven, 2 adult thunder tigers?" Lois grins as the situation clicks into place. Right. When the cub is in danger, the parents have to show up. The twins cheer wildly, calling the colossal beasts Golden Kitty, completely unafraid of their overwhelming power. But the drake stumbles back, letting out a terrified growl as its hunters suddenly become the hunted. "Where are you going?" Lois shouts, unleashing a powerful binding spell to stop its desperate escape. Glowing chains of magic erupt from the ground, wrapping around the monster and holding it fast as it roars in agony. As the twins rush forward to attack, Lois commands them, "Don't let it escape." His eyes then narrow with cold determination as he declares, "We'll end this for good." Turning to his heavy hitter, he roars, "Pablo, you too." The half-dwarf responds with a battle cry of his own, "Yes, I'm going, master," and charges into the fray. With the drake completely trapped, the entire party launches a final, overwhelming assault to finish the beast once and for all. Jacob is stunned. "What, master? I thought you said they were your nephew." But his confusion is cut short by a deafening growl that shakes the very air. From the forest, the legendary thunder tiger leaps into the fray with a furious roar. It slams onto the drake's head, its claws sinking deep into the monster's hide. The drake thrashes wildly, but the tiger holds on with savage determination. In a burst of strength, the massive drake finally flings the tiger into the sky. The legendary beast crashes to the ground with a sickening thud, its attack completely broken. Trembling with rage and injury, the tiger struggles back to its feet, blood dripping from its fangs. But the drake unleashes a devastating roar, blasting the wounded creature with overwhelming force. The thunder tiger is sent flying, coughing up blood as the power gap becomes terrifyingly clear. The drake roars in triumph, believing its victory is absolute. But as the first thunder tiger falls defeated, a second one plummets from the sky, bloodied and broken. Suddenly, another roar echoes as a third tiger emerges from the woods, its eyes burning with rage. It lunges forward with its mate, a desperate two-pronged assault against the colossal beast. The drake is too powerful, swatting one of them aside and sending it crashing into the trees. The tiger chokes, blood spraying from its mouth as the brutal impact shatters its attack. It collapses beside its fallen kin, leaving only one challenger standing in the face of despair. But the last tiger rises, its fur crackling with an impossible surge of golden lightning. It unleashes a final, desperate roar, its body overflowing with untamed electrical power. The beast leaps onto the drake's neck, sinking its fangs deep as the monster screams in electrified agony. The drake thrashes and screams as the tiger's lightning surges through its massive body. With a furious growl, The tiger pours every last ounce of its strength into the desperate attack. The colossal monster finally collapses under the relentless assault, its body convulsing one last time. But the victory is hollow, as the lone survivor looks on with exhausted, sorrowful eyes. Suddenly, it lets out a sharp cry, sensing a new presence approaching from the trees. The drake's eye is lifeless, confirming the monster has finally been slain for good. Nearby, Lois and the twins collapse in exhaustion, believing the nightmare is finally over. But Pablo's urgent warning shatters their relief. "Master, the thunder tiger is coming here." The victorious but grieving beast stalks towards them through the snow, its intentions completely unknown. It stops before them, letting out a mournful cry, not of aggression, but of profound loss. The surviving thunder tiger grieves its fallen mate, nuzzling its young cub in profound sorrow. But its attention suddenly snaps towards Lois's party, its cub playfully unaware of the rising tension. The beast's gaze is piercing, its intelligence far beyond that of any normal animal. Lois freezes, a chilling thought crossing his mind. Did it notice who we are? Instead of attacking, the massive tiger turns its back, leaving its confused cub behind. The small cub lets out a desperate cry, seemingly abandoned by its only remaining parent. Seizing the opportunity, Lois steps forward and places a calming hand on the startled creature. The parent tiger continues to walk away, seemingly unconcerned with its offspring's fate. But a faint, knowing smirk crosses its face, hinting at a much deeper, calculated plan. Suddenly, the cub springs away, not in fear, but to follow its parent into the unknown. The abandoned cub lets out a pained, desperate cry. Finn realizes the parent tiger was prepared to die for its child, a true king of the beast. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts from the distant mountain, startling them both. "That light," Finn whispers, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Without a word, Lois suddenly grabs the bewildered fairy. "You take care of the kids for a moment," he says, turning to leave as she questions his destination. With a determined gaze, he announces his plan. "I'm going to the mountain." Finn immediately protests, her voice filled with panic. "But it could be dangerous." He simply tells her not to worry, and she reluctantly agrees, asking him to be careful. But just as he walks away, something strange stops him in his tracks. The small thunder tiger turns, letting out a low growl as if calling to him. It bows its head, and Lois realizes the impossible. "You want me to hop on?" After a moment's hesitation, he makes his decision. "All right, let's go together." The beast leaps forward, carrying him through the snow with incredible speed. It's really fast, Lois thinks, wondering how the twins could ever have caught something like this. The tiger lets out a desperate cry as they race towards the source of the light. They arrive to a scene of utter devastation, a massive drake and an adult tiger, both slain in a brutal fight. "My goodness," he whispers in shock, realizing they fought each other to the death. The small cub collapses in the snow, its wails echoing through the silent forest. It nudges its dead mother's head, whimpering softly as Lois watches the tragic sight, his heart aching. Seeing the orphaned cub, Lois remembers the pain of losing his own parents in a past life. He gently comforts the grieving creature, offering a moment of solace in the desolate snow. With his own hands, he builds a stone grave to honor the fallen mother. The cub lets out a final, heartbreaking whimper beside the makeshift tomb as Lois watches silently. Then, a shocking realization hits him. This is how the legendary Truegun family first bonded with the Thunder Tiger. He understands now that with two apex predators on one mountain, their bloody clash was always inevitable. Even without his interference, this tragedy was fated. They were destined to destroy each other. In the original timeline, the druid Jacob must have been the one to find and raise this cub. But since I'm here, he thinks with grim determination, I can't let that happen, can I? Lois unleashes his own power, intending to claim the legendary beast for himself and rewrite destiny. Lois commands the terrified cub with a single, powerful phrase. Look at me. Behind him, the terrifying phantom of a true dragon manifests, its pressure crushing the very air. The legendary beast can only whimper and bow its head, completely overwhelmed by instinctual fear. There's nothing to be afraid of, Lois says gently, offering a path away from its despair. He extends a hand, asking the cub to make a choice that will forever alter its destiny. With a soft touch of its paw, the Thunder Tiger accepts its new master, and Lois smiles warmly. But just as the bond is formed, a voice calls out, Master? Causing him to whip his head around. His companions have arrived, staring in absolute shock at the scene before them. Jacob stammers in disbelief, recognizing the impossible technique. That was the spell only high-level druids can cast. Obey. He can't comprehend how a supreme beast like the Thunder Tiger would completely submit to that command. Jacob points with a flash of insight, exclaiming, I get it now. As I thought, you are. Lois freezes, his mind racing as he wonders if his true identity as a dragon has finally been discovered. But the druid's grand reveal is something else entirely, as he shouts, "You are a high elf, aren't you?" Completely convinced, Jacob leans in to inspect Lois's ears for elven points, leaving the young dragon utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a brilliant idea strikes Lois as he realizes this absurd misunderstanding is the perfect cover story. If he lets Jacob keep believing this, his true, world-shaking identity will remain perfectly hidden. So with a dramatic pose, he leans into the lie, proudly declaring, "Yes, I am the guardian of the forest, I am a high elf." Pablo, however, isn't buying it for a second, his face screaming, "Is this some kind of scam?" Jacob immediately bows an apology for his past rudeness, but Lois just waves it off with a casual, "It's all right, it happens sometimes." Meanwhile, the twins whisper to each other, completely baffled by his strange act and concluding he's probably never even met an elf. Jacob's eyes widen as he looks at the twins, wondering if they too are part of this elven mystery. With a confident smile, Lois doubles down on his lie, declaring, "That's correct. They are my elf bodyguards." But while Pablo sighs in utter disbelief, the twins begin to fume, furious at being dragged into this absurd charade. Suddenly, Lois's playful act vanishes as he turns to the druid with a serious request. He gestures to the legendary beast cub, asking Jacob if he could take on the responsibility of raising it. The druid is left completely speechless, unable to believe he's being offered the very thunder tiger he's chased his entire life. But the twins erupt in a furious rage, screaming in unison, "No! Who said you could? Nabi is ours." A tense silence falls as Lois glares at the opposition, with Pablo looking equally determined to stop him. In a shocking twist, the former bandit steps between them, shielding the young dragons from their own brother. Pablo then grabs the furious children and flees, leaving Lois betrayed as they scream back, "I hate you." Lois ignores the chaos, turning back to Jacob with a serious question about raising the cub. The druid hesitates, pointing out the sacred bond already formed between the cub and the high elf. Lois insists he has no choice, explaining his own journey will be far too perilous for the young one. Meanwhile, the innocent cub sits patiently, completely unaware its fate is being decided. The druid's eyes widen, realizing if a high elf fears the journey, the danger must be unimaginable. But Lois offers a gentle smile, explaining it's only a temporary arrangement until he can return. Overjoyed, Jacob accepts the offer without a second thought, vowing, "I will care for it as if it were my own child." With the deal struck, Lois turns to the cub, formally placing it in the druid's care. But the tiny beast lets out a sad whimper, its ears drooping at the thought of being left behind. Lois gently strokes its head, promising that if it listens well, he will come back for it one day. The little thunder tiger lets out a determined cry, accepting its new path, and then turns to walk confidently toward the druid, Jacob. With a warm smile, Jacob makes a promise. "I'll take good care of you, Nabi." Lois watches with a satisfied smirk, knowing the tiger is already bound to him by contract and can never become an enemy. But he adds one final cryptic instruction. "Feed Nabi light attribute stones from now on." With a confident smile, he assures the confused druid, "You won't regret it." As the sun sets over the mountains, a new bond begins to form between man and beast. Jacob is already playing with Nabi, their partnership sealed in the snowy wilderness. Lois reflects on his victory. He's secured a powerful future asset, bending fate to his will once again. But back in the carriage, as Pablo announces their new course, the twins give him the silent treatment, furious at his decision. "I hate you, Louis," Khan screams, his face twisted in fury. Connie joins in, declaring, "You sent our Nabi away, we won't play with you anymore." But Lois just smiles, calmly offering them 2 glowing elixirs as a bribe. The twins' anger instantly vanishes, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the treasure. Soon they're bickering over who gets more, their previous outrage completely forgotten as they chase the carriage. After a long journey, the party finally arrives at the outskirts of a bustling city. Pablo looks on stoically as the twins explode with excitement, amazed by the new sights. They finally reach their destination, the massive walls of Port City Lufthagen. Louis, there are so many people here," Khan shouts, pointing at the crowded streets. Connie gasps in wonder, spotting something she's never seen before. "Look over there, beast folk." Finn explains that Lufthagen is on a completely different level, a city teeming with all kinds of people. It's a bustling port city, a vital trade hub connecting the autumn and winter continents. After a grueling half-year journey, Lois finally arrives, looking utterly exhausted. But his relief is short-lived as he realizes they're only halfway there, desperately wishing he could just go home. Meanwhile, the twins are ecstatic, pointing out all the interesting sights and clinging to a very annoyed Lois. "Give me some space, you little rascals," he shouts, just as Pablo announces, "Master Lewis, we're here." Lois freezes in surprise at the announcement, momentarily distracted from the pestering twins. He steps down from the carriage onto the stone-paved streets of the city. His eyes land on a worn-down sign for an establishment called the Siren's Shelter. "This shabby inn is your favorite spot?" Lois asks skeptically, but Pablo insists they head inside. The inn door opens and a cheerful waitress greets them, "Welcome to the Siren's Shelter." She asks if they're staying or just eating, and Pablo confirms they plan to stay for now. But as she looks closer at the large man, a flicker of recognition crosses her face. Her eyes widen in shock as she points. "Are you perhaps Uncle Pablo?" "It's me, Moana," she exclaims, wondering if he's already forgotten her. Pablo is stunned, shouting her name in disbelief. "You mean that tiny Moana?" She puffs her cheeks out in annoyance, declaring, "I'm not tiny. I'm also 24 now." Still flustered but excited, Moana turns and yells for someone else. "Lucia, come out here." A second woman with dark hair appears from the back, annoyed by the commotion. Her annoyance vanishes as she too recognizes him, while Pablo laughs. "Lucia, you've grown so pretty." Lois observes the reunion as Moana playfully demands her own compliment. Confirming Pablo was a regular here, the happy mood shifts when Pablo asks about her parents, Hamon and Julia, wondering where they are. The girls' faces fall as they deliver the devastating news. "Both our parents passed away 3 years ago." Pablo freezes, his mind reeling in disbelief that both his old friends are truly gone. Crushed by guilt, he whispers, "I must be too late." But Moana reassures him they're managing the inn just fine. He can't hide his sorrow, patting them both on the head and acknowledging the hard time they must have had. The heavy atmosphere breaks when Lucia points to the kids behind him, asking if they're his. Pablo sputters defensively, but the girls just laugh, teasingly asking where his conscience is. Flustered, he quickly tries to cover his tracks, claiming, These kids are my nephews," but they don't buy it for a second, forcing him to stammer that they are very, very distant relatives. Moana sizes up the two silver-haired children with a playful glint in her eye. The twins, Connie and Khan, immediately turn on the charm, striking an impossibly adorable pose. Their cuteness is a critical hit, striking Moana directly in the heart. "They're so cute," she squeals, scooping them into a massive, overwhelming hug as they laugh. But Lois watches with pure disdain, thinking they should try raising the 10,000-year-old menaces themselves. Just then, Lucia kindly approaches him, asking, "Hello? I'm Lucia. Aren't you hungry?" Caught off guard, Lois can only stammer that he might be a little hungry after all. That's all the sisters need to hear, immediately rushing to the kitchen to prepare a feast. Pablo can only watch the chaos unfold, completely baffled by the sudden turn of events. Leaning against the giant man, Lois sighs, utterly drained and muttering, "Being cute is exhausting." After the chaotic meal, Lois finally gets a moment of peace in his cozy inn-room. He collapses onto the bed, completely stuffed and groaning. "It's been so long since I've eaten so much." But his rest is interrupted as he questions Pablo, who reveals the innkeeper's parents were his old comrades in arms. Pablo fondly recalls them as bickering mercenaries who fell in love and started a family. They eventually gave up that dangerous life to open this very inn, where he became a regular. With the story told, Lois's mood shifts instantly, coldly ordering a confused Pablo, "Now, get out of here." The giant man hesitates, questioning the sudden urgency since they've only just arrived in the city. But a flash of Lois's intimidating aura sends a jolt of terror through him, making him scramble to obey. Lois then commands his fairy companion, Finn, "Go with him," and she immediately complies without question. Finally alone, he glances over at the two ancient dragons, sleeping soundly and looking like innocent children. He can't help but think they look like angels when they're sleeping. With a heavy yawn, Lois decides it's finally time for him to get some rest, too. But his peace is shattered when Moana bursts in, calling out, "Kids, have some snacks." Lucia quickly stops her, quietly asking why she isn't going inside. Peeking through the door, Moana freezes in surprise, seeing all three of them sound asleep. The two sisters can't help but smile, whispering about how lovely and cute they are. Wishing them sweet dreams, they gently close the door, leaving the children to their slumber. The room falls into a peaceful silence as the night deepens around them. Meanwhile, downstairs in the tavern, the inn is still bustling with life and laughter. The next morning, a well-rested Lois finally makes his way downstairs, ready for a new day. Lucia greets a well-rested Lois, asking if he slept well. Pablo directs him to the table where the eager twins are already waiting for breakfast. Lois immediately gets to business, asking if Pablo secured the ship tickets, which he confirms will depart in 2 weeks. But when questioned about the vital elixir, Pablo's confidence wavers, admitting it's not something easy to get. Lois sighs, knowing that such a rare treasure is something ordinary humans can't even see in their lifetime. While human food might taste good, it does nothing to help the growth of dragon hatchlings like them, and with a grueling 2-month sea voyage to the autumn continent ahead, stocking up is a matter of survival. Seeing his master's concern, Pablo tries to reassure him. Don't worry too much, we'll definitely be able to get it. After all, this is Luftagen, the one city where all the supplies of the entire winter continent gather. A spark of hope returns as Lois smiles, deciding, all right, let's look around together tomorrow. The next morning, a massive feast is slammed onto the table, shocking Pablo to his core. Here, breakfast is served. Moana and Lucia announce cheerfully, telling the group to enjoy their meal. But the sheer amount of food leaves Pablo speechless, as he mutters, no way, who can eat all this? Moana just laughs, clarifying it's not all for him and encouraging everyone to dig in. Reluctantly, Pablo takes a bite, but his eyes instantly widen in shock at the incredible taste. It's just like the way your mother used to cook, he exclaims, as Moana proudly takes all the credit. She quickly adds that her sister helped too, with Lucia humbly saying she just assisted. Suddenly, a memory strikes Pablo as he remembers Lucia wasn't just a cook, but an amazing singer. Singing? Yes, he boasts to Lois, claiming no one in the entire city could beat her voice. In fact, her singing was so legendary it packed the inn every night, which is how they earned the name Siren's Shelter. Pablo boasts about the huge crowds that once filled the alley for Lucia's singing, a story Lois seems to enjoy. But the mention of her voice casts a somber shadow over Moana and Lucia, who fall completely silent. Sensing their pain, Lois suddenly shoves Pablo's head down, who shouts, "WHA," in utter surprise. Ah, no, why? Pablo stammers, utterly confused as Lois silently warns him to stop pressing the issue. The sisters can only look on as the once happy memory turns unbearably sour. Moana finally breaks the silence with a heavy heart, confessing, Lucia doesn't sing anymore. No, she can't sing. What? Why? Pablo demands, unable to believe such an incredible talent would be wasted. Moana looks away, the reason clearly too painful to easily share with her old friend. But before she can answer, the front door suddenly slams open, interrupting the heavy atmosphere. A group of menacing thugs stride into the inn, their intimidating presence promising nothing but trouble. Lois calmly questions the rough-looking men who just stormed the inn. A local patron sighs, explaining they're the inn's recurring attraction. The thugs loom over the terrified sisters, their menacing stares promising trouble. But Pablo steps forward, his voice booming with rage. Do you even know where you are? The goons are completely unfazed, coldly ordering him to step aside. Suddenly, another figure confidently walks into the tense standoff. A man in a lavish white coat calmly strides past the thugs, as if they're not even there. Good morning, Lady Moana, he says with a charming smile, ignoring the danger completely. He then turns his attention to Lucia, who flinches away as he gets closer. He presents her with a bouquet of red roses, leaving the young woman stunned and tearful. You look beautiful today as well, my lady, Lucia, the nobleman declares, presenting the bouquet with a flourish. But watching from the side, Lois cringes in disgust, finding the whole display unbearably cheesy. Lucia tries to gently refuse his advances, reminding him they've had this conversation before. He quickly silences her, dismissing her protests with a simple, shh. No need for many words, he says smoothly, insisting her presence alone is enough for him. With his piece said, he turns to leave, wishing her a peaceful day. On his way out, however, his eyes lock onto Lois, who has been watching the entire exchange. A silent, tense moment passes between the two as they size each other up. The nobleman breaks the tension with a condescending smirk, clearly amused by the small boy. Lois erupts in fury. Realizing the man isn't just amused, he's laughing at his height. To provoke his rival, Lois suddenly acts like a sleepy child, pleading for Lucia to hold him. Pablo can only stare in utter disbelief, questioning if this is truly his powerful master. Charmed by his act, Lucia happily scoops him up to carry him away from the confrontation. The nobleman's jealousy flares as he sneers at the boy. How's that? Are you jealous? But his confident facade cracks as he grits his teeth in pure frustration, muttering, damn it. Utterly defeated, he furiously orders his men to retreat and storms out of the inn. Lois watches him go, sticking his tongue out with a victorious, childish smirk. He then settles comfortably in Lucia's arms, his clever ruse having worked perfectly. The nobleman's pathetic taunt echoes in the air, a final, desperate gamble that failed. And the image of his rival's seething humiliation is the only trophy Lois needs. We're leaving, the humiliated nobleman shouts, storming out of the inn with his entourage. Pablo watches in utter confusion, demanding, who the hell is that guy? Moana sighs, revealing he's Carrie, the eldest son of the infamous fighter, Terrius Bunt. but she clarifies that the once lowly fighter is now a powerful baron. That guy Bunt became a baron? Pablo exclaims, completely floored by the news. In the past, Bunt unified the entire underworld of Lufthagen, earning his title from the local lord. Pablo laughs, amazed that the man's ridiculous boasts about becoming a noble actually came true. Seeing Carrie's obvious crush, he cheekily suggests Moana should encourage her sister. But Moana's face darkens instantly as she dismisses the idea. Don't even mention it. She then reveals the shocking truth. Carrie is only 14 years old, while Lucia is 22. Pablo explodes in disbelief. What? Faux 14? He then mockingly praises the manly boy, suggesting he and Lucia could marry right away. But Moana's furious UNCLE sends Pablo scrambling for the exit with a flimsy excuse. Back in their room, Lois calmly reads while the exhausted twins are passed out on the bed. Suddenly, Pablo bursts in, shouting, "Master Lewis, I've found the shops that might sell elixirs." Lois immediately agrees, closing his book and preparing to head out at once. But the twins wake up, demanding to join them, only for Lois to tell them to stay and rest quietly. They immediately throw a massive tantrum, screaming that they want to go too. As he tries to leave, a voice stops him cold, asking where he's going. It's Moana and Lucia holding up new clothes, insisting, "Surely you're not thinking of going out in those clothes again, are you?" Lois and the twins emerge, completely transformed in elegant new winter clothes. "Oh my!" Moana and Lucia gasp in unison. "It suits you so well." Moana explains she was worried they'd be cold, earning a cheerful "thank you" from the twins. But she immediately turns on Pablo, scolding him for their thin attire as he stammers that they're dragons. Lois, ever the little prince, politely thanks Lucia for the thoughtful gift. With their new outfits on, the heavy wooden door to the inn swings open. The sisters and twins wave them off as Lois and Pablo declare, "We're off." Out on the street, Lois asks for confirmation. "You're sure we'll find the elixirs, right?" Pablo puffs out his chest with absolute confidence, promising his master he can count on him. And so, the two head out into the bustling city of Lufthagen to begin their search. As night falls on Lufthagen, their desperate search for elixirs ends in complete failure. Lois stares at his list in disbelief, realizing with dawning horror, there's not a single place sells elixirs. He angrily confronts his guide, but the once confident Pablo can only stammer an apology for his mistake. The young dragon begins to panic, fearing he'll be the first of his kind to die of malnutrition. But suddenly, Pablo whirls around shouting, "What are you doing?" snapping Lois out of his despair. They find a tense crowd gathered around a street-side confrontation that's already escalating. And in the middle of the chaos, Lois recognizes a familiar face, the arrogant young noble, Carrie Bunt. A brutish man steps forward, sneering at the boy. "Didn't I tell you? Give up on Lucia already." He mocks the noble's chances, leaving Carrie trembling with humiliation and rage. "Maybe if you were a manly man like me," the thug boasts as his cronies laugh in agreement. The thug roars, "Insolent fool, do you realize who you're insulting?" But his eyes lock onto the hilt of a sword, and he freezes. A man with a chilling gaze steps forward, asking, "Is that a declaration of war against the Damon gang?" The thug can only stammer in confusion, completely caught off guard. The gang leader stands flanked by his men, radiating an aura of absolute authority. "You lunatic!" Carrie Bunt gasps, his own bravado instantly shattered. He desperately threatens the man, screaming about what his father will do. The leader simply smirks, utterly unfazed by the noble's empty words. "I'm just a lowly man," he sneers. "Would a noble like you care to teach me?" But just as the situation is about to explode, Pablo throws himself forward, shouting, "Stop!" Pablo calmly steps in, declaring that swinging swords in the street is going too far. The young noble is confused, recognizing him only as that gentleman from the Siren's shelter. But the gang leader scoffs, telling him to mind his own business and go on his way. Pablo just laughs, theatrically wondering if anyone in this city even remembers his name after 10 years. Suddenly, the thugs freeze as a terrifying name clicks into place. "Wait a minute, Pablo. Are you the Bloodaxe Pablo?" They scream in terror as he smugly confirms his identity. Carrie is lost, but his attendant urgently explains that this is the legendary man who once saved his father's life. Years ago, the Baron was ambushed by rival factions, his life hanging by a thread. That's when Pablo charged into enemy lines with a single axe, taking 8 stabs to rescue him. The realization hits the noble like a thunderbolt. "What? This man is the very savior of my father?" Carrie excitedly grabs the hand of his father's savior, declaring it an honor to meet the legend in person. Pablo awkwardly tries to downplay his heroic past, while Lois watches from the side with a skeptical gaze. Even the formidable gang leader seems impressed, remarking that he's finally meeting a figure he's only heard of in rumors. He then formally introduces himself as Damon, the man who runs a modest organization here in Lefthagen. But as he speaks, Lois's sharp senses suddenly pick up on something deeply unsettling about this man. At the same time, Damon feels a bizarre and unnerving aura emanating from the small child, a presence that bothers him to his core. Seeing the connection between the hero and the young noble, Damon decides to back off, telling his men they're leaving. With a surprisingly polite farewell, the entire gang simply turns and walks away from the confrontation. Pablo is left completely bewildered, muttering about what an anticlimactic end to a dangerous standoff. But Lois remains silent, a chilling suspicion forming in his mind that if his intuition is right, that man is far more dangerous than he appears. Lois watches the gang leader depart, a dark premonition chilling him to the bone. That guy is going to cause serious trouble soon. The scene then shifts to the magnificent Bunt family residence, where the party has been invited for the evening. Inside, Baron Bunt rushes forward with open arms, joyfully shouting Pablo's name. The two embrace in a heartfelt reunion, laughing that it's been over 10 long years since they last met. But the Baron quickly pulls back to scold him, calling him a heartless man for not staying in touch. Pablo can only scratch his head and apologize, explaining that life has been too tough to allow for pleasantries. He marvels at his old friend's success, looking around the opulent hall in disbelief. But the Baron humbly insists it's all thanks to Pablo, declaring he wouldn't even be alive today without him. As Pablo laughs off the praise, he's suddenly startled by an intense, annoyed glare from the young master beside him. Quickly changing the subject, Pablo begins to state his purpose. But the Baron already knows. "You're looking for the elixir, right? Don't worry," the Baron assures them, promising the elixir will be ready in a few days. But Lois cuts straight to the point, asking if their problems with another organization will interfere. Pablo awkwardly tries to smooth things over, introducing the boy as his spoiled nephew, much to Lois's annoyance. The Baron's expression darkens as he admits the Damon faction has indeed been causing trouble lately. Pablo is stunned, questioning why even underground thugs would dare to challenge a powerful noble. The Baron reveals a series of unexplained accidents have been grounding the ships protected by his family. Rumors are spreading that the ships were attacked by monsters, a word that immediately catches Lois's attention. Seizing this chaos, the opportunistic leader of the Damon gang has begun to openly rebel against him. In that case, why not ask the Lord for help? Pablo presses, since he's the one who granted the barony. But the Baron sighs in defeat, revealing the Lord is indifferent, and that he himself is from the underground. Pablo sighs, realizing the Baron's political situation is a complete mess since the Lord won't help. But the Baron quickly changes the subject, insisting they drink and celebrate their reunion like old times. As Pablo eagerly agrees, an annoyed Lois yanks on his hair, reminding him of their real mission. Lois coldly dismisses him, saying, "Don't look at me, just have fun," thinking it's a small price for the elixir. With permission granted, Pablo's face lights up, completely forgetting his earlier concerns. The two old friends head off to drink till they drop, leaving their sons behind. The Baron's son, Carrie, is suddenly tasked with taking care of Lois, much to his surprise. An awkward silence falls as the two boys stare at each other, both clearly unhappy with the arrangement. Carrie sighs in frustration, wondering how he's supposed to entertain a kid so much younger than him. With a cold, "Follow me," he leads the way, leaving Lois to wonder where this forced playdate is headed. "Where else? We're going to my room," Carrie snaps, clearly annoyed by his new babysitting duty. Lois mockingly challenges him, "Show me how well a noble can entertain me," pushing the young lord's buttons. They enter a lavishly decorated room, a pristine sanctuary of white and gold. "Just sit quietly anywhere," Carrie demands, adding a stern warning, "Don't touch my stuff." But Lois immediately picks up a knight figurine, causing Carrie to leap up in a panic. "Don't touch that," he yells, snatching the toy back, terrified it will break. Lois just smirks, acting all grown up. "But you still like toys, huh?" making Carrie blush furiously. While Carrie carefully returns the limited edition figure to its shelf, Lois spots a letter on the desk. It's a poorly written love note, beginning with "My Lady Lucia, with this necklace that captures the brilliance of your eyes." As Lois reads it aloud, Carrie lets out a mortified scream, his secret crush completely exposed. "Don't read other people's letters," Carrie screams as Lois kicks up the gift box, coolly asking if this is the necklace. Ignoring the protests, he clicks the box open, and a brilliant light bursts forth from within. His eyes widen in genuine surprise at the treasure he has just uncovered. Inside rests a magnificent teardrop jewel, a necklace shimmering with an ethereal blue light. "Give it back," Carrie pleads, but Lois simply pats him on the back, completely disarming him. "Your letter writing is terrible," Lois smirks, "but you picked a nice necklace. It'll suit Lucia." The unexpected praise catches the young noble completely off guard. his face flushing with shock. A wave of relief washes over him as he admits it was incredibly difficult to find this specific gift. But when Lois questions how hard it could be, Carrie snaps back defensively. This one's different. He holds it forward with reverence, revealing its legendary name, the famous Siren's Tear. Lois quietly processes the necklace's name, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. But then his eyes fly open in pure shock as he screams, "Is it really the Siren's Tear?" Carrie defensively insists the item is authentic, verified by an official appraiser. No way, Lois thinks, his mind racing. Why is that legendary item here of all places? The jewel was forged from the legend of a sea emperor collecting his beloved daughter's final tear. More than just a treasure, it is the one and only key to the emperor's underwater labyrinth. Realizing this is a crucial power-up meant for the original hero, Lois knows he must get it first. He suddenly turns to the young noble, respectfully calling him Hyung for the very first time. Then, with a complete change in demeanor, he asks with a cute pout, "Can you give it to me?" "Don't even dream about it," Carrie shouts, clutching the box meant only for Lady Lucia. Carrie scoffs, refusing to even consider Lois's outrageous request for the precious jewel. But Lois plants a seed of doubt, asking what he'll do if Lucia rejects his extravagant gift. She would never, the flustered noble cries out, clinging to his escort's terrible advice. Lois calmly points out that Lucia isn't the type of person to be swayed by expensive things alone. Realizing his entire plan is flawed, Carrie begins to panic, muttering to himself that this won't do. With a confident smirk, Lois takes complete control of the situation, commanding, "Sit down. I'll teach you what real romance is." The tables instantly turn as the young noble now sits, diligently taking notes from the little dragon. Carrie recites his first lesson. Build closeness first, then gradually express your true feelings. "That's right," Lois confirms while snacking, warning him to avoid sudden confessions or over-the-top gifts. As Carrie imagines how his original grand proposal would have failed, the true depth of the lesson finally sinks in. The young noble breaks his pen in frustration, realizing his entire approach has been wrong. "That's the exact opposite of everything I've been doing," he wails. While Lois smugly points out he chose the wrong advisor, Lois then cuts to the heart of the matter, asking why he even likes Lucia in the first place. A nostalgic look crosses Carrie's face as he recalls their first meeting 5 years ago. He remembers being instantly captivated by her beautiful singing, a light that brightened his dark future. But Lois remains completely unimpressed, calling it a long-winded reason to fall for someone. "It wasn't just any singing," Carrie shouts, defending her voice as a heavenly harmony. The little dragon then poses a simple yet devastating question. If she's so good, why did she stop singing? The mood instantly shatters as Carrie's expression turns grim, revealing there was a tragic accident. His story shifts to 4 years ago, to a performance that would change everything. Lucia excitedly begged her parents to see a performance, and they finally agreed to take her. But on the way to the venue, a sudden disaster struck their carriage. Her father screamed, "Lucia, watch out!" as she stared in wide-eyed terror. The impact threw her to the ground, leaving her dazed and bleeding. Dizzily, she pushes herself up, calling out, "Mom? Dad?" Her eyes fall upon the wreckage, where her parents lay motionless. A moment of horrified silence is broken by a soul-shattering scream. The carriage had crashed, killing both of her parents right before her eyes. So traumatized by the accident, the girl who loved to sing lost her voice forever. And Lois finally understands she blames her own passion for her parents' death. Lois smirks, realizing that if he handles this well, he could not only do a good deed but also acquire the legendary Siren's Tear for himself. But his plan hits a snag as he explodes at the clueless noble. "Are you out of your mind?" Carrie Bunt flinches, completely baffled by the sudden anger. Lois explains that giving a magical singing artifact to a girl traumatized into silence would only bring back her worst nightmares. The horrifying realization finally dawns on Carrie, who never considered the consequences of his gift. With a deep sigh, Lois laments how much he has to teach this hopeless romantic. He then pivots, offering a solution. "So, anyway, I have a proposal for you." A devilish grin spreads across his face as he asks, "Want to hear it?" And so, under the dim lights of the city, a new scheme begins to unfold. The door to the inn chimes as it opens late at night. "I'm back," Lois announces, surprising Moana, who asks why he's returned alone. She fumes upon hearing his uncle sent a child home by himself at this hour. Unfazed, Lois changes the subject. "But where's Lucia Nuna?" Moana smiles warmly, telling him that her sister is in her room upstairs. As he heads up, she offers to bring him a snack if he gets hungry. But Lois has no intention of sleeping, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he declares, "All right, so now, shall we begin?" He confronts Carrie Bunt with a shocking proposal. If I can get Lucia to sing again, will you give me the necklace? When the noble calls it ridiculous, Lois calmly asks, why? Didn't you say you wanted to see Lucia Nuna sing again? Carrie is left speechless, torn between his desperation and the sheer audacity of the deal. Lois sighs, pressuring the noble. Are you saying the necklace is more valuable to you than Lucia Nuna? As Carrie stammers, Lois beams. Great. It's a deal then. If I succeed, you'll give me the necklace, right? The young lord is left completely flustered, unable to process the audacious proposal. Lois twists the knife, questioning if his feelings were nothing more than immature kid talk. Cornered and desperate, Carrie finally cracks, shouting, fine. If you succeed, I'll give you Siren's Tear. They seal the pact with a handshake, Lois grinning as he warns him to never take it back. With the deal secured, Lois wastes no time and immediately knocks on Lucia's door. A surprised Lucia opens it, wondering why he's there so late, but Lois simply bursts in with a triumphant smile, declaring, Operation begins. Lois puts on a childish act, whining, Lucia, Nuna, I'm bored, play with me. Amused by his antics, she smiles warmly and agrees, thinking he must have been really bored. She kindly invites him to come inside first, completely unaware of his true intentions. Lois steps into her room, his eyes darting around as he takes in his surroundings. He turns to her with a seemingly innocent compliment. Your room is really pretty. A little flustered, she thanks him, glad that he likes the simple decorations. But then, his gaze lands on a forgotten instrument tucked away in the corner. He points directly at it, asking, what's this? Causing Lucia's expression to freeze in panic. She hesitantly explains it's a bomb, an instrument used to play music. Lois's eyes light up as he begs her to play, cornering her completely with his seemingly innocent request. Lois puts on his most convincing act, begging, please, pretty please, while tugging at her clothes. With a heavy sigh, Lucia finally gives in, murmuring, all right, shall I play a little then? She sits down with the bomb, the creak of the stool echoing in the tense room as Lois watches intently. Taking a deep breath, her fingers touch the strings, and a beautiful, clear note rings out. The melody immediately fills the air, and Lois sits completely captivated by the pure sound. His eyes widen in genuine shock, a silent whoa escaping his lips as he listens. He can't help but think how beautiful she is, completely lost in the music she creates. The pure sound of the instrument and the sight of her playing is an absolutely perfect combination. A sly smile creeps onto his face as he realizes, no wonder Carrie is so smitten with her. But as her fingers continue to dance across the strings, Lois's true plan is only just beginning. As the final note fades, Lucia lets out a long, relieved sigh. But before the silence can settle, Lois erupts into a storm of applause, shouting, bravo, bravo. She laughs nervously, humbly saying it wasn't her best performance since it's been a while. What are you talking about? He immediately retorts. It was such an amazing performance. Then, with a sudden burst of childish energy, he declares, Nuna, I want to try playing it too. She looks down, completely surprised by his unexpected request to play the bomb. With a bright, determined smile, he insists he wants to learn how to make beautiful sounds just like her. Intrigued and flattered, she tells him to wait just a moment as she gets up. Lois watches curiously as she rummages through her things, wondering what she's looking for. Ah, found it, she exclaims, turning around with a smaller instrument perfectly suited for him. Lucia gently offers him the small instrument, and he reaches out, surprised by the kind gesture. It's a gift, she explains, a smaller bomb she used as a child, now perfectly sized for him. Overjoyed, Lois promises to take good care of it, and she agrees they'll start their lessons tomorrow. He excitedly waves goodbye for the night, leaving her with a warm smile as she wishes him sweet dreams. But once back in his room, the childish act fades as his fairy companion, Finn, appears before him. Finn immediately deciphers his plan to overwrite Lucia's trauma with positive musical memories, a plan he confirms is exact. But she questions his methods, suggesting that simply using mental magic to alter her memories would be far faster. No, Lois firmly rejects, explaining that such shortcuts are only temporary fixes. The real wounds would eventually resurface. He declares his personal code with chilling conviction. Kindness is met with kindness, and malice with malice. And with a calculating smile, he concludes that since she has shown them kindness, it is only right to return the favor. Finn sighs in exasperation, realizing they won't be sticking to the original plan this time either. But Lois, already holding the instrument, simply refutes her doubts with a firm no. He strums a confident chord, promising her with a sly smile, that won't happen. Trust me. 3 days later, a beautiful melody drifts through the halls of the inn. Lois has been practicing non-stop, his fingers already moving with an impossible grace. Drawn by the sound, Lucia enters his room, completely stunned into silence by what she hears. He looks up with a cheerful smile, asking if he's getting better, leaving her utterly flustered. As he continues to play, her mind can only form one thought. This child is a prodigy. In just a few days, he's mastered techniques and memorized chords, effortlessly playing pieces that even adults struggle with. The sheer impossibility of his talent leaves her shaken to her core, wondering just where on earth this boy came from. Lois eagerly begs a flustered Lucia, "Nuna, teach me the next song." But elsewhere, in a dark and grimy hideout, a sinister plot is taking root. A poster for the Full Catch Festival announces a popular singing competition, the Night of Cain. Suddenly, a hand violently rips the notice from the wall. A menacing gang leader reads the torn paper, musing, "So it's a singing event?" His subordinate confirms it's an annual competition where contestants compete for a prize. He adds that it's the most popular festival event, and everyone is already practicing hard to win. A wicked grin spreads across the leader's face as he declares, "Is that so? That's perfect." His men are left confused as he turns away, his dark intentions still a mystery. He crushes the poster, thinking that the more people gather, the louder the screams will be. As the sun rises over Lufthagen, a man stumbles through the streets. Pablo clutches his chest, groaning. "Ugh, I'm dying," as he staggers through the crowd. He wonders if he's getting old, blaming his terrible hangover on a few days of drinking. But then, a faint, beautiful melody cuts through the morning air, catching his attention. He recognizes the sound instantly. It's a bomb being played, and it's coming from nearby. Believing it's Lucia, he bursts through the door shouting, "Lucia, have you finally decided to sing again?" But he freezes in shock, finding not Lucia, but the young master Lois skillfully playing the instrument. Lois pinches his nose in disgust, complaining, "Ugh, you reek. Were you drinking with Tyrius all night again?" Pablo scratches his head sheepishly, admitting that the man simply wouldn't let him leave. Quickly changing the subject, he asks with genuine confusion, "But what's with the bomb? I've never seen you play before." Lois casually explains that Lucia gave him the instrument, playing a cheerful tune. When asked how long he's been playing, Lois reveals a shocking truth. "I started when I got here." Pablo explodes in disbelief, realizing the boy has mastered the instrument in less than a week. But Lois just shrugs it off with annoying nonchalance, saying it simply worked out. Changing the subject, he asks about the task he gave Pablo, who confidently replies, "Don't worry." He proudly boasts that he's already secured about 20 lower-grade elixirs, calling himself Capable Pablo. Lois is completely unimpressed, scoffing, "You call that capable? And you only managed to get 20? Pablo crumbles, explaining that finding elixirs in the city has become as difficult as picking stars from the sky. The boy's expression hardens, sensing a deeper mystery at play in a port city that should be overflowing with supplies. He asks if someone else is raising magical beasts, but Pablo insists there's no one, deepening the strange puzzle. Lois deduces that someone is intentionally buying up all the elixirs before he can. He knows that while humans have a limit, elixirs can also be used to feed magical beasts, and raising a powerful beast would require a constant, massive supply, explaining the shortage perfectly. Pablo counters that the local Lord Tyrius would surely know if someone was raising beasts in his territory. Exactly. That's what's strange, Lois ponders, questioning why anyone would operate so secretly. Then, a chilling realization hits him as the pieces click into place. He gives a new command. Track down the final destination where all the elixirs are being taken. Once you find it, he orders Pablo, take Finn and search the place thoroughly. Pablo asks if he plans to steal them, but Lois scoffs. Do I look like a thief? His eyes narrow as he reveals his true suspicion, that the gang leader Damon is far more dangerous than anyone imagined. Pablo agrees to the mission but tries to sneak off to bed, only for Lois to stop him cold, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" "You're going out right now," Lois commands, his sudden intensity startling the massive warrior. The former bandit leader protests, complaining that he just got back and is still nursing a hangover. But Lois's patience has run out, offering a chilling smile and a threat to relive some old memories. The veiled warning works instantly, as a terrified Pablo scrambles for the door, shouting, "I'm leaving right now." He bolts from the room without a second's hesitation, leaving Lois to his plans. However, when he bursts outside, he's met not by a quiet street but by the overwhelming chaos of a city-wide festival. "Who are all these people?" he asks, completely bewildered. As Lois calmly explains, the Full Catch Festival is starting. Pablo clarifies that while the city is now a trade hub, it began as a humble fishing village. The festival is an ancient tradition, he explains, held to pray for the safety of fishermen and a bountiful catch. Pablo reveals the festival's highlight with a grin, the legendary Night of Cain. "What's that?" Lois asks. As Pablo explains, it's a singing contest for the city's best. He fondly remembers how their friend Lucia used to win first place every single time she competed. A spark of an idea ignites in Lois's eyes as he mutters, "Is that so?" He then stops Pablo, telling him there's one more thing he needs him to do. With a confident smirk, Lois delivers a shocking command, "Sign me up for the Night of Cain." Meanwhile, Lucia sits alone in a quiet room, lost in a somber silence. Her expression is heavy with unspoken sorrow, a shadow of her former self. Suddenly, the door bursts open as a cheerful voice calls out her name, shattering the quiet. It's Lois, who proudly declares he's been practicing the song she taught him. "But Nuna, I have a favor to ask," Lois begins, his shy request catching Lucia completely off guard. He nervously asks if she could take him to the festival everyone's been talking about. Before she can answer, the twins burst in with a shout, demanding, "Take us with you too!" Lucia just laughs, figuring his curiosity is only natural with all the excitement in the city. But there's a problem: the inn is completely packed with tourists, making it impossible for her to leave. The kids, however, are already dressed and ready, looking at her with hopeful eyes as they declare, "Let's go." Just then, Moana storms in with a brilliant smile, announcing, "We're all going to the festival." She affectionately ruffles Lois's hair, saying that if their little prince and princess want to go, they simply have to. Lucia still hesitates, worried about the inn, but Moana insists it won't go bankrupt from closing for just one day. Besides, she winks, the real crowds haven't even arrived yet, so let's enjoy ourselves today. With her mind finally made up, Lucia declares, "All right, let's get ready and head out." Moana leads the charge with a joyful shout, and the children erupt in cheers, eager for the adventure. As they walk through the streets, Lucia promises to buy them all the delicious treats they can eat. But beneath the innocent excitement, Lois smirks, knowing everything is going exactly according to his plan. Lucia turns to him with a bright smile, completely unaware of his hidden motives as they head deeper into the city. The sun sets over Lufthagen, and the festival grounds begin to glow with a life of their own. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in a trench coat and sunglasses slips through the darkened alleyways on a secret mission. It's Finn, the fairy, moving with silent urgency through the shadows of the city's back streets. She quickly approaches a wooden barrel, her hand darting inside to complete a clandestine task. After a moment, she pulls back and pauses, a look of deep contemplation on her face as she considers her next move. "So that's the warehouse Pablo mentioned?" Finn thinks, staring at the dark building where the elixirs are supposedly traded. He had warned her this was the place, urging her to investigate whatever Master Lois was looking for. "All right," she declares with a flourish, "I, the loyal servant of Master Lois, will uncover it all." The tiny fairy zips through the night sky, flying straight for the suspicious building. Inside, two guards pass the time with a game of cards, completely unaware of her approach. But her stealthy infiltration goes wrong, as she's suddenly caught in a sticky, web-like trap. One of the guards yawns loudly, complaining about how longer they have to wait in the damp warehouse. "Just shut up and play," his partner snaps, reminding him the boss will contact them before the festival ends. Suddenly, a strange noise cuts through the silence, putting the guards on high alert. Trapped and exposed, Finn freezes as she hears them question the sound, wondering if it was a beast. "Ugh, there it goes again," one of the guards complains, telling his partner it's his turn to deal with the noise. The other man rises, cursing whatever insatiable creature they're feeding in the darkness. But this was all a diversion, as Finn commands a squad of mice to charge forward with a single word. "Now." The guard is completely startled by the sudden rodent rush, letting out a sharp cry of surprise. He trips and stumbles clumsily, crashing right into a pile of strange, glowing green pods. "You useless bastard," his partner yells, sparking a petty argument between the two incompetent thugs. From the shadows, Finn gasps in shock, realizing the pods are the very elixirs they've been searching for. Her eyes widen as she spots countless crates, wondering if the entire city's supply is stored here. "This won't do," she resolves, realizing she must uncover their sinister plan for the horde. While the guards are completely distracted by their bickering, Finn silently flies away, her infiltration a stunning success. From her hiding spot among the glowing elixirs, Finn silently observes the bickering guards. "How is a rat in here my fault?" one of them yells, still fuming from their earlier argument. He stomps away angrily, grumbling about being stuck in this dead-end job. Finn's eyes narrow as he descends a dark staircase, wondering where it could possibly lead. The disgruntled guard walks alone along a torchlit waterway, deep beneath the warehouse. But suddenly, he freezes, sensing an unnatural presence lurking in the oppressive silence. He whips around, his heart pounding as he searches the shadows for the source of a strange noise. A deep, terrifying rumble echoes from the darkness as something ancient begins to stir. The man's face contorts in pure horror, letting out a pathetic, high-pitched shriek. He immediately drops his cargo and bolts, scrambling desperately for his life away from the unseen monster. After the guard flees, Finn peeks out from her hiding spot among the strange cargo. She frantically pushes her way out, gasping, "Is he gone?" But as she scans the empty waterway, she realizes the terrifying presence hasn't left. Her eyes widen in absolute horror as she screams, "That thing?" Lurking in the deepest shadows is a monstrous creature, with glowing red eyes, far worse than she imagined. Meanwhile, on the streets above, a different kind of monster lets out a playful roar. It's a festival parade, and the costumed creature chases laughing citizens, shouting, "Stop right there." The twins, Connie and Con, are having the time of their lives, as Moana proudly calls it, the best festival ever. Even Lois is stunned by the sheer scale of the celebration, admitting he's never seen anything like it. As he's lost in thought, a skewer of food is suddenly offered to him. Moana offers him a festival treat called frozen fruit, a local delicacy he's never seen before. But as he takes a bite, a jolt of memory hits him. The taste is exactly the same as a treat from his past life. Hiding his shock, he simply agrees that it's delicious, masking the impossible connection he just felt. Suddenly, the distinct sound of a bomb cuts through the crowd, and Pablo immediately recognizes the instrument. Moana explains it's the preliminaries for the legendary Night of Cain singing contest. Instantly intrigued, Lois grabs her hand and eagerly rushes them toward the stage, shouting, "Hurry!" They arrive to find a lone musician on stage, his performance echoing through the town square. But the performance is clearly struggling, the musician's face strained with effort as the notes fall flat. The sound is so agonizingly bad that Lois's ears begin to bleed, forcing him to ask, "Why are they all so bad?" A confident smirk forms on his face as he declares that Lucia's talent far surpasses anyone here. Lucia hesitates, her face clouded with doubt and the weight of her past trauma. But Moana, unable to watch any longer, grabs Lois and declares, "I can't take this. We're going up there together." Lois, now filled with purpose, drags a surprised Moana toward the stage, yelling for her to hurry. They're immediately stopped by an official who explains, "You need to sign up in advance to participate in this event." Unfazed, Lois calmly states he already signed them up under the names Louis and Lucia, telling the man to check the list. The official's jaw drops in disbelief. "What? Lucia? You mean the Lucia? The siren?" A wave of whispers ripples through the crowd as they recognize the legendary siren, but her tragic story follows close behind. The pressure becomes too much, and Lucia stumbles back, overwhelmed by a sudden, crippling panic attack. Lois immediately turns, his expression hardening as he sees her distress. He steps in front of her, taking her hand with a look of unwavering support, ready to face the crowd for her. "Don't worry," Lois declares with a smile. "I'll sing, and Lucia will just play the instrument." Lucia is left speechless by his sudden, unexpected plan. He gently takes the instrument, trying to reassure her in front of the murmuring crowd. She stammers, still frozen by her trauma, but his confident smile doesn't falter for a second. The stage official grows impatient, threatening to move on to the next act as the pressure mounts. Suddenly, Lois leaps onto the stage alone, greeting the massive crowd with a cheerful wave. He boldly insults all the previous performers, instantly grabbing the entire audience's attention with his sheer audacity. But now, he announces with a flourish, "Let me introduce my accompanist, Miss Lucia." With hesitant steps, Lucia walks onto the stage, the weight of every eye in the city upon her. And in an instant, the entire festival erupts, chanting the name of the legendary siren they thought they'd never hear again. Lucia freezes, her stage fright overwhelming her as the crowd's roar becomes a blur. "Louis, I don't think I can do this," she stammers, trembling with fear. But Lois just smiles confidently, asking for her hand without a hint of doubt. He takes it, secretly using a mind technique to send a wave of calm through her. Her eyes widen in shock as the strange, warm energy washes over her. Holding his hand makes her feel oddly calm, the suffocating panic suddenly fading away. "Everything will be fine, so don't worry," he says with a reassuring wink. Taking a deep breath, she thanks him, his simple words meaning the world to her. The stage official then asks what song they'll perform, ready to begin the show. Lois turns to the roaring crowd and declares, "Now, I'll sing for you." The crowd murmurs in confusion, wondering why a small child is on stage instead of the famous singer. But Lois simply takes a deep breath, a quiet confidence filling his lungs. Then, a single, ethereal note fills the air, silencing every last person in the square. "His voice, it's so beautiful," they whisper, their skepticism instantly melting away into pure awe. He sings a song of ancient sorrow, his voice carrying a weight far beyond his years. The melody speaks of a long life, filled with unspoken troubles, a story that resonates deep within their souls. Tough-looking men begin to weep openly, overwhelmed by a strange mix of sadness and purification. As the song reaches its peak, he turns to a stunned Lucia, who sits frozen on stage. Nuna, now, he urges, his sharp command snapping her out of her daze. And with a trembling hand, her fingers finally find the strings, ready to join the impossible performance. As Lucia plays, Lois's voice rings out with a powerful promise. This life I'll live and laugh at it. He belts out the lyrics with a passion that seems to come from 1,000 lifetimes. The crowd is moved to tears, his song of a 10,000-year life resonating within their very souls. As the final note fades, Lois gestures, and the entire festival falls into a dead, reverent silence. Even the contest official is left speechless, his jaw dropping in utter disbelief. The audience is frozen, unable to process the overwhelming performance they just witnessed. A man tries to clap, but his neighbor quickly slaps his hand down, not daring to break the spell. Then, with a confident smirk and a sharp snap of his fingers, Lois shatters the silence. The crowd erupts into a deafening roar, screaming, "Amazing! One more song!" Taking a bow, Lois thanks them, privately crediting the overwhelming power of K-pop for his victory. Lucia takes a final, somber bow beside Lois as their performance concludes. She forces a smile, thanking the crowd, but a strange melancholy clouds her expression. Later that night, back at the inn, the excitement of the festival finally winds down. Lois collapses onto a chair, completely drained, admitting that singing took more out of him than he expected. But his companions rush in, showering him with praise for his unbelievable talent, much to his smug satisfaction. Suddenly, Lucia apologizes and quietly retreats upstairs to rest, leaving her sister Moana looking worried. Moana whispers, a deep concern etched on her face as she watches her sister leave. Upstairs, Lucia lies alone in her room, curled up in the quiet darkness. Her sister follows, knocking gently before announcing, "Lucia, I'm coming in." As she opens the door, her expression shifts to one of heartbreak, seeing the state her sister is in. Moana sits beside her sister, gently asking how she felt about the performance tonight. "It was great, right?" she asks, her face beaming with pride and hope for a breakthrough. But from under her hood, Lucia can only manage a weak, hollow agreement. Unaware of the turmoil, Moana expresses her pure joy, saying how happy it made her to see Lucia on stage again. The fragile moment shatters when Lucia asks a chilling question, "Don't you hate me?" Tears stream down her face as she finally confesses the source of her trauma. "Because of me, Mom and Dad." Moana instantly snaps, grabbing her sister and shouting, "Don't say such nonsense. It wasn't your fault," she declares with fierce love. "They made their choice to protect the person they loved most." Her powerful words finally break through Lucia's wall of guilt, leaving her stunned and speechless. Moana then pulls her into a tight embrace, holding her broken sister together in the quiet room. Moana gently reassures her sister that, with small steps, she will one day sing again. Through her tears, Lucia finally agrees, remembering that a siren's true beauty is in her song. Outside the door, Lois listens in, having successfully brought the two sisters back together. A smug smile crosses his face as he thinks, as expected of me. With the first phase of his operation a success, he proudly walks away. But a sudden creak down the hall makes him stop dead in his tracks. "Finn?" His fairy companion suddenly crashes to the floor, battered and broken. He scoops her up in a panic, demanding to know who could have injured her so badly. With her last ounce of strength, she warns him about the warehouse and a mysterious man. Then she goes limp, leaving Lois desperately screaming her name as his victory turns to ash. Lois lets out a desperate, soul-shattering scream for his fallen fairy. Meanwhile, at the very warehouse Finn warned him about, retribution is already underway. With a thunderous crash, Pablo kicks the door clean off its hinges. The goons inside are stunned, shouting, "Who are you?" as the giant warrior storms in. "So this is where you stashed Livtagan's elixirs," Pablo growls, but the man nervously denies everything. His lies are met with a brutal, silencing punch that sends him flying across the room. Pablo grabs the remaining thug by the collar, his eyes burning with rage as he demands the truth. But a calm voice suddenly cuts through the chaos. "Please release my lackey." The gang's leader steps forward with a smug smile, suggesting they can clear up any misunderstandings. Pablo isn't fooled, retorting that the ones who want to talk are always the ones with something to hide. "Fine," Pablo growls, demanding to know why the elixirs are being hidden in the warehouse. He leans in, accusing the leader of plotting something shady, but the man just smirks back. The leader calmly claims the elixirs were legally purchased for export, insisting Pablo is mistaken. Unconvinced, Pablo challenges him. "It would be no problem if I checked the warehouse myself, right?" Without waiting for an answer, he storms past the stunned gang members deeper into the building. He shatters a locked wooden door with a single, devastating swing of his axe. Behind it lies a hidden, watery passage, and Pablo steps into the darkness, questioning what this place is. The gang leader follows, explaining it was once an old boatyard from when the city was a fishing village. Pablo scoffs at the excuse, declaring it's the perfect place to hide something sinister. His grip tightens on his weapon as his anger flares, ready to uncover the truth. Pablo senses a dark power lurking in the passage, roaring, magical beast. A sinister, swirling void of energy manifests for a fleeting moment in the darkness ahead. But just as quickly, the presence vanishes, leaving the warrior completely stunned and confused. He turns back, wondering aloud why there was suddenly no reaction to his intrusion. The gang leader smirks. See? There's nothing here. But Pablo refuses to accept the obvious deception. I'll check for myself, he declares, shoving past the man and storming deeper into the tunnel. The leader watches him go, coolly remarking on how persistent the former bandit truly is. But the passage is completely empty, and the leader's taunts echo in the stone corridor. His patience finally wearing thin, the leader's eyes narrow with a chilling threat for pushing him too far. Suddenly, Pablo clutches his head, a wave of agony washing over him from an unseen attack. Pablo staggers in the alley, confronted by the very men he was investigating. But a small voice cuts through the tension. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" As Lois suddenly appears. He runs up, explaining that Moana sent him to find Pablo, worried he was off drinking again. Lois quickly takes charge, whispering that the waterway was a dead end and telling Pablo, "I'll handle it, so you can step aside." He turns to the gang leader, who doesn't recognize him, and asks who this strange child is. "I'm Louis," the boy says with a disarming smile, explaining he's staying with Pablo at the Siren's shelter. The leader's subordinate recognizes him instantly, realizing he's the kid from the Kane's Night preliminaries. The leader's demeanor shifts completely. "So you're the one who went on stage with Lucia?" he asks, patting the boy's head. He smirks, genuinely impressed that this small child managed to persuade the traumatized girl to sing. Leaning in close, he changes the subject with a chilling request. "Could you also convince your uncle for me?" The leader smirks, delivering a chilling threat about the terrible fate that befell Lucia's parents. "What did you just say?" Pablo roars, raising his axe in fury as Lois's hand stops him. But Lois calmly steps in, promising the leader he'll handle his simple-minded uncle. The leader seems satisfied by the boy's maturity, patting his head in condescending approval. As the man turns, however, Lois's eyes lock onto a strange horn flute at his hip. With the immediate danger gone, Lois innocently asks the man about something he's curious about. "That horn flute you're carrying," he asks, pointing directly at the mysterious object. The leader's friendly demeanor vanishes instantly, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Lois plays it off with a disarming smile, claiming he just thinks it looks nice. But the man grows defensive, warning that the flute is incredibly rare and not easily found. As the door slams shut, Lois and Pablo are left alone in the alleyway to process the threat. Pablo immediately asks if they should call for backup, but Lois firmly shuts the idea down. He knows that escalating the situation would ignite a war in the city, putting innocent lives at risk. Besides, he refuses to let this conflict ruin Lucia's long-awaited return to the stage. Realizing he must change tactics, Lois decides he'll have to speed things up to help her. A confident smirk spreads across his face, as he vows to make this the most spectacular festival yet. Meanwhile, the furious gang leader violently grabs one of his own men by the collar. He's enraged that a strange creature and Pablo have been snooping around his secret warehouse operations. When his subordinate claims ignorance, the leader just smiles. That's unfortunate, as he draws a blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he brutally silences his underling for the unforgivable failure. His blade finds its mark, coldly silencing the subordinate for his failure. With his operation compromised, the gang leader decides to move the plan forward, despite his man's warning that their weapon isn't fully tamed. "There's no time to waste," he snarls, knowing Pablo's snooping means they're about to be exposed. He gives a terrifying order: release their secret weapon during the Kane's Night finals tomorrow. With a twisted smirk, he walks away from the body, promising everyone a truly grand festival. That same night, under a starry sky, a different plan is set into motion by the docks. Lois and Pablo patrol the quiet harbor, searching for any sign of the enemy's next move. Pablo reports no sign of the sea beast, but Lois is certain their foe has been cornered and will be forced to act. He deduces the villain's true goal: to create chaos during the festival and then emerge as the city's savior. But when Pablo asks if the man is a druid, Lois confirms he isn't, revealing a chilling mystery. "I didn't sense any mental magic from him." With a cunning smirk, Lois reveals the villain's secret. He does have quite a rare item. The item is the legendary Sea King's horn, a flute carved from the horn of a dead sea dragon. It's an artifact of immense power, said to tame any sea beast to the wielder's will. This is how a man with no druidic magic could so easily control such a monstrous creature. But Lois has his own plans. Realizing if he could steal that horn, his journey would be drastically shortened. He orders a confused Pablo to watch the port alone, declaring the enemy will act tonight for sure. With a determined smile, Lois explains, "I have something else to take care of first." He walks alone through the bustling festival streets, his mind set on a new objective. But suddenly, he stops, his attention caught by a familiar figure in the crowd. It's the young nobleman, Carrie Bunt, standing just ahead between his two guards. Lois startles Carrie Bunt, who screams in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Carrie quickly composes himself, smugly remarking that it's good. Lois has some sense, but Lois cuts him off with a smirk, revealing, "I have a task for you. Fill the plaza for tonight's event." A confused Carrie asks why, but Lois coldly tells him to just do as he's told. Provoked, Carrie boasts that filling the plaza is no challenge for his family's influence as Lois calmly walks away. Lois suddenly stops, remembering one last detail for the flustered nobleman. "And bring a flower bouquet." He winks, adding that he'll want to score points at the right moment. Carrie is left completely bewildered, muttering to himself, "The right moment?" Later that night, the festival plaza is overflowing with people under a starry sky, a testament to Carrie's success. Lucia stares in disbelief at the massive crowd, wondering how Lois managed it, as he notes that the brat actually pulled it off. The roar of the massive crowd washes over Lucia, leaving her completely stunned. As another performer finishes their act to thunderous applause, the festival's energy reaches its absolute peak. Lucia can't believe it, thinking to herself, "I never thought a day like this would come again." She knows that if it weren't for Lois, she could have never even dreamed of this moment. But suddenly, the announcer steps forward to introduce the next act. "Give a rousing welcome," he bellows, "for Louis and Lucia." As their names echo through the plaza, Lucia's old trauma floods back, paralyzing her with fear. A calm voice suddenly cuts through her panic. "Nuna." Lois gently takes her hand, pulling her back from the edge of despair. "You've done enough," he says firmly. "Stop running from the painful memories." Lucia stares back, completely bewildered by his sudden change in tone. He cuts straight to her deepest wound, asking what her late parents would think of her hiding behind guilt. "How do you know?" she gasps, horrified that this boy knows the secret that has haunted her for years. But without another word, Lois turns his back and walks up the stairs to the stage alone. He leaves her with one final, piercing question. "What do you think your parents truly wanted for you?" Her mind reels as his words force her to confront the painful memories she's suppressed. A moment later, the crowd watches in shock as Lois takes the stage by himself. Is he performing alone? The audience murmurs, wondering why Lucia isn't with him. Then, a single, beautiful note rings out as his fingers find the strings. He begins to sing a haunting melody, his lone voice filling the entire festival square. The crowd listens, confused by the simple, somber lyrics of Lois's song. But then a man recognizes the tune. "Isn't this a child's dream?" he gasps, realizing it's a famous lullaby. The audience is completely captivated, whispering that his voice feels like a powerful enchantment. On stage, Lois sings of a child lost in a dark forest, crying out, "I'm scared, Mommy, Daddy." The words strike Lucia like a physical blow, echoing the deepest fears she's hidden for years. A forgotten memory surfaces, a bright, happy room where her father played music for her and her sister. His final question rings in her mind as she finally understands what her parents truly wanted for her. With a new fire in her eyes, she takes a single, determined step onto the stage. Lois looks up from his instrument, a faint, knowing smile gracing his lips as she approaches. Her gaze locks with the crowd, her expression shifting from fear to resolve as she prepares to finally sing again. The song brings back a memory of Lucia as a child, whimpering from a terrible nightmare. She recalls her parents' gentle words, promising to fight off any monster and hold her tight. From the crowd, her sister Moana watches in stunned silence, her heart aching for Lucia. She remembers asking Lois why he chose that specific song, the lullaby their parents used to sing. His simple, smiling reply echoes in her mind. "I want someone to hear it." Moana finally understands his entire performance was a selfless act to heal her sister's broken heart. On stage, Lucia's voice soars with newfound strength, singing the words of comfort she longed to hear. Their melody rings out, a perfect harmony that enchants the entire city square. The crowd is completely captivated by their duet, a magical performance under the starry sky. But lurking in the shadows, the furious gang leader grits his teeth, his sinister plans beginning to unravel. "Bravo!" Carrie Bunt weeps, completely overwhelmed by the beautiful performance. The entire city erupts in cheers, proclaiming the siren has returned. On stage, Lucia is moved to tears, a single sound of relief escaping her lips. She bows to the roaring crowd, her heart full as she thanks them for their support. But from a balcony above, Lois watches with a smirk, knowing the first part of his plan is a success. He smiles, realizing it's now time to finish the rest and protect this moment. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, a lone boat creaks ominously at a deserted pier. The gang leader steps aboard, his secret mission finally underway. But a voice cuts through the silence. "Where have you been sneaking around like a rat?" It's Pablo, blocking the path with a grin, taunting him about what he might be hiding offshore. The gang leader sighs, ominously comparing Pablo's persistence to that of Lucia's dead parents. Pablo reels back in confusion, demanding to know why he's bringing up his deceased friends. With a chilling smirk, the leader reveals they too followed him right before their tragic accident. "Was it your doing?" Pablo roars in horror, but the man simply shrugs, refusing to confirm his guilt. He then issues a final, terrifying warning. Those who interfere with his work don't live in peace. Enraged by the confession, Pablo charges forward, screaming, "You bastard!" as he swings his massive hammer. He puts all his strength into a devastating blow meant to crush his opponent completely. But in a shocking display of power, the gang leader effortlessly blocks the attack with just 2 daggers. "Did you really think I'd come here without the power to back me up?" he sneers, revealing his true strength. A blast of unseen energy erupts from his body, sending the mighty Pablo flying backward. Pablo lies defeated on the ground, utterly crushed by the gang leader's overwhelming power. "And don't worry about the daughters of the Siren's shelter," the man says with a chilling calm. "'Cause I'll take care of them personally," he sneers, a twisted grin spreading across his face. The vile threat snaps something in Pablo, who roars back to his feet screaming, "You bastard, I'll kill you." He shoves past the henchman, his eyes burning with pure rage as he yells for them to get out of his way. But the leader simply vanishes, reappearing at the docks alone to finally begin his dark festival plans. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the night. "Hey, looks like you got the wrong place." It's Lois, mockingly calling the villain a lost puppy who can't find the real festival. The leader scoffs, warning the little boy that he'll get in trouble for being out so late. "Thanks for the concern," Lois replies coolly, completely unfazed, "but my household's pretty laid back. Besides," Lois states coldly, "I wasn't planning on going easy on you anyway." His eyes narrow as he vows to punish the man for making Lucia cry, promising he'll pay dearly. The leader scoffs that he doesn't hold back for kids, but Lois retorts that he won't hold back for adults either. With a flash of steel, the villain lunges forward, ready to end this insolent child. But his blades slam into a mysterious purple barrier, stopping his attack dead in its tracks. "Spatial magic?" he shouts in disbelief, realizing this is no ordinary boy, but Lois simply tells him to stop talking and fight. Before he can even process it, Lois vanishes and reappears right in his face, asking, "Or should I go first?" A devastating punch connects with blinding speed, the impact echoing across the empty docks. The gang leader is sent flying backward, crying out as the sheer force of the blow slams into him. Yet to Lois's surprise, the man somehow blocked the hit, revealing a strength far beyond that of a simple thug. Lois coldly mocks the gang leader. "You're better than Pablo, I see," which only enrages the man further. But just as the fight is about to escalate, Lois senses a new, overwhelming presence approaching from behind. A colossal beast with glowing red eyes materializes from the shadows, looming over him with pure killing intent. With a deafening roar, its massive jaws snap shut, attempting to devour him in a single, brutal bite. Lois reacts with impossible speed, narrowly dodging the fatal attack as the creature's head shatters the stone ground. He lands safely, admitting with a cold sweat that the surprise ambush almost cost him his life. Suddenly, the piercing sound of a horn echoes across the docks, signaling that this was no random attack. The gang leader, who had been watching from the side, lunges forward with blinding speed. In a shocking twist, he lands perfectly on the beast's head, revealing he was the one controlling it all along. "You're quite skilled for your age," he sneers, raising the horn, "but that's as far as your little act goes. Guess I'll have to deal with you first," Lois mutters, his patience finally wearing thin. In response, the gang leader blows his horn, commanding the beast with a deafening blast. The sonic assault forces Lois to his knees, a wave of unseen power crashing over him, but the monster just stares back, utterly confused and refusing to obey the order. "Attack that brat already," the leader roars, kicking his summon in a fit of pure rage. Instead, the beast's giant eye fills with primal fear as it looks upon the small boy. Lois realizes the man's control is weak, smirking as he understands the situation. In that case, he declares with chilling confidence, "I'll just take over." He unleashes a terrifying new power, flying towards the beast as he casts mental magic. Domination. The creature roars in agony, its mind now a battlefield under Lois's complete control. With the beast under his command, Lois points at its former master and roars, Catch and eat that bastard. The monster turns on the terrified gang leader, who can only shriek in pure horror. But the man desperately blows his horn, unleashing a powerful sound that fights back against Lois's mental domination. Caught between two masters, the creature lets out a pained roar as its mind is torn apart. The psychic backlash sends Lois flying, his control completely shattered by the artifact's power. He lands, realizing his magic isn't strong enough to overpower the Sea King's horn. Trapped and unable to fight the beast head-on in the city, Lois desperately searches for a new plan. But then, as he glances over the water, a sudden thought strikes him. Right, he exclaims, a brilliant and risky idea forming in his mind. That could work. He turns to the monster with a smirk, changing tactics from control to pure provocation. Hey, sea worm. With a vicious grin, Lois challenges the beast. Shall we have a proper fight? He then leaps from the docks without a moment's hesitation. Plunging into the frigid water, he fully commits to his insane plan. On the shore, Pablo can only scream in horror. Master? The enraged sea serpent thrashes, its roar echoing across the bay. You fool, the gang leader laughs. You've just signed your death warrant. Deep beneath the surface, the monster's colossal size completely dwarfs the young dragon, but Lois's eyes glow with power as he calmly beckons it forward. Come. The memory of his decisive leap flashes by. A point of no return. He had willingly dived into the serpent's domain, betting everything on his next move. The enraged sea serpent lets out a furious roar, its massive body churning the deep water. It dives deep, a colossal predator hunting the tiny figure waiting in the abyss. But instead of fear, Lois's eyes show only cold, calculating resolve. The beast's maw opens, a cavern of teeth ready to swallow him whole. With a devastating crunch, its jaws snap shut, seemingly ending the fight. Suddenly, a blinding purple light erupts from within its throat, shocking the monster. From the inside, Lois, in his true dragon form, pries open the beast's jaws with impossible strength. Since we're under the sea, he smirks, I don't need to hold back. His tiny fist glows with overwhelming power as he takes his stance and declares, And you. Your breath stinks, he yells, unleashing a devastating punch that shatters the water around them. The massive sea serpent shrieks in agony from the force of the tiny dragon's blow. Lois smirks, his power flaring. You were having fun a moment ago, weren't you? With a look of pure determination, he declares. Well, you've met your match today. He then rockets forward, a blur of energy aimed directly at the stunned beast. The serpent roars as Lois unleashes a relentless barrage, completely overwhelming it. As the monster convulses and begins to sink, it tries to flee, but Lois grabs its tail, refusing to let it escape. Where do you think you're going? He unleashes another devastating wave of power, yelling, Let's keep playing. Meanwhile, back on the surface, an exhausted Pablo pants heavily, asking, Is it over? He stares out at the dark water, filled with worry. I wonder if Master's all right. Pablo stares in confusion as the water begins to churn violently below him. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool rips open the sea, leaving him utterly speechless. A colossal pillar of water then erupts from the depths with terrifying force. My goodness! Pablo screams in disbelief. What in the world is that? The defeated sea serpent is launched helplessly into the night sky. Even the smug gang leader is stunned, shouting, The sea serpent? Why is it up in the sky? He realizes too late that the massive beast is now plummeting directly towards him. The villain lets out a pathetic scream as he desperately scrambles to escape. The serpent's body crashes down, completely obliterating the pier where he just stood. He barely survives the impact, grunting in pain as his plan literally comes crashing down around him. The gang leader screams in terror as his own plan comes crashing down on him. With a thunderous impact, the massive sea serpent obliterates the pier. His summoning flute, the source of his power, is sent flying into the night. It clatters uselessly to the ground as the villain is thrown aside by the shockwave. The once mighty sea serpent now lies defeated amidst the wreckage, but from the churning waters, a new, far more terrifying silhouette emerges against the moon. It's Lois, who reverts to his human form with a smug grin, surrounded by an overwhelming aura. Did you cause all this just to blow off steam? Pablo asks in disbelief. Just as Lois revels in his victory, a pained groan from the rubble catches his attention. The gang leader, though beaten and broken, is somehow still alive. The defeated villain reaches for his lost power, whispering, my horn. But before he can reclaim it, another hand snatches the artifact from the ground. Lois holds the prize with a taunting smile, asking, Why? Still holding on to this? Don't worry, he declares with a wicked grin. I'll put it to very good use from now on. He raises the horn to his lips, but only a terrible, discordant squawk echoes out. Pablo can't help but mock his terrible musical skills as Lois flushes with embarrassment. In a fit of childish rage, Lois smashes the priceless artifact against the stone ground. Pablo stares at the broken pieces, asking in disbelief if it can just be glued back together. But Lois, fueled by pure frustration, crushes the horn into nothing but dust. He immediately collapses in despair, crying out, "No, my fast ferry ride!" A sudden tremor shakes the ground, catching Lois completely off guard. Freed from its magical chains, the sea serpent's eyes flare with pure, untamed rage. Lois can only manage a nervous laugh as he realizes, "Uh-oh, I'm screwed." The beast lets out a deafening roar, and Pablo screams for them to run for their lives. "Why is it rampaging again?" Pablo yells. As Lois explains, the control from the horn is now broken. Lois watches in horror, knowing that if this keeps up, the entire city is doomed. It begins its destructive march, its immense weight shaking the very foundations of the port. "Damn it!" Lois curses, realizing it's being drawn straight toward the festival lights. Pablo screams that it's a disaster, with countless innocent people directly in its path. With no other choice, Lois commands his ferry, "Finn, go find the twins and bring them here." "Pablo, you're with me. We've got to stop that thing." Lois commands, receiving a loyal "Yes, master," in reply. Without a moment's hesitation, they both charge headfirst toward the colossal beast rampaging through the city. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, two lovers enjoy the festival night, completely oblivious to the approaching doom. The woman worries about their safety, but her partner boasts, "What's dangerous about it? I'm here with you." His bravado is cut short as a terrifying rumble echoes from the darkness, making them both freeze. Suddenly, the sea serpent smashes through a nearby wall, its horrifying roar shattering the night. The man is paralyzed by fear as his girlfriend screams at him to get up and run for his life. But in a shocking act of cowardice, he grabs her and shoves her forward as a human shield. Just as the monster's jaws are about to close, a blur of motion streaks through the alley. The serpent is sent reeling back, a powerful punch having slammed directly into its face. "Hey, snakehead, over here!" Pablo roars, bravely acting as bait to draw the monster away from the city. The enraged serpent takes the bait, its crimson eyes locking onto its new target with a low, guttural growl. It lunges forward with terrifying speed, forcing the once confident bandit to scramble desperately for his life. His bravado shatters in an instant as he screams in terror, "Master, now's the time! Help me!" Just in time, a powerful spatial spell erupts from nowhere, trapping the beast within a shimmering purple veil. The monster thrashes wildly, completely immobilized by a power it cannot possibly comprehend. From the shadows, Lois calmly reveals his plan. "Now all I have to do is calm it down with some mental trick." He then unleashes a mental spell, a gentle light emanating from his hand to dominate the creature's mind. The serpent lets out one final roar of defiance, its rage fighting against the overwhelming mental assault. But its will is crushed as the spell takes full effect, its consciousness swallowed by a vortex of purple energy. But the beast's immense power causes the spatial veil to shake violently, making it impossible for Lois to maintain his mental spell. On the ground, Pablo looks up in confusion, calling out to his master on the rooftop. Meanwhile, the city guards rush through the streets, alerted by the commotion. They stop in shock, staring at the colossal monster trapped in the purple barrier, realizing it's one of Damon's creatures. "Where is that wretched bastard now?" the captain roars. But Pablo knows the villain has likely already fled the scene. From above, an exasperated Lois shouts down, "Pablo, are you going to keep chit-chatting?" He desperately orders him to get his friend and help hold the creature down while he maintains the spell. Snapping to attention, Pablo agrees and rallies the guard captain to action. Suddenly, the twin dragons Connie and Khan appear by his side, offering their help, and Lois immediately tasks them with distracting the beast. With a confident cry, the twins leap into the fray, ready to buy him the time he needs. The twins unleash a flurry of attacks, striking the massive sea serpent from above. Watching them, Lois knows this distraction won't last forever, muttering, "This should buy us some more time." But just then, Pablo's voice rings out from below. "Master, we're ready." The beast's attention snaps downwards, sensing the new threat gathering on the streets. It lets out a furious roar, thrashing wildly against the combined assault. "Now, pull," Pablo bellows, leading the guards as they heave on massive ropes. The ropes find their mark, ensnaring the monster's head and horns in a shocking instant. Trapped and enraged, the serpent thrashes violently against its new restraints. The guards dig in their heels, straining with all their might as their captain screams, "Don't let go." And as the chaotic struggle unfolds, a shadowy figure lands silently on a rooftop, watching everything. From the rooftop, Lois unleashes his true power, weaving a complex multi-spell with intense focus. With a final surge of energy, he claps his hands together, completing the impossible incantation. A devastating wave of spatial compression slams into the sea serpent, crushing its massive form under impossible pressure. The beast lets out a final, agonized shriek as its body is overwhelmed by the attack. Landing softly on the defeated creature, Lois calmly states, "Now, I'll ease your mind." He casts a mental spell, a gentle wave of pacification designed to soothe the rampaging beast's mind. The creature's rage-filled eyes soften, its fury replaced by a sudden calm as it nuzzles against his hand. But the shadowy observer is left utterly speechless, only for Lois to turn and give him a knowing wink. Enraged by the complete loss of his weapon, the gang leader draws his own sword and lunges forward, screaming, "Die!" Yet his desperate attack is stopped dead, frozen in place by magical chains summoned with a flick of Lois's wrist. "No need for that," Lois calmly states, halting the man's attempt to execute the beast. He explains the creature isn't to blame, as it was merely a puppet controlled against its will. But as the twins playfully jump on its back, the man worries about a monster roaming free. "Don't worry," Lois reassures him with a confident smile. "I'll take care of it." He turns to the now docile sea serpent, its red eyes gazing back at him under the starry sky. He commands it to stay far from humans and return to where it belongs, living a quiet life. With a final wave, the children shout, "Live well," as the creature disappears into the ocean depths. Lois then turns to his companions, announcing it's time to get ready, leaving them confused. "We've done what we came to do," he declares with a smile, "so it's time for us to head out." Meanwhile, the defeated gang leader rows away in utter solitude, his grand plans completely shattered. The gang leader rows away furiously, vowing, "You think Damon's going to go down like this?" His eyes burn with hatred as he swears to burn Lufthagen to the ground for his revenge. But suddenly, he spots something strange flying towards him, his own oar, ripped from his hands. It soars past just as the massive sea serpent erupts from the waves, answering a silent call. Before he can even process the sight, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, lifting him effortlessly. Lois appears from nowhere, tossing the villain like a ragdoll straight towards the monster's gaping maw. A final, desperate scream of "No!" is cut short as the serpent's jaws snap shut. With its grim task complete, the colossal creature crashes back into the ocean, its purpose fulfilled. It then dives deep, disappearing back into the abyss from which it came, leaving no trace behind. And in the silent, crushing depths, the villain's body sinks into an eternal, watery grave. The crowd roars for their siren as Lucia steps off the stage, her performance a triumph. Exhausted, she lets out a breath, admitting that the extra songs took all her energy. But amidst the celebration, she realizes someone is missing, wondering, "But where did Louis go?" Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the noise, calling her name with pure excitement. Her sister Moana rushes forward, embracing her tightly. "That's my siren. You were amazing." In a tender moment, Moana whispers that their parents would have been so proud. Nearby, the young nobleman Carrie Bunt nervously clears his throat, trying to work up the courage to approach. Moana spots him, calling out and startling the flustered young man. He's caught completely off guard, hiding a massive bouquet of flowers behind his back. Moana gets a mischievous idea, a sly smile spreading across her face. She shoves the flustered nobleman forward, shouting, "Lucia, it looks like Carrie has something for you." With another forceful push, she insists that now is the perfect moment for a gift. Carrie stammers through his congratulations, fumbling over his words as he presents a massive bouquet. He finally manages to call her our siren, Lucia, leaving her completely stunned. A gentle smile blossoms on her face as she gratefully accepts his gift. The two stand together in a shower of confetti, a sweet and awkward moment of connection. Watching from the crowd, even the hardened warrior Pablo can't help but smile at their happiness. But from the shadows, Lois turns away, believing his job is done and that they'll be fine without him. A few days later, a ship sits ready at the port. A sailor shouts the final boarding call, announcing the vessel is about to set sail for the autumn continent. But a desperate voice suddenly cries out, "Don't go," as Moana rushes towards the dock. She clings to the twins, tearfully begging them not to leave and to stay as her little siblings. As Pablo tries to say his own farewells, she angrily dismisses him, shouting, "I don't care if you go or not." She then turns her attention to the one person who matters most, calling out, "Louis." Her voice softens as she asks the question weighing on her heart, "You'll come back, right?" Grabbing his arm, she tearfully demands a promise, but he recoils from her touch, muttering, "It's dirty." With a sigh of resignation, he offers a vague, non-committal answer. "If I get the chance, I'll drop by." But as he turns to leave, Lucia suddenly embraces him from behind, her grip desperate and tight. Tears stream down her face as she pleads, "You have to come back, promise?" His cold demeanor finally breaks as he whispers, "I will." a promise that sends a shockwave through the jealous young noble watching nearby. Carrie Bunt seethes with rage as Lois smugly remarks how warm her hug was, calling him a little brat. Yet instead of a challenge, Carrie shoves a glowing box into his hands, leaving Lois utterly bewildered. Inside rests the legendary Siren's Tear, a priceless artifact radiating with immense magical power. "I'm giving it to you," Carrie declares, admitting it's a reward for helping Lucia find her voice again. He then offers a second gift, a simple ring, telling Lois to use it if he ever returns. "It has our family's crest," he explains proudly, offering the full backing of his house anywhere in Lufthagen. Lois coolly accepts the ring as a free pass, but the flustered noble on the ground snarls, "I'd rather you never came back." As Lois's party departs, he offers some final advice, only for Carrie to yell back, "Shut up, stop meddling." The young dragon turns back, a little confused by his rival's sudden emotional display. But with his back turned, Carrie shouts a flustered, Thanks for everything." He then stomps away in a huff, muttering about what a little brat Lois is. A knowing smile crosses Lois's face as he realizes the noble has a cute side fitting his age. Meanwhile, at the docks, an official named Terrius greets Pablo, asking how the port's restoration is going. Terrius reports that despite the heavy damage, they were fortunate that no lives were lost in the chaos. His gaze then falls upon Lois, remarking, "By the way, that boy, he doesn't seem like an ordinary child." Terrius knows the truth, realizing the boy's power to subdue the sea serpent was beyond anything human. Pablo nervously tries to cover for him, but the official sees through the lie, asking if he's a distant relative. With a firm handshake, Terrius promises to keep the young dragon's incredible secret safe. And with that, their ship finally sets sail, cutting through the open water. The party waves from the deck, shouting their final goodbyes to the people of Lufthagen. Lucia's voice rings out, filled with emotion as she pleads, "You have to come back, got it?" Lois and his companions wave back, shouting their thanks for the wonderful memories. The wind fills the sails, carrying them away from the port with undeniable speed. Their vessel becomes a distant speck on the horizon, sailing toward an unknown future. As their journey begins, a companion asks where they're going, and Lois retorts, "You're just asking that now?" He explains their ship is bound for Dortmund port on the autumn continent, where they'll travel by land. Lois then turns to their guide, asking Pablo how long the voyage will take. But the hulking man is strangely silent, hunched over the ship's railing in the distance. A closer look reveals the fearsome warrior is pale and sweating, looking utterly defeated. "Are you getting seasick?" Lois asks in disbelief, as Pablo whimpers that he's going to die. The former bandit leader desperately clamps a hand over his mouth, trying to hold back the inevitable. But it's a losing battle as he violently throws up over the side of the ship. Lois can only sigh, muttering about how truly annoying his new companion is. Fed up with the constant complaining, Lois places a hand on the hulking warrior's back. He calmly casts a mental spell, whispering a single command, drowsiness. The seasick giant can't resist, his consciousness fading as he lets out a final, weary sigh. "He'll be out for a few hours," Lois says nonchalantly, deciding to go check on their cabin. And just like that, the former bandit leader is left snoring on the deck, completely pacified. But this seemingly simple act of magic didn't go unnoticed, as a mysterious figure watches from the shadows. The observer notes that the warrior is at least a tier 3, yet was put to sleep so effortlessly. His gaze remains fixed on the young dragon, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. A smirk crosses the old man's face as he realizes this voyage won't be as dull as he first thought.